to the face. Play like a total ace. Send the scrub back into the lobby. To the face. Play like a total ace. Send the scrub back into the lobby.
Level 6! And
我
we
在
have
这
it!
里，
Big
凡
orange
人。
bird!
Who is going to win?
Well, the Shadow Hunter is not the portal too quickly, maybe?
别催我，
Zero's
如
tournament
你
life.
所愿。
Are we going? Silence on the
尝尝这个。
blade that was used. We can use the shackles now. But is there silence on the paladin as well? Maybe the supply.
别挡道。
Archmage. Demon Hunter is dead now, though, isn't he? Potion.
尝尝这个。
No way! The knight killed the one. No way! This was never meant to happen. What's up, everybody? This is gonna be an amazing day of Warcraft. Holy smokes, the lineup is mental. This is the best day of the Super League thus far. We got the heavy hitters. We got all top players represented here. Oh, what a lovely day. And 2 casters as well, as I am doing our little pre-show here. And then Mr. Remo Demo will join as soon as he is ready, as so often. Checking our video feed here. Oh, he is there already. I'm not sure. We got a lot of Super League to talk about. This is gonna be, as I said, 3 best of 5s. We got Happy versus 120. We got Lynn versus 40. We got Laby versus Life. And it's just gonna be the best Warcraft imaginable. These last 3 days of the group stage, boys, it's gonna be something. It's gonna be quite something. And we have, of course, balance to talk about. As there was a PTR update tonight. I kind of want to wait till Mr. Remo Demo is here and ready to discuss this. Ghouls, -1 damage on the PTR, everybody. Undead supremacy in shambles. We'll see if this will persist, when this will be pushed. We don't know. But yeah, I think I made my statement on this already. I will have Dondo on, who is spending his entire day to do research on this. I got a thumbs up earlier from Starbuck regarding this. So yeah, people are talking. Lots of people are talking. And we will, of course, be talking about that too. Happy was 120. The undead mirror of the past half a decade, entire decade. It is the undead mirror. 120 has defeated Laby. Laby has defeated Happy. With that being said, is today's match just a foregone conclusion, and 120 will steamroll Happy to get the first win in a while. Then, of course, Lynn versus Fortitude. Is this gonna be enough? Lynn got his first win in a while recently. Is that enough? Can he defeat Fortitude now as well? Can he finally get another big win? I mean, yesterday was, of course, important. Yesterday got Lynn back on track. That was against Human. Today again versus Human. Will Fortitude play the same style as Sock did? Or will it be a little different? We'll see about that. Thank you, Drukon and Acid, for the subs. Much appreciated. And I see Mr. Remo Demo. Oh, that's actually 3 months in advance. Amazing. Thank you. Where was I? Yeah, or will Fortitude expand on his win streak? There's a lot of win streaks on the line today, actually. Happy has a crazy win streak. 40 has a crazy win streak. And, of course, Laby has the most insane win streak of them all, winning 12 matches in a row. Unlike anyone else, really. Almost undefeated, man. That's nuts. Happy has only lost to the Undeads. Laby has only lost to the Undeads. Will that persist here today? Then, Laby is up against Life. And where do we put Life is another question. But, since we have 10 minutes, let's talk about the standings real quick. We only have 3 play days left, everybody. Happy's on top. Happy has a very, very good chance, if he performs as we expect Happy to perform, to win the group stage and go directly into the grand final. This is how the league works. If you are the #1 player, you're straight up in the grand final. If you're top 2, you're straight up in the semi, etc., etc., and everyone else can ascend. And that means Fly still has a chance to win this tournament. I'm here on Lynn's side, but of course we have to start with Happy versus 120. Happy has been tearing it up. He got the same amount of wins in series as Laby has, but his wins are more dominant. That means he gets more points. If you win 3-0, you get 6 points. If you win 3-1, you get 5 points. And you see a lot of 3-0, except the one series versus Laby. Is 120 playing the same style? Will Happy play the same style against 120 that he did play against Laby? We'll discuss that all when the games are starting, as Happy versus 120 will be our starting match. 120 was the one to defeat Laby, though. That was a crazy game, especially the one on Twisted. Still one of my favorite matches that we got in this entire tournament. Twisted Meadows, Laby with the Dreadlord, 120 with the push against that. So good. And of course, historically, 120 versus Happy has looked really good as well. Thinking back to the last B-Cup encounter, which was one of the greatest undead mirrors that we had in recent history. Now, I got a message from Mr. Remo Timo. He says, apologies, I will join a little later for reasons. It's all right, buddy, all right. Let it all out. So yeah, that's the story there. 120 missed the opportunity to attack Fortitude's third spot in their direct encounter, in their weaker in 120's weaker matchup versus Human. 40 created quite a bit of a distance there. Kaho is already done with the league, same as Infi. So who can tackle 120 in their last remaining matches? Colorful is also done. Sock could still get a win, and that's also a direct encounter. So every point here would make it so that Sock can't surpass 120 anymore. As 120 has 46 points, Sock has 40 points. Hey, Fishy, what's up? So to surpass 120, Sock needs a 3-0 win, and then you also get the direct encounter. So that would put Sock ahead of 120. If 120 gets a point here, he is not guaranteed 4th, but he's definitely ahead of Infi and then also Sock. He needs 3 points out of 2 series to get ahead of Kaho and get a top 4 spot in a very undead heavy top of the group, of course. So that's up for 120. For Happy, it's about surpassing Laby. Happy has 3 matches left. Fortitude as well, of course. So it's like a little bit of a distant battle when they also play against each other. Fortitude has to catch up 11 points to surpass Happy. That's a bit unrealistic, but since they have the direct encounter, maybe something's possible there. And of course, Fortitude is praying to the undead gods that 120 is stealing some points here. Happy's remaining problem schedule will also pair him against Lynn, same as Fortitude's opponent is today. 40 should be fine in direct comparisons to 120. So I don't think he will drop further than 5th. He needs 2 points to surpass Kaho. The top 3 should more or less be set in stone if there's no big surprises. Then what can Lynn still do is another question. 3 more games for him versus 40, versus Happy, versus Lawlion. That's in theory 18 points that could push him to the 5th place. But he is up against Happy, Fortitude, and Lawlion. This is not gonna be too easy. So, yeah. I guess with a little momentum, he can push himself ahead of Live. Maybe ahead of a Sock of a Colorful, but that will be That will be rough, and Lynn has to aim for that ascension phase and clear that bracket. 40 still has to play Lynn happy and focus, who then is in a distant battle against the Life, against the Lynn, against the Lawlight, and also against the Starbuck, who is not done with his games yet. Who's he facing again? Life, actually. Interesting. So that's the standing. That's the last 3 days. I hope you got a good impression of what's going on. Yeah, 40 fumbled a couple of series here, especially in the beginning, but he's on a tear. So which win streak will break tonight? Is it Happy's, who has a 5 series win streak? Is it Laby's, who has, of course, the most impressive one with like 12 games in a row? Incredible, man. The invincible, the almost invincible. Is it Fortitude's win streak, who's also on an impressive 7 games in a row? We're getting so close to the finish line, man, every single day. Now, just to put it out there, we're running a little out of time, actually, unfortunately. Tonight, we woke up to PTR news, and in the past weeks, that happened time and time again. It's mostly editor related, but tonight there was one balance point in the PTR patch notes that I want to point out. It is Ghoul base damage reduced from 10 to 9. So if you look at Ghouls, they obviously have a different damage value. They got 12 to 14, but that's on, like, that includes dice. So a unit has a base damage value and a dice damage value, and that is basically Ghouls will then have 11 to 13 damage. If this goes through, this is still the patch, the test server. I think I explained myself a lot in that one stream, that I'm a big fan of this. I think Ghouls have been an issue in this game for many years. I think Ghouls are one of the only, like, Undeads are the only faction that is not affected early game by piercing damage reduction, but they only benefit. And I think Ghouls are part of the issue of Undead vs. Human. I think Ghouls are the issue in Undead vs. Night Elf, and I also think that Ghouls are, in general, a big issue in Undead vs. Orc. To me, the Ghouls are the roots of all evil in this game. Currently, you can debate if it's Ghouls or Skeletons, but it kind of goes hand in hand to me personally. So I like that a lot. So this is basically a hot fix to the piercing damage reduction versus heavy armor to even that out. And I said it many times, I'm a big fan of the piercing damage reduction versus heavy armor if you also adjust units, and this is one of these units adjustments. Big fan. Nerf Ghouls. Be happy. That's my take on things. But of course, it is rather drastic. It is an early game change. Early game changes are always, always, always risky. It is only 1 damage, but it affects everything. Oh, by the way, it doesn't affect lumber harvesting. Somebody was asking that. The lumber harvesting damage of Ghouls is different than their attack damage. So nothing changes about the economy. This will affect creep speed. This will affect last hitting. This will affect any pushes. This will affect expo defense. This will affect expo pushes. It will affect everything. So it is risky, but I also think Undeads can basically, some exceptions, expand in every matchup, can be very oppressive in every matchup, and therefore you have to go for the root and the early game. That is my take on things. A lot of people will disagree. A lot of people will agree. On Reddit, it got a lot of upvotes. I've also seen people liking that are playing Undead. Very reasonable Undead Discord. Nice to see. It is debatable if that damage should be brought back with Frenzy, but I don't think so. But it is risky. Obviously, it's risky. That's why it's on the test server. So now get your pitchforks out and hate me for having an opinion. Very used to that by now. So we don't have the game up just yet. Mr. Remo Demo will surely have his opinion as well in a second. But yeah, if you have an opinion, share it on the Battle.net forums, share it on the Reddits. Please do so. And, oh, ring, 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 ring. The Remo phone. Ring, 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 ring. The Remo phone. Hello, welcome to the broadcast, Mr. Remo Demo. How are you doing?
Hello, everybody. I'm feeling now quite good. Sorry for being a couple minutes late. I had to relieve myself for one final time before the broadcast begins. We all want to be in the best shape imaginable today, including the players, don't we? Because today has some killer games for us in store. On one of the last days of the Super League, in the group stage at least, we have some of the biggest names in the game competing against each other, and I wonder if we're going to have some more upsets today.
That's right. What would be an upset, then, is the question. Is 1-0 beating Happy an upset? Is Lynn beating 40 an upset? Is Laby beating Life an upset? We'll see and we'll discuss that. But we're just, since the game didn't start, we're just on the topic of the Ghoul nerf on PTR, Mr. Remo Demo, and people are very excited for Remo Demo patch notes.
Oh yeah, I am gonna gather my thoughts still. I've taken some notes already. I'm gonna do a separate broadcast with a separate video with my entire thoughts and suggestions. It's gonna be, it takes a while for me to get it all out there. In general, initial thoughts are, let's start with the positive. The positive is Blizzard is watching and want to make sure that things aren't imbalanced. That's a good thing. However, other things come to mind. Like, for example, Human for a long time seemed to be too strong against Undead. Not really much happened there. Now, in this tournament, it does indeed look like Undead is a bit overperforming. That is not an unreasonable thing to assume when looking at these positions in the standings. But it is only around 1 month, Neo. A little bit more than a month. Let's say 5 weeks where Undead seems to have been doing well, and all of a sudden, the most important unit for Undead is getting hit, the Ghoul, significantly with a sizable damage nerf. I think that's a bit premature, and I think also it's not the right philosophy, not the philosophy that I would like to see. Sometimes I think it's easy to look to nerfs when things are too good. For example, when Pally Rifle got nerfed the first time, and the second time, it was very much justified, it was super busted. You could argue it got maybe a little bit over-nerfed. But Ghouls, are they really OP? I wouldn't really say so. What Ghouls are, is they are good. They're good units, allowing for good openings, and a good variety of strategies as well. That's the great thing about Ghouls, by the way. You can play it with many different heroes, unlike many other units. Headhunters, for example, you can only ever play with a Farseer. Kind of a problem. With Ghouls, you can play so many heroes, and you can play expansions as well. And you know how I love expansions. And I know many Warcraft fans feel the same. The Human vs. Undead matchup is the best sign of that. We're exposed for a long time. We're not playable. The matchup was boring. Now we have expansions. It is much more exciting. In my opinion, what we need is more better openings and strategies that allow for expansion play so that not only Undead and Human can do it, but also other races. So I think the goal should be to raise the floor for the others, especially when it comes to expansions, and not just see one race doing well and being like, well, we need to put them down.
Who would have thought that there's an Undead nerf and Remo is against it? Am I right, Reddit? Am I right, Battle.net forums? Goddamn. See, I'm one of you guys. I'm a man of the people. I stand with you. Even you insult me on a daily basis these days. But this guy, This is who you have to come for.
So it's gonna, lead to a lot of discussion once again, which is a good thing, I suppose. But I gotta say, when I first read it, I got a little bit mad at Blizzard, as we have gotten used to over the years, because why is the philosophy right now to nerf something that looks strong for 1 month when we have over here, Neo, we have a garage full of potential that is unrealized. Units and heroes that are complete giga garbage. Why is the Keeper First unplayable? Why has the Potom First never been playable? Why is Alchemist trash? Beastmaster trash? Tinker trash? It's all trash. Why are we not making these things better and enabling more strategies rather than just hitting the good stuff with a nerf hammer? You know?
Well, Mr. Remo, I would argue I'm the Advocatus Blizzaboli right now. This is a hotfix for the latest patch, and the next balance patch might tackle everything that you want to see and that a lot of other people want to see. That will take more time and will be part of a bigger balance patch that will come in like 3 to 5 months or so.
But are you telling me that for nerfing ghouls, which they seem like they're too strong, they need 4 weeks, and for nerfing pally rifles, which was way too strong for half a year, it took them 6 months?
I mean, the PTR was updated a couple of times because they're doing editor changes, and if they're in the circle of a PTR anyway, it might be nice to squeeze them in, these changes. While during the height of pally rifle, there was probably no patch cycle running.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if there's the infrastructure things to be considered, then I guess that's fair. But for things to really require a hotfix, it needs to be a clear issue. And calling this a clear issue that ghouls need a nerf, I cannot see.
Well, I would say from my personal perspective, ghouls are an issue for 5 years, and I appreciate it.
But they have been heavily nerfed already.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. If you know,
what do you mean that doesn't matter?
If a billionaire is losing $1 million, that's a lot of money that he's losing, but he's still got a lot of money. So ghouls were nerfed a lot, but they are still very, very good.
I mean, they're still good. They're the only thing that's good before Undead Tier 3. With ghouls bad, they would make Undead before Tier 3 garbage, possibly.
Possibly. We'll never know. Or we will know. It might be good. It might be bad. It might be a little bit of both. It might be... It will be meaningful. Okay, anyway. But you know what? Balance stuff to the side. You will do your own broadcast. I will have Dondo on after the games. But this... let's put all the balance stuff to the side and talk about our god tier gamers. And if we talk god tier Undead Mirror, a lot of people come to mind. Happy and 1-0 first and foremost. They're here in our opening match. The match has started for a long time. Best Undead Mirror on the planet. Now, is that still the case? After Labyrinth defeated Happy and 1-0 defeated Labyrinth, is there for the first time in forever a clear pecking order in this matchup? Or will it be different? Will Happy reclaim the throne and re-establish this Triforce of 1 beats 2, 2 beats 3, 3 beats 1? We start on Autumn Leaves. Remo Demo, what are your hype levels on a scale from 1 to 2.5?
Solid 1.7, I would say, at least.
0.7. I'm through the roof. I'm at a solid 3 for these guys, especially having cast the last encounter between them, which was an absolute banger. 1-0 went into this last time as the uber underdog. Nobody thought he would have a chance because Happy was performing as Happy is always performing, and that was played before the rise of 1-0. But it was an ultra close 4-3 in B Cup, I imagine it was. That was also an old patch. It was B Cup indeed. So please be as exciting as this B Cup match and bring glory to the Undead Mirror. Let's go.
Surprisingly, we're seeing different opening build and strategies between these two. It's going to be a slow Tet Fiend opening out of 1-0 and the more tempo potential starting build with Lich and Ghouls. with Lich Ghouls, you have the potential to creep very fast, especially if you're left alone. But 1-0 wisely was harassing Happy a little bit, slowing down his progress. So in the end, the Lich still finds himself far away from the level 3 level up. And the DK might get it first even. Next last hit here with the coil. Really good items already for 1-2-0.
You are far ahead because due to production stuff, I'm still fast forwarding. But yeah, it is how they always have played this matchup. Happy with Lich and aggression, 1-2-0 with the timing destroyer attack. Here is what Remo Demo mentioned. Lich gets the last hit, and on paper, these DK harasses always seem a bit impossible to achieve anything. Lich is an insta-cast, Coil has travel time, so if Happy plays perfectly, there shouldn't be an opening for 1-2-0, but miraculously, he does create these moments. Happy is playing very aggressive against 1-2-0's base. I'm actually a bit surprised, tanking a lot of damage here as 1-2-0 oftentimes does. Fiend numbers are rising, creep speed is accelerating. And damn, I'm far behind. I'm at the 5-minute mark now, just to give you an indicator. Happy about to get a Fiend here, so close, and with the investment of another Nova, he gets that first Fiend. That's the worst thing that can happen to 1-2-0 in an early game. Plus, no level 2. I would say this is half a disaster for 1-2-0 so far.
Yeah, definitely not a great start. He was at least able to get the item from his side, and as I mentioned, it's a great item indeed, looking good already with Claws and Mantle. And it's going to get level 2 then soon, but ideally want to have that level up for the aura as fast as possible. Similar to an Archmage, with a DK, you want that as soon as you can. And of course, losing that Fiend hurts. So, not a great early game for 1-2-0, but there's still lots of comeback potential. If you can now go for a stable creep game in the mid game, cruise towards 50 supply, that is where his strength lies. 50 supply, destroyers, triple hero, orb, and then with Nova, he oftentimes will have the advantage because Nova tends to be very good against ghouls, while it's still really nice against fiends as well. Against ghouls, it really, really shines.
Right on. We got great items for 1-2-0's Lich. Same can be said about Happy's Lich with Claws and Mantle. DK, we all know that 1-2-0 likes to use him as a little bit of a bait to soak up damage. This DK seems way too hurt. Lich coming in from the left-hand side, slowing Happy down, or is he just misrallied? Ooh, this looks, from the early 7 minutes, a bit fumbly-bumbly on the 1-2-0 side of things.
1-2-0 quickly feels that this is the most successful player of recent times. You have to respect him, but having the statue out now is a big help. Nova invested here by Happy to get the next item, the Gloves of Haste, picked up. This Lich of his is going to be looking really strong. And if I saw that right in the early game, I think Happy lost no ghouls. So his frenzy timing should also pack a good punch.
1-2-0 is getting very, very close to the destroyer timing. His tech is so far ahead. Halfway through the Destro timing. He, of course, doesn't need the frenzy timing in comparison to Happy. So with tier 3 done, this will be Dark Ranger. We are lacking resources, though. That is interesting. Fiend over third hero. What's this 1-2-0 play?
1-2-0 oftentimes goes very greedily, you almost want to say, for tier 3. Wants to have the orb available as soon as he can and work on Destroyer. Very often will do that with a 2 Fiend into tier 3 tech, which is, I guess, not unusual for him. He will oftentimes forego the early strength for the tier 3 powerful timing. And we'll have the Dark Ranger, I guess, in 20 seconds. With the orb, indeed, and the statues now, he has good staying power in the middle. Wants to get the next item here, but Happy is making his life difficult while creeping with the DK solo.
Yeah, exactly. Love that play. The range heroes keep their distance, slow 1-2-0 down. His DK is accelerating. Oftentimes in the matches versus Laby, he had lower versus Laby, he had the lower second heroes, whether that's DK or Lich, oftentimes the DK, and then he was at a disadvantage. Now that clearly falls to 1-2-0 with only a level 1 Lich. That was deciding in the last Undead Mirror we've seen. Subi Mask, super nice. 1-2-0 going for the Destro timing, and Happy has no weapon.
Creepjack here could be absolutely wonderful. Some ghouls are slowed. 1-2-0 has a perfect moment that he's catching right here, and this is what he's aiming for. This is what the strategy is all about. Add 50 supply. This strat is so good, and he catches 2 ghouls instantly, maybe even a third. He's looking for the statue kills. Oh man, Happy getting caught with his pants down.
Exactly. That was rough, man. Interesting to see that 1-2-0's attack in the statue too early. That is rather new to me. Maybe a little bit of positioning advantage. 2 destroyers also very early. This is 1-2-0 oppressive now, and that's always been the crucial moment for Happy in these games. His ghouls are amazing early game. They built a more than solid foundation for the games, but Fiends Destros is the mix down the road. There's no other way to play this matchup except if you go only destroyers, which we've seen between Happy and Laby at some point. So this is 1-2-0's moment, and this is where he has to do damage.
He's relying on very strong right clicks right now. We see how much the Lich is doing. Doesn't have an invul potion though, so this is where Happy definitely has to be careful. Nice last hit still here on the Knoll. Nova is worth it to get the last hit on the level 5 creep. Happy now with destroyers as well. Web has been upgraded, but the big item goes to 1-2-0, and the heal potion is actually really good because at some point when the fiends are dead, the heroes will be targeted next.
Yeah, I love to see that. So this will be good. The Zombie Mask is also amazing. Nobody can really complain about items, I guess. Taking good chunks of XP away from Happy's side, who is now going to the red spot. 1-2-0 falling back for his natural, and very, very likely the orange spot for the next consumable. Or is he skipping that in favor of the red?
A player's forces are under attack.
Ooh.
Happy indeed going for the red camp here fairly early. Might take a little while to creep. He doesn't have that much piercing. And speaking of piercing damage, this might be a problem for him later on. The anti-air with Fiends from 1-2-0 is looking a lot better right now. And the timing again to catch the opponent unawares, coming in from behind for the creep jab.
1-2-0 is losing the Dark Ranger pretty much right away. Happy has destroyers now. The Golem is still there, and that caused some trouble for Happy recently. DK by 1-2-0 under fire, has an invul potion, needs it soon. Super decisive fight. 1-2-0 with the Fiend firepower. Takes out destroyer after destroyer, but they're falling on both sides. The Dark Ranger and the Silence is missing, but he didn't have that anyway. Next Destro about to fall. Hero as well. Happy in dire straits.
Force the TP away though. DK has to leave. With that, Happy is hoping to get the red camp, but with so little army left, this is going to be very hard to pull off. 1-2-0 still has the much bigger force.
Bit interesting to me that he didn't swap the invul potion to the DK and portals out, but maybe without the Dark Ranger. Both Dark Rangers fell. 1-2-0 will have some time to catch up, with the entire left lane being up for grabs, including Happy's expansion on the upper left-hand side. But yeah, you mentioned it, man. This is only 4 units left. The Golem gets a Fiend. Oh, mamma mia, grande madonna. Battle Drums probably not making up for that. And 1-2-0 gets a big invul once again. This is rather gnarly. Let's do a quick sync, Mr. Remo Demo. 12, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 13.
Creeping continues, but Happy being a little, well, modest with his creeping. There's only a couple of green camps left down here with a small force. He can't really try to achieve much more. 10 supply lead still being held on to by 1-2-0. But of course, Happy is making more gold right now. 1-2-0 might be aware of this, so sooner or later, he's going to be forced to go for another aggressive maneuver as he picks up the same red camp item. Also on battle drums. And Happy trying to get as much experience as he can from the map. Mostly remainders of camps without actual items.
Crazy how 1-2-0 surpassed him in XP. He is ahead now with the same levels on DK and Lich. Dark Ranger is almost an entire level ahead for 1-2-0. Plus he gets Happy's natural now. That's a sweet, sweet, sweet spot if he has the time to get it. Map is empty. No temples. We stick with Fiends and with Destroyers. We're not going into a straight up Destroyer mirror. And 1-2-0 actually being not close to any meaningful level ups after reaching Dark Rangers 3. Going straight for the base.
Alright, next fight breaks out. Destroyer webbed right away. Death Knight for Happy, far forward, taking a lot of damage right away. That invul potion is going to be necessary possibly quite soon. Destro is getting webbed and coiled, healed up, but also killed off. Question is, what's going to be better, the high level Lich or the high level DK?
Destroyers are falling left and right. 120 has the Fiend advantage, the best Fiend micro in the world. Nova hitting hard. Coil saves the Destroyer for now. Trying to use some burrow here. A hair too late. No shade on the field. Happy is losing another Fiend by 120. Saves them one after the next. My lord! 120 putting on a clinic in the second half of map 1.
Fighting at home, but he's losing a lot of units here. Finally, he has the dust. Gonna take out one more Fiend. Lich taking a lot of damage, by the way. Happy playing this entire time without invuln on the Lich. This is very scary. So far, keeping the heroes alive, but the Dark Ranger, she might be falling. Not quite yet. Mana Potion, and the Coil is there for the save. Happy, of course, has the way faster reinforcements here, falling back into the last nook of his base. 120 seems to have the easier fight here. More supply and also more invul potions.
16 food ahead. If he saves that Lich, and maybe if he kills that Lich, this game 1 is over. Happy in the ropes. Another kill right there, though, with the Destro. Always an easy way to even out the odds. We get more mana, and 120 gotta be careful to not overpace this with the DK, using the invul potion first and foremost. He doesn't have a TP, and he didn't break Happy. Is there a chance to come back? Not without a Lich.
Got 25 supply. He lost a lot right here. Looking for follow-up kills. There's no mana for another Coil on 120 at the moment. The Fiend with the dust could be a double kill. Happy got a lot of exit kills right here.
Bro, when he is bent, not broken, you gotta chop the entire head off, not just a piece of it. No expansion behind it. The supply has vastly evened out, and the dust settles after this meaningful fight. Holy hell, what a comeback by Happy for now.
Snowy Mask, by the way, an absolutely sensational item that 120 is enjoying on his Death Knight. He's gonna have a Coil slowly regenerating throughout the entire rest of the game. This is absolutely wonderful. He's going to have way more mana on the DK than Happy does. But Happy's close level 5 Lich. And level 3 Nova is an absolute beast in this matchup. But Happy still seems to be playing from behind, simply having had more losses this game.
Have to say, though, that Laby was able to defeat Happy despite being in Nova level down. And the DK is close to 5 as well, even though Coil 3 isn't that meaningful in this matchup. Except if we play Abominations, but who does that? Upgrades, 1-0 for Happy with the 1-1 coming, 2-1 for 120 super early on. And we got a new layer to the strategy. We get the return of the Banshees.
It seems like 120 has the resources and the already available army size to afford this luxury of going for an additional tech, whereas Happy absolutely cannot afford it. He needs to make just units that he can make right now to stay somewhat competitive. And if only he could get 1 or 2 more creeps for that level 5.
120 had very good vision on Happy's base thanks to the Sentry Ward. That's a Fiend for free! And that's finally level 5.
1 invul potion still only on Happy, so that makes especially the Lich a very viable and juicy target. Death Knight and Dark Ranger at the same time for 120. Very close to leveling up in the next fight. That should be achievable quite quickly. As another Fiend is getting caught out on the map, but I think this time DK should get in range for the save.
Not sure. Happy is allowed back into the game. Dark Ranger, great damage on Happy's side. Already 1.5k more. That was, of course, due to the Dark Ranger falling early and Happy's Dark Ranger being there a little earlier. Double damage on the Lich for Happy. 18k versus 9k. And this is now the last remaining creep spot. But that was 120, buying time for the anti-magic.
Need some more time though to get truly full value out of this tech. It's gonna need a handful of Banshees so you can properly apply the AMS. Happy still not even at 50 supply, by the way.
Neither is 120. Haha, got you there.
Happy now going for his own Temple of the Damned.
That's late. Classic
That's
Happy.
1 minute for the building, 1 minute for the upgrade, so 2 minutes behind pretty much.
Classic Happy move to sell the altar. If he loses a hero now, the game is over anyway. On the other side, 120 with the third attack upgrade. That is so meaningful in Fiend Destroyer fights.
Happy's going for 2-1 at the same time. Happy's Ghoul count is way lower. And his lumber is reflecting that clearly. It's kind of insane that 1-0 has this much lumber, having had only 3 ghouls the entire game.
I don't want to open up the can of worms of lumber discussions with this chat, Remo.
And it's getting shredded for free! Unbelievable!
Kind of true.
Wait, he's going for master trading?
Oh, what?
That is gonna
Are under attack.
nullify his timing advantage then entirely. Master training takes a long time to upgrade. Happy's gonna have his adept training finishing then just in time. Maybe 1-0 feels like with his timing advantage he cannot really, you know, capitalize on anything too well, so may as well use your time, use your resources to get more upgrades. The master upgrade though, most of the time, doesn't really do much. Usually it's just a bit more mana.
Yeah. More mana pool and more mana regen. It would be a baller move, though, to steal Happy's Fiends in game 1 of this meaningful best of 5.
You know, I'm glad that we're not in the pure Mass Destroyer territory yet. We might get there at some point in this series. We'll see about it.
A player's forces are under attack.
Is 1-0 going for more upgrades? It doesn't seem so. Second defense upgrade would be there. 1-0 break-in now. Doesn't seem like we want an expansion to draw this out. Happy was posturing up quite a bit. His anti-magic is up. First Banshee in production. Due to that master training, of course, 1-0 wasn't able to produce for a long time. So Banshee count is the same.
I would love to see Happy throw out a couple of Novas here. He's got the strong level 3 Nova. But 1-0 now, he's expanding actually with the mains expiring. Happy's going for a sacrificial pit. He's got still a decent amount of gold to spend. It's going to be all Fiend Banshees here in the big fight that is to come. Question is just, is Happy going to try to go for his own expansion? I think the answer is no. The lumber just doesn't allow for it, it seems.
Yeah. Sacrificial pit is pretty expensive in lumber. He spent it all there. This expansion is very interesting to me. 1-0 must feel comfortable then that Happy can't break him on almost even supply. Does he know about Happy's Banshee transition? Did he see that?
I don't think he did, but we had a big lull where there was no action and nothing really happening, so maybe 1-0 is anticipating the Banshee tech to come from that. That is, after all, the best thing you can go for pretty much in this matchup when facing Fiends. Happy now going for a big unsummon. Lots of ziggurats being removed. If a hero dies, there's no way of getting it back. And how's Happy going to spend the last bit of his cash is the remaining question. Happy's going to have to go all in here in a moment.
And he is 65 food. 1-0's expansion not paying off just yet, so we end up on even supply. Banshee numbers 3 versus 4, with 1-0's of course being better. The Fiends are also better due to the 3-1 upgrade. Happy's heroes slightly better. Can 1-0 get an army on the ground in time?
One heal scroll. And then it should be time to go. Want to apply AMS everywhere. Happy sees the opponent approaching. Could use the shade as well for vision. I feel like that could be done a little bit better.
We'll use it to see the burrowed Fiend. 1-0, man. Posturing up in front of Happy's base, making sure that there is no expansion. Double checking the left-hand side. Happy knows with the shade that there is an expo, but 1-0 knows that Happy knows due to the ward there was.
And now with everything having AMS, how good is Nova really gonna be? I mean, it is still really good slow. First Banshee goes down, in we go. Curse also gonna be strong. Happy cannot go for destroyers, so there's no way for him to dispel the curse.
That's right. Oh, it looks a bit fumbly-bumbly here on 1-0's side. The opening wasn't too great. Is Happy just a little more solid in this first undead mirror of the day? Banshee position, nice statue position moving forward a little bit. Burrow is here, but so is the shade, leading to more Fiend kills. 1-0 gets another one. That's level 5 on him, but more and more Fiends are falling. We need reinforcements.
Reinforcements for 1-0 should be coming in. He's got the running base, of course. He's got the gold mine, the expansion. That is his win condition. Destroyer going to be taken out now. The AMS is starting to wear off. The Nova seems to be breaking through the anti-magic slowly over time. Nova also onto 1-0's Lich, taking lots of damage, has to go for the Invul Potion. One of those Invuls now gone, another one's still available on the Death Knight.
So close, man. So close. Coil is there. We got way more. Happy's Lich behind enemy lines, but close to the DK. Being saved one more time. Lich might be in trouble for 1-0 soon if we can muster up another Nova. The heroes are starting to fall. Supply is still neck and neck.
Destroyer for the Dispel against the Skeletons coming in as well. 1-0 trying to find more and more kills. Death Knight kind of hurt, comes in with a coil there, though holding on still to the Invul Potion. I'm not sure if Happy has revealed anymore. I don't think he does. He should be bringing in a new shade. But Happy now losing a lot of units. He's trying to go for the Lich kill. If there's a Nova, this might be enough. He's silenced himself. Who's going to be silenced less? He gets the kill with the Nova. Happy looking for the closeout here, despite having no expo.
Oh my
Double kill.
god. So close, man. DK falls as well. He does it. Somehow he does it. He was down 15, 16 food. An unbelievable comeback by Happy. 1-0 got him so close to a defeat on map 1. But Happy doing happy things.
That one, it seemed like 1-0 had everything in the palm of his hand. He played his strat here really well. One big mistake, of course, he lost the Fiend in the early game. That is not a game-losing mistake, but it pains. When you only have 2 Fiends or three Fiends, missing one of them, that slows everything down, especially the creeping early on the DK, did not look super convincing. But the timing right on tier 3, catching those 3 ghouls, getting ahead, using the destroyers, using the early orb advantage, that all was really nice. He seemed to be playing from ahead there, but Happy was able to keep up mostly, get the important levels, and hitting that level 5 Lich, despite AMS, did still have big impact from that moment on and for the entire rest of the game.
True that. I'm still not sure if that Banshee upgrade was worth it. Maybe with a better start into the fight where 1-0 had to reset a lot. But it was hella close, man. This game could definitely go both sides. As I've mentioned a million times, 1-0's first map is oftentimes the weakest. And if that's the case in this series as well, Happy might still be in trouble down the road.
All right. First map, Happy seemingly dodging a bullet. Yesterday we saw him playing as well. Against Starbuck, it was a very clear 3-0. The day before that, against Infi, it was a 1-3, dropping only 1 map. Happy, of course, has been very successful. Indeed, the one series he lost wasn't against another undead, against Labyrinth. That was one of the most surprising results to me, despite Laby's great shape. That was breaking a 21-game lose streak. 1-0, if he wins today, would break a 7-game lose streak.
But again, I want to mention the last B Cup final was incredibly close with a 4-3, and it feels like it's going to be one of these series where in the end it's all about timings and it's all about execution. Who does it best? Dondo with the nudge that Happy's Lich out-damaged all heroes of 1-0. That is incredible. Maybe spamming Nova a little bit more, while 1-0 has more emphasis on DK and Dark Ranger. They play this matchup as polar opposites, and maybe we have an opposite winner in map number 2 that's coming up. Last Refuge.
Off we go. Happy bottom left in the blue, 1-0 top right in the red. Unsurprisingly, 1-0 is going for his favorite opening, the Tet Fiend build once again. I could have certainly seen Happy busting out Tet Fiends as well on 1 or 2 maps where it tends to be a very strong build. I would say this is one of them. And the question is, when is Tet Fiend strong? Well, whenever Ghoul creeping is weak, pretty much. And Ghoul creeping, I would say, on this map, not that amazing. You get the first green camp for free, alright, that's 140 experience. But beyond that, when you get harassed, everything else is hard to creep. And the Lich normally loves to creep up heavily early on with the Ghouls and Skellies. Get 1 camp after the next, get level 2, pick up the Dark Ritual, keep on creeping, get level 3, use that strong Nova, pick up the boots, get a lot of claws. That's what the Lich loves. And that's exactly what the DK wants to prevent.
Well, I don't think they're gonna change up their strategies, man. They have been playing this exact style against each other for many years. But yeah, Happy might surprise us all down the road. We'll see if there's a change in second or third heroes. Naga is always possible on 1-0 side. Crypt Lords are always possible. So
True.
if we see changes, it's probably in that direction.
On more passive maps with lots of space and lots of creeps, that's normally where we see Crypt Lord quite a bit. Can be very strong, but only if he gets the right items and levels. Dark Ranger, that's the great thing about her. Doesn't need any items or levels really. While they are still good on her, she is still functional on level 1 without items. Crypt Lord, a lot less so.
The DK is creeping the null spot on the right
Taking a
hand
lot of
side.
damage here.
What?
Shouldn't he have... If this is his opening creep route, I don't even think this is a question. He should certainly have a Ritual Dagger.
Players' forces are under attack.
Imagine the value right now of Ritual Dagger.
Yeah, would be nice. Maybe this is not going as expected. Maybe... No, man. Not sold on this. Happy will be hurt as well after the ghouls kill the
Lich items,
murlocs.
though, are crazy. 2 perfect items for the Lich early on, and that is early into the game. 3 minutes. He's gonna get so much value out of these items throughout the entire game.
1-0 a little lucky to not be caught here. Was distracting on the right hand side at the natural, while then creeping the Shadow Priest, and he is so lucky to get the replenishment potion.
But Happy, not unlucky either, is he?
Jesus.
The next item here. Oh, yeah, well, I think we can call that not unlucky certified.
Should rename to Lucky? And then at Rara we
Happy?
play the Britney Spears song as an entrance music.
You know, I used to have, in elementary school, I used to have the Britney Spears album, and I used to love it back then. Yeah, that was my jam. I'm trying to recall what it was called.
Well, probably
Don't
oops, I did it
remember.
again. Man, in this day and age with the TikTok dances, you'd be a megastar.
Oh my god. Thank god I escaped that timeline.
Oh, never too late, Mr. Remo, never too late. Imagine the clicks.
A player's forces are under
Imagine this Lich's damage output this game, by the way. He had a great first map already. Picking off some skellies here and there. And throwing his weight around already. With level 3 strong right now, lots of mana upon him. This is of course the downside of the Ted Fiend build. You're pretty weak early. You can't really do that much. And look again at 1-0's greedy tech. He's staying on 2 Fiends only. And he's gonna rush tier 3 again very fast.
Not that big of an advantage, to be fair. 20 seconds, yeah, but this might even out a little bit with more lumber income. Lich second by 1-0 to catch up. Lich by Happy now, almost a bit over leveled, but he's keeping the DK away from 3. That is superb. He finds a replenishment potion himself, which is also superb. And skeletons are down already. Super oppressive game by Happy.
Oh, triggering the end snare. I know that's one of your favorites, Neo. Last refuge special. Getting a Fiend kill here would be big, but there are a couple of coils available. At the same time, still some Novas. DK hurt now himself, but should be fast enough to get away.
players' forces are
I
under
agree.
attack.
If he runs out of vision, there's another Nova, though the arms were already up in the air. Oh, should be enough, and then the counter Lich is coming, and Happy doesn't want to dive into that. Plays it safe. Nice exchanges here. No Fiend losses this time. 1 Ghoul loss on Happy's side. But yeah, the items are almost... I don't want to say game deciding. What's a better way to phrase it?
Certainly going to be aiding in the mission to win this game. And you mentioned the Lich being overleveled earlier. I love that. If I'm the Lich player, I should say, I would love that because every Lich level is big. Level 3, obviously, for the level 2 Nova. Level 4 for the Dark Ritual. Also really good, with the Dark Ranger most likely joining later. And, of course, Neo.
Huh?
+4 intelligence. We don't want to forget about that.
Ah!
And then if you get to level 5, that Nova is also insane. If Lich gets 5, seems like 1-0 has to have Banshees to have a chance.
I kind of agree. 1-0 crap the shop, sells the mana potion. Happy keeps onto it.
Wait, He sold the mana potion. What is going on recently with people selling mana potions, by the way?
It's a trend for a long time. I mean, 120 is so dependent on timings in this strategy. He wants... There's a lot of gold that you get for
It's
this
a lot of mana
potion.
as well. Dude, if the DK runs out of mana in the fight, I'm going to be wagging my finger.
I'm pretty sure timing is worth more. But yeah, it is a claw plus 12. Oh, it's so
Oh
nuts.
my god. He can't even carry all these items. Legit.
Oh, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. To be fair, against Laby, Happy was oftentimes on the receiving end of good of the good items of Laby. And 120 is not one to complain. He got the same potion, right? He just decided to sell it. He got the Robe of the Magi, which is also fantastic. I mean, you are raving about the +4 intelligence. This +6 intelligence, plus the circlets. It's gonna be a good fight.
This is also outstanding inventory, a little bit more well-rounded for 120. Happy's Lich is a glass cannon. He needs an invuln desperately in this game.
You're a fan of the peak level 4 Lich. I'm a fan of a more average level distribution, and this is what 120 is acquiring now with level 3/3 plus the Dark Ranger. There we go. Perfectly lines up for that. He is too late for the red spot now, as Happy stole that one away, as he sees. But we're getting close to the so dangerous destroyer timing of 120.
This game, though, he can't catch Happy the way he was on the first map, further out on another camp. This time he's going to have to go way into Happy's base, so I feel like Happy's creep timing is better this time. He knows 120 is strong right now. I want to stay a bit defensive right here as I'm still working on my levels and my upgrades. What are these items for Happy? Zombie Mask, claws, mantle, big mana. This is ridiculous.
So this to me is proof that either karma isn't a thing or Happy has a part of his life that we are totally not aware of.
This is incredible amounts of luck. To be honest, 120 also has good items. And he got another good one right here. The Ancient Django. Might even be better if we get to big armies. But this Lich, look at these right clicks, baby. Look at these right clicks. They're hurting real good.
It's 7,000 damage already. Oh, Fiend is falling. This time the Destroyer push, not nearly as impressive. The coil misses though.
I should have seen this one coming from
Player's forces
a good
are under attack.
ways away. 2 Ghouls go down and a Fiend. 120 here, good play. Falling back into a favorable position and getting a few kills here for free.
Destroyer's got mana again. 46, 46. Destroyer upgrade for Happy is up, as well as the web. 120 catching up in upgrades now. But yeah, he still has to find a way to contest this Lich.
Plus 30 damage. Every hit hurts. Very important here to be in the right position with your
Dark Ranger
Destroyer
dead!
Dispel! And there... Too much damage, dude. Couple of right clicks and a Nova, and there she goes.
Boom goes the dynamite. The Invo Potion was on the Lich. This coil is on time, but the previous one wasn't. Fiends are falling apart. He's trying to get the high ground, but Happy's Ghouls for once. Very oppressive. The web is so much better timed than before. This is looking horrendous for 120. Lich has no TP though, but a coil. Thanks to the Mana Potion.
Quite insane. Lich now 120 in trouble as well. Coil comes in, holding on to the invuln still. Ghoul in the back, very cute, was trying to take out the Fiend, but that one gets punished. But if Happy can trade out Ghouls to trade for Fiends, this is great for him. Of course, he knows his Ghouls will be falling off. Destroyer morphed and saved, but everything's so hurt now for 120.
Well, Happy was in the ropes on game 1. Maybe 120 can pull a little bit of a miracle as well. He was trying to lure the creeps, but the bait didn't work. Ooh, this is so close. Now he's buying a Mana Potion. How ironic.
Happy's Lich, very low mana. Should use some Dark Ritual. Sometimes even eating a Fiend can be worth it. Eating a Fiend is a lot of mana, baby. It's 2.5 Novas.
That's
And 1.5 minutes until Infi lags out.
I was about to say, this is an Infi lag out. Oh man, supply still in favor of 120. Only one Ghoul remaining for Happy. If he doesn't close it out, he will run into lumber issues. This is not over yet.
I think Happy here would love to keep on trading and of course not lose too much. I imagine he's got that level 5 Lich in mind. Every step that he gets closer is wonderful for him.
That ritual used for a little bit of mana as well. So efficient. 12,000 damage on this Lich at the 12-minute mark. That is just mental.
And so much is coming from the right clicks as well. Plus 30 damage against plus 15. And you know, plus 15, that's normally really good, you know?
Yep.
It is a different kind of a level.
He has a double damage rune. Oh my god, this is Book of the Dead in a town portal involved. Nice snipe by 120. Pays the price with a Destro and a TP. Last creep goes to Happy. This Book of the Dead, of course, is not what he wanted, but it's good gold.
He's punished though by Happy. He saw that 120 wanted to come in for the item, forces the TP, kills off the Destroyer, so that does favor him in the resource department. Now we got 120 on 50. However, first, a little bit surprising maybe, and now it might be time to clear up the rest of the map, work on upgrades, and work on more levels.
Okay, time for a little bit of a breather here. 2-1 upgrades coming on Happy. 2-0 on the way. Against this Lich, you might want a little bit of extra armor, maybe. We don't have Burrow yet. Maybe that was just to throw Happy off in game 1, or he can't afford it yet because he lost so much. Another creep spot. We're trying to get the levels up high, but Happy has the perfect read once again.
He's expecting the opponent up here at the turtle. 120 is trying to set up a flank. I think this might be successful. Nova into everything right away. The Lich in serious trouble. Heal scroll has to be used to keep him alive. This heal scroll perhaps a little bit wasted. Happy gets caught with not as prepared of an army, it seems.
What a nice trap that was. Could have backfired. Lynch Invo Potion gets another Fiend here despite the coil. How do you get out though? Potion must be used on the DK. Otherwise he's catching a Nova very, very soon. Lynch in trouble once again. Happy has to TP out. Lots of losses. This Fiend falling as well. What a brilliant move by 120.
Yeah, absolutely perfect setup. 120 was expecting Happy to go up there and look for the punish, but it is he who ends up being the punisher. And that now definitely lands him in the lead. 50 supply still, lots of gold, gets the camp, ring +5. Still with a bigger army, but Happy wants to keep brawling. Might get one Destroyer here for free.
Dark Ranger level 3. Love that ring. To not be so much of a glass cannon. Full mana Destroyer is wept and nuked and killed. That's so much value. Happy on his last lag here. Aiming for the DK, but as so often, DK of 120 starts the fight very far forward, then moves back. He desperately needs a statue now for some heal and regen.
The heal potion gonna help him out already. Happy playing with way inferior Fiend numbers. But he's not lacking confidence apparently. On the high ground, wants to creep up more. 120 ready for another punish. Big Nova, those Fiends feeling the pain. There's gonna be at least one going down.
Oh my, here is one. The second one. Ogre Magi casts some Bloodlust, can be dispelled for some extra damage, gets the Magi down 2. Holy. 120 turning it up to 11 thus far. Happy down to 1 Fiend, 3 heroes, 1 statue.
I think this game even bigger of a lead, way bigger lead than the first map. This time it seems like Happy may have bitten off more than he can chew. 120 got so many kills, so much XP. Going into upkeep this time early. Building towards a bigger army. And also with another Acolyte will be trying to expand again, I think.
The Lich of 120 is almost caught up in damage, by the way. It's only a 2k difference, which is fascinating.
I think the big mistake there by Happy was he entered that fight without invuln on the Lich. He had TP on the Lich, and he took heavy damage to the Lich early on, but didn't want to TP away. He ran back, used the heal scroll, wasted the heal scroll. Just not enough invulns for Happy, honestly. That was the real problem in that engagement.
Being down after the silence, but that was one of the last ones. And 120 is distracting from his second base at the top, which of course will even the odds a little bit. It's quite an investment. 120 also in upkeep already. So there is potential for a comeback with one extraordinary fight.
He was supposed to get more kills of the previous fight, supposed to perhaps get more creeps. He was supposed to be level 5 by now, and that would have been such a strong position. Because of course this game there is no Banshees, but this game there is 1-0 in a very strong position with a bigger army, with slightly worse upgrades, but way better numbers.
Forced into a coil once again. DK at like 1/3. This is so much more healing for 1-0. Plus, of course, movement speed advantage. Let's not forget about that. He has double movement speed advantage, actually. Aiming for that DK. And there is no TP. Can he reach? Ooh, that escape on 24. 666 keeps him in the game. But again, no items will cost so much.
Yeah, these rings of protection have been amazing for the Death Knight, actually. Normally we don't talk about this much in Undead Mirror, because usually the Fiends get focused, but yeah, when the DK is up front, he oftentimes eats the Nova and the Focus Fire, and there the rings for 1-0 are coming in big. Happy would love to have some rings of his own, I guess. Maybe you could even make the argument that he got a few too many claws, not enough rings.
Don't tell Todd.
Now we got the Expo mining up top. Not yet fully saturated, but soon it will be. And I think Happy has no clue.
Yeah, this is not looking like it. Fiends are falling. It's a pretty straight up fight here. With all the advantages for 1-0. Super close to 5. Constant pressure on the heroes. Never forcing an issue, but always very respectable damage on the targets. One Fiend down here, but it's so narrow, man. If one coil is too late, a Fiend/hero falls. Is not allowed. These guys at peak performance.
I feel like Happy could have gotten 1 or 2 more kills here if he had committed more with the Lich. Maybe because he has no invul now anymore, he's a little hesitant. Sitting at 50 supply still. He has a decent army, but 1-0's army has become huge. That Expo is really paying off.
Especially now that it's saturated, or soon to be saturated. Heal scroll and invul. Lich close to level 5 finally, but this time that's also the case on 1-0. Still fighting for the turtle at the bottom right, the last big piece of XP and the last item on the map. But yeah, it is surely 1-0's game to lose.
Going for the hero focus here. No, never mind, there was a Fiend, excuse me. With the silence, getting the kill. That is Lich level 5 at last. Does seem a bit late though. Does seem a bit too late. Happy is building a bank, trying to fall back. This move speed aura has proven really, really good as well.
Yep. Alongside, for a long time, the Unholy Aura. Movement speed is a very, very important thing in Warcraft 3, especially in the hands of these two giants. And he's keeping Happy pinned. 1-0 is. There's no chance to move top. Happy is scouting now. He smells something's fishy here. You're not pushing really into my base. You're not going for the throat. What's happening? Well, that's a big problem soon.
Forces are under attack.
This looks like a checkmate position. What is Happy supposed to do here? If he leaves to go north, 1-0 could easily slaughter his acolytes, but there's no TP on 1-0, so I guess that's a bit dangerous. They might meet in the middle. Big supply lead for the Chinese player here.
Alrighty. 13 food, not as big as in game 1, and Happy was still able to turn it around. That was in his base though. Nuke on the DK. Happy playing a bit 1-0 style with the bait DK. Lich! Saved into an invul potion. Needs the coil, is off cooldown now. Must be applied almost immediately. Holds on to it for now as the statues are regenerating. Happy is in dire straits. He needs that kill, but the coil at the ready. We got lots and lots and lots of destroyers. The Fiend numbers are quickly dwindling.
He has the better levels here. He has the better supply. He has the better economy. This should be his game on paper. Can Happy somehow find a miracle? Going for the invul potion now on the Lich. That's going to be the last invul for the time being. Picks up the heal scroll as well. Going to be necessary momentarily. There it is. Destroyers are starting to take over in the air. With no badges to protect the Fiends, they quickly get taken out. Lich for 1-0. Very hurt as well. But that coil just saves him.
What about the other side though? There's nothing to save this DK. There was a town portal, but maybe that was too late. The coil through the forest, the Lich is falling as well, and we got a tight series between Happy and 1-0.
Yeah, crazy how just one backstab, one flank completely turned the tide of this game. In this matchup, it's so important to react quickly. If you don't do the proper spells and the proper target and the proper kiting for like 5 seconds, the fight might be already lost. The game might be already lost. That was the mistake here by Happy, going in a bit too hot-headed while 1-0 was setting up a beautiful counter. And also, invul potions. Happy needs to have an invul on the Lich. Not having one is, I think, clearly a mistake.
Oh man, what a series already. We're 2 maps in. Happy strikes first, 1-0 strikes back, and shows great comeback potential. It would have been very ironic if he loses that match because he didn't use the mana or sell the mana potion, but in the end, it didn't matter. The item drops didn't matter. Happy was plowing ahead, but the bigger the armies get, the less meaningful is the Lich right click, obviously, as it evens out a little bit, and that's when 1-0 took over when the armies got bigger, and then after that one fight, that expansion, good decision making. But yeah, in awe of that trap that he laid on the upper left, game deciding moment.
Really cool. Also something you can't really prepare for, you can't really practice for. That's something that happens in the moment, and you have to have the understanding and the star sense to go for that play, and he did. Ideally, Happy wants to have a destroyer ahead with flying vision to see what's going on, but here he was just thinking, he's creeping, I'm gonna jack him. He's creeping, I'm gonna jack him. But 1-0, using the opponent's mind against him. Really, really cool.
Interesting for me to see that 1-0 was down in upgrades, maybe a result of the early game where he lost a little more, but usually he's always ahead. So maybe we'll see if that has influence down the road. We got map 3. It's Tidehunters. Whoever wins this claims match points. Happy has lost the 1 undead mirror so far in this league. Will he lose 2? That would be pretty much unheard of, but he surely has the chance here. Let's go.
I always feel like on some maps, and that includes Tidehunters, fast expansion can be really good at undead mirror in the right scenario. Normally against Lich Ghouls, fast expo is a very dangerous proposition, as the opponent can be very aggressive. But 1-0, he oftentimes seems to allow, with his strategy, a fast expansion attempt. Players like Laby have tried to make use of this in the past, but Happy never seems to, or I should say, very rarely he does. I think in the B Cup, on Echo Isles, Happy played 1 expansion, right? But almost never.
That was the Echo Isle special, I'd say. He is more concerned of an expansion of the opponent. On 1-base, he probably sees himself ahead, if I can judge his character that way. So, yeah, I'd be very surprised if that's anything, but Lich Ghouls and DK Fiends and the openers are guaranteed. Here it is. I totally did not forget to fast forward. Echo Isles, any Undead Mirror specialties here?
Well, the fast expansion ease is something that comes to mind. It is also really good for Lich creeping. Lots of medium armor, lots of claws to pick up, many smaller camps close to each other. The turtles in the middle, especially. The green camp, the shop, and the other green camp, so easy to take with ghouls and skellies and try to stack up on items. And I guess that's what Happy's going to be trying to rely on as well. Again, early on, his creep speed advantage.
We got a couple of supporters here. Thank you, Hybrid Minds. Thank you, SNS. Thank you, Soul 8man, for the raid. And of course, Fishy, Acid, and Drewcon for the subs earlier. If you enjoy what you see, we had to pay for the broadcasting rights from our pocket. And if you want to help us compensate, check if you have a Prime sub available. Shout out to Shodan in the YouTube chat saying, I like that the YouTube URL has pork in it. It is very fitting, isn't it?
Hog day of Warcraft today, that's for sure. First creep camp also taken by 1-0. He went for the circlet. I like that. It's going to have great value over the course of this game. As Happy is going for early brawling, which can be a bit dangerous. In the sense that it means that you're not creeping in the meantime. And usually the Lich wants to creep quickly, get that level lead going. But Happy apparently is feeling in the mood for a fight right now. Gets the first kill, but also gonna lose a ghoul. Oh, speaking of ghouls, by the way.
Yeah, it's
Hold
ghouls.
the phone, mister.
I was about to say, like,
There's no fiends.
there is no fiends. He did build a graveyard. He had this, let's say, 1-0 fiends with 4 ghouls into fiends, but this was 5. And he lost 2.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. I don't really see why.
Yeah, he never normally does this. Maybe his thought is there are too many easy experience points available in the middle. I want to contest with ghouls. The contest didn't go that well, really. He brought some ghouls, but he lost them. And now Happy still has the dominant hand, and he's down 2 ghouls.
Players' forces
So,
are under attack.
And basically 2 fiends.
yeah. Yeah, it didn't work out. He was the way he was planning, I suppose.
We'll see. If there was a deeper strategic timing behind it, he'll probably explain it one day. We do get the fiend transition though, but Happy's map control is noticeable.
If he gets the natural creep here, that's going to get him close to 3 as well. Death Knight wants to harass right here, but he's lacking that level 2, Neo. He's lacking that level 2 real bad.
So
Steal here would be huge!
0.7 on the lich already. Once this ghoul, he is playing with a little more risk than he ideally wants, I think. This ghoul is safe. The camp is cleared. Finally, the first fiend arrives and maybe gets a ghoul of Happy. Good job, Skeletons.
DK now very close to the level 2, but he still needs a little bit more. And the Lich doing nothing spectacular, but honest work. Picking off a few skellies here and there, getting a few creeps here and there. Very close to his own level 3.
Ghoul's still alive. Second fiend is coming in. This is the firepower 1-0 usually has. This is tempting to aim for the ghoul in the back, but Happy moves them back. Back to the lumber mill. They go. And Tech is finishing at pretty much the same timing. This time, Happy is even ahead.
Yeah, that's wild. With the Dead Fiend build, normally you always expected to have the faster tech. Happy could now go and start his tier 3, and that he will. And so there's going to be no tech timing advantage for 1-0 this game. I wonder if Happy identifies this. If he realizes he is not behind in tech, maybe even ahead, that might allow for a different hero, and not a Dark Ranger, if you don't feel like you need a hero right away from the tavern. There has been a clear lack of Crypt Lord so far this game. I think there could be an opening to play some Crypt Lord here as a third hero.
Yeah, to echo that, 1-0 was the one who implemented Crypt Lord into this matchup as a third hero. Or Lich Invis. The plays by Happy, dude!
What's he gonna go for? DK or Creep?
He's going for the DK. Big Mana Potion. That means
Oh,
no survivability! He saves him, though!
He didn't really chase after him. Couldn't he have gotten that kill, maybe? Lich didn't really run after him, surprisingly. Sick Nova, though. With the Nova, he hit the DK and got the last hit.
Oh, sick. Okay, satisfied with that. Where was I? I was about to say 1-0 was implementing the Crypt Lord, but then Happy copied that style, and that made 1-0 move away from the Crypt Lord afterwards. Big Mana sold again. Wants to accelerate a little bit, but yeah, all timing windows are out the window.
Alright. 1-0 breathing a sigh of relief. If the DK goes down there, this game is probably over instantly. But with the DK alive, continuing to creep, working towards level 3, absolutely still a chance, especially if 1-0 keeps taking these good fights early on tier 3. I feel like Happy, so far in these first engagements on tier 3, has always gotten the shorter end of the stick. Also on the last map, remember how he lost a Fiend and 2 Ghouls right away when 1-0 fell back into that favorable position on LR.
Yeah, but that's kind of natural due to the build, right? 1-0 always has more Fiends for this first fight. That is, for some reason, still the case. It shouldn't really be. But then there is an opening once again. DK level 3 for 1-0. Nice. Boots of Keltalas for Happy. Not so nice. Hopefully he didn't use all his item luck on map 2.
It's the Dark Ranger confirmed, Neo. Quel'Thalas boots on the Dark Ranger are amazing. You're still sleeping on it.
You just have a weird Dark Ranger foot fetish.
Dude, main stat is main stat. It doesn't matter the hero. Main stat is main stat, bro.
Yeah, you want the strength on the DK?
Yeah, in this matchup for sure. We've been seeing how much damage he's been taking.
He got the rings again. I love that.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, that's actually quite the help. Rings and gauntlets makes him very tanky in the front line. Happy's DK naturally less tanky because he's the second, not the first hero, going to be a little bit lower level. And he's got no rings. But the gauntlets actually, those also do help. It's going to be... I was about to say another double Dark Ranger game, but there's no Dark Ranger yet for 1-2-0.
It kind of lines up with his timing of Autumn Leaves, right? He's moving to the middle now. Everything but a Dark Ranger would be quite a surprise. The solo level. Invo Potion. No Invo Potion.
Yeah, Invul unhappy. Maybe he identified that the last game, the Invul Potion situation was the problem, and this is something very relevant, of course, on this map. Only one shop. These Invuls are gonna be premium.
Oh, that's so close, man. He was just 7 seconds off, but Happy is forcing the issue, and the DK and the Dark Ranger were not part of the fight initially. Now they are, and this is 1-2-0's Destroyer timing against the Ghouls, falling one after the next. Coil would be ready to save the Fiend. Doesn't use it, saves it for maybe more important units here. That Fiend's that's still in the fight.
Having off both destroyers without getting mana from one of them. Silence on the heroes, quickly dispelled. The Lich 1-0 in trouble. Silence comes in, right clicks coming through. The Lich is going down. Huge kill for Happy to take the lead in this game. Ghouls have fallen, but kills have been found.
Oh man, and that Coil was so clutch, Jesus. Lich, of course, the big damage dealer. Little bit of luck, I guess, that the Lich didn't level up to 3. That would have been really expensive. What a silence by 1-2-0 by Happy, though. Really, really well done. We brawl, but how can you out-brawl Happy with the Lich, with Orb, with everything?
Player's forces are under attack.
Destroyer caught, looking for the kill with the web, but Happy is here to protect his unit. Destroyers were chasing a bit too far into 1-2-0's base. He could have dispelled that silence had he been there in position. Now the dust settles and the Lich is soon going to be back. 1-2-0 finds himself ahead in supply, so this might not be that big of a lead for Happy after all.
And Happy also has 0 Fiends left. Has to rebuild that. Big late game damage dealers. Now Happy is going for consumables on 1-2-0's side on the map. 1-2-0 goes to the lab, which Happy already took. Chance for Sobi, chance for more damage. Will he wait this out so the Lich gets level 3? It kind of feels likely.
The red camp item was a Book of the Dead, right?
Yep.
Okay, that got sold, was of no use. But this one certainly is. Big healing potion from the enemy turtle camp, really good. Happy gonna get big consumables here. And if he got the big mana potion, I hope he's not gonna sell it.
Probably not. Survivability, many good. Happy has a Watcher Ward on the left-hand side, so he sees if 1-2-0 is aiming to contest that. The only thing that he's contesting at the moment is the shop. Invo Potion number 2 goes to him, so we're at 1-1, and Remo the Prophet with the big Mana Potion for Happy, but also on the other side, red spot 1-2-0.
Potion?
Huh?
There's no big mana potion, is there?
Big Invo.
Oh, yeah, you said big mana.
Forces
No.
are under attack.
Yes.
Oh. Remo, you never listen to me.
There is video evidence, Theo. I wouldn't be...
It's AI manipulated.
Alright, just blame AI. Be like Twitter, Neo. Just blame AI.
Oh my god. No. We don't want that. And 1-2-0 doesn't want this creep check.
Oh, the red camp item is not picked up yet. One fiend about to fall. He gets it. What is it? I'm not seeing it.
Helm of Valor.
That is pretty poor, actually. But maybe he can get out without too many losses. Destroyers could be getting caught in the back pretty easy with the web. The Nova connects well. Heal scroll necessary against it. Happy now has to reposition. His own fiend's taking a lot of damage as well. And a bunch of destroyers are in the air. He's going to be running out of mana first. For Happy, it's looking good. He's got lots of juice still on the Death Knight. And potions, but he loses the Lich! Not fast enough with the Invuln! Perfect timing on the Nova. Oh, Happy! Giving perhaps this map away.
Am I watching Happy versus Laby, the rerun? This is exactly the time and place where he lost the map to the Korean. And now it's happening again. 2 destroyers, the web of a lifetime, and 1-2-0 is miles ahead. Plus the Sea Giant coming. Expo plays down on the back of this fight. 1-2-0 outmaneuvers Happy. And makes a little bit of a mistake with the rally point, so that's a free kill, but we ignore that.
Wants to punish the economy. There's no TP on 120, so this could be good damage done to the mining. But Lid's getting slowed, not getting in range for the Nova here for a while. And this is also lots of distraction away from the expansion. So this is, I think, almost good news for 120.
I feel like these late game expansions, that is a new element to 120's play that we haven't seen too often, and Happy still seems to need some time to process this. This is not what he practiced for, this is not what he anticipated. 120 with the strats, man. And of course, the glorious execution on top of things is in the lead, and he might get back-to-back map wins here against Happy.
And now it almost seems like a guarantee. That expansion is about to be ready. Acolytes already hustling over. Happy's getting caught with the destroyers.
Not good, dude. Not good. We're getting closer and closer to the victory. Fiends, of course. First target. Coil might save him. Has to take care of that web somehow. Again, moving away from Burrow after map 1. We're going closer and closer to Destroyer Wars. We're Happy. Lich again. Town Portal this time.
I think Happy is once again completely unaware of this expansion. He hasn't sent a scout out yet. Would be easy to do with skellies or ghouls. This game Happy is not struggling on the lumber. That's at least something, I guess. There's in fact an item up there. Ring for the Death Knight is pretty good. The 120 is now going to be pulling ahead little by little. Going to go into upkeep as Happy is trying to pivot into gargoyles, which has always been a difficult counter to Destroyers. Because, of course, there's Nova on the other side.
There's Nova, Dark Ranger, good damage with these items. Web is a thing, even though you need it against Destros most likely. This will free the sky a little bit. But 120, similar to Last Refuge, only has to play the passive part, kills the scout, gets level 4. What a nice, important moment here. Plus another camp. Man, I'm so excited I got a hiccup. The fuck is this
120 is
Warlock
getting
doing?
excited as well. He's got his Ziggurats finishing at the expansion. If he sets up 2 towers here, that would be absolutely enormous for the defense. He's got enough resources, going for a Nerf first. Happy knows there's no time like the present.
Ooh, here is the push. Happy knows. Fiend safe to the side. There is a little bit of a supply lead. Of course, 120's reinforcements will come in faster, but the start to the fight is great for Happy.
Lots of skellies on the ground for a little bit for 120. For Happy, excuse me. 120 has to dispel them, and now they are gone.
Lich.
Lich in trouble here as well on both sides. Invuln forced. Happy has more mana on the first hero, but nothing left on the DK. Invuln, 7 seconds. But that is going to be running out quick.
We need to hold on 120's side. Coil ready. We fight in tower range. Happy's Destroyer again disappearing quickly despite the gargoyles. He can't move in too far with that Lich. You can never be slowed down. Happy, you started well, but the home turf advantage is too much. 120 back to back. Happy is in the process of losing 2 undead mirrors in a row.
It does seem to be his struggle matchup at the moment. And this game, it looked good for him. It seems like whoever has the lead after the first 10 minutes seems to lose the game. This happened on every single map so far. And here it was one button click that might have turned this game around, right? If he just uses that Invo Potion, he turns that fight, saves the hero, uses the coil, return Nova, gets the kill instead. He started off the fight already with more kills against the Fiends, but just a split second missing there.
Let's be honest, an unforgivable and uncharacteristic mistake. Being a second too late there with the potion. And if you don't hit that button, you deserve the loss. Very, very interesting. I would love to see a side-by-side fight comparison of Happy vs. Laby and Happy vs. 120. Fell for it again, even though the moss-covered granite column was not involved this time. Still a graveyard for Happy's army, and 120 on 2 match points.
All right. Happy looking towards his second loss of the season, and Laby rubbing his hands together right now. If Happy loses here and perhaps only gets 1 point, this would open the door wide for Labyrinth to take first place in this season, in this group stage, I should say. Of course, the playoffs are yet to come, and this is when the true final standings are going to be determined. Happy, after today, we'll have to face Lynn and Fortitude. Those are going to be sick matches as well. While for Labyrinth, I keep forgetting. Yeah, he's facing Life.
Yep. Want to point out there, Happy has now lost 8 maps in this tournament. 5 of them against Undead.
Yeah, and also, oh, my game crashed. And also seems to be doing the worst by far at the moment against 1-0 compared to the months previous, right? From January up until recently, he was mopping the floor with 1-0, but something seems to have changed recently.
And the switch was noticeable in B Cup already. Shout out to Chechi saying 1-0, watch the replays. Happy fake built an Acolyte to signal an expansion, and that forced 1-0 into the 5 ghouls and the harass.
Oh, nice. Good catch.
Yep. Man, this Chechi guy is actually useful sometimes.
Well, if you're going for a fake expansion and it doesn't work, how about you go for a real expansion? And maybe that does work. I would love to see some more Fast Expo being explored in this matchup, but I'm not sure that today is the day. I am sure, though, that we have map 4 now coming up next. Springtime could be our last map already.
Match points, guys. Match points. M Doves, thank you for the sub for 8 months. Much love. Springtime it is. Happy in the red. 1-0 with match points. 2 match points in the blue. Can he close it out right here? Springtime, very positional. This will be more than the other maps, I guess, about creeping and spots. There's so many good ones. Different creep routes as well. Very curious how they approach this, and 1-0, I think, already in his comfort zone. Going into Fiends faster than last game.
Happy bringing 4 ghouls over. Oh, this might be level 1 base attack.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, no creeping. Risky business. 1-0 is pretty good against this.
He's going for the green, though. Narrow tower is coming up. That's a huge defensive help, obviously. If Happy doesn't attack right now with his 4 ghouls, then why bring out 4 ghouls? Because this costs him a lot of lumber.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of evens out to a degree with the forward narrow tower. Nice of 1-0 to anticipate that, by the way. That an attack is coming. Or was supposed to come, I guess. It's, not a good sign for all the Happy fans out there.
Yeah, you can do this exact same play with just 3 ghouls and just stack a lot faster. So that's why I feel like this doesn't really make sense. The Yoda narrow tower, I think, is something that 1-0 goes down, goes for every time. It can slow down your tech a little bit, but it's just so much security that it's hard to give up. And so far the DK is keeping up very well in creep speed with the Lich, but now from 2 to 3 is where the Lich can have the big upper hand with all these ghouls that he's working with.
Oh well, Nova on the DK, circle it for 1-0, a little bit of a mental defeat for Happy. We all know that he likes to cosplay as a princess, especially on the Lich, but he got the claw to make up for the damage, he got the gauntlets to make up for the HP, and this is the big attack that Happy wanted all along.
We have a backup Acolyte here, by the way, so this means Happy needs to get at least 2 Acolyte kills to make this worth it. 1-0 seems to be in a good position to defend, though. Ghouls are involved, Skellies have been summoned. The Lich, if he gets surrounded, this could be terrible news for Happy, but pulling back with the Lich, and now quick micro reaction necessary for 1-0.
Really remarkable how quickly he identified the play, similar to how he build ordered Starbuck a little bit, who went for the Pally Rifle here. Ghoul going down, still troublesome, but so far all 6 Acolytes alive.
No mana available for Nova anymore. It is a lot of lost mining time, but it seems like enough Acolytes should be surviving this. Happy so far hasn't lost much either, though, so this is significant to keep in mind. Not sure if he lost a Ghoul yet, but he's about to.
One Acolyte down. Everything from here on out hurts, but the tech is done too. This will cost. We take a look at the gold and compare this a little bit. One Ghoul still remaining, but will be cleaned up. Barely below 10,000. That's a 300 gold difference. That's basically a tech.
Yeah, 2 for 2 ghouls, so kind of even there. You could even make the argument that Wanted needs to remake those ghouls more urgently because he needs that lumber. So now the tech starts. What is the difference going to be looking like in the end? Tech has begun, but for the Lich, Wanted still has to wait a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say it's still a solid outcome for Happy, as 120 is so tech dependent. Throwing him down in that regard without feeding that DK up to 3 is nice. Of course, he takes a penalty on his Lich progress, and then we'll see if that has a ripple effect down the road as level 3 is still delayed. Items again, great. 120 looking for these Watch Awards the second time already and finds them.
About to hit level 3, about to get the consumable here as well. I don't hate this position for 120. Slaughterhouse and then Necropolis. Oh, because he's so low lumber. 120's Lich, though, is really late this game. That is definitely a little wrinkle in his game plan.
Exactly. Lich will get level 3 for Happy. Since he's low on lumber, Destroyers might also be delayed. But this is not a game that you can just carbon copy onto anything else. The timings are all out the window for both players.
Interesting game state for sure. Once there's gonna get the next consumable. Big heal potion here picked up. Purchases another circlet. So this Lich of his is gonna be enjoying some good inventory right out the gate.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, don't want to get those fiends caught right now. 120 needs to be careful. Ooh, thankfully that ensnare only lands with the Skelly.
Exactly. That's of course a little bit of XP, but doesn't really matter. Lich out for 120 in a second. The tech lead is big. Happy
Here's a
has...
sentry. Behind the cliff. Yo. Both ready with the Coil Nova.
120 got it, right?
Yep.
Oh my. The Pork plays, man, with the Sentry Ward. If you didn't see that
Happy
coming.
mistimes the Coil Nova. Since when does that happen?
I tell you, man, it's rare. He's a bit shaky. And this is Rune Bracers, kinda nice. Return Nova on simply the Furborg, but it affects ghouls and it affects skeletons. So 120, despite taking a little, I don't know, not a beating, like a little dent in the tech, he's up ahead once again. He is in his comfort zone now once this Destroyer upgrade is finished.
Happy's very underleveled on the DK. He's level 2 at least. Losing another Ghoul. The coil is too late. This is looking very bad for Happy right now.
Yeah, Happy needs to turn around similar to Autumn Leaves. Like, he's still got time. Money was an issue, actually. Wait, where's the Destroyer upgrade? It's still not coming. This time, preferring Dark Ranger. And Happy with the Crypt Lord.
This map, which is rather small with not that many creeps, going Crypt Lord here seems a bit unusual. But I guess it's time to try something else.
Chat is saying Happy is blue. No, chat, I checked now 4 times. Because I wasn't sure myself. Blue is orange, which is a weird thing to say, but orange is 120. It is what it is. Thank you, old mate dad. Nice to see you streaming as well, mate.
It is what it is, Neo. And right now, it is looking very good for 120.
Still has to close it out, though. Happy isn't dead before he's really dead.
White words.
Right? I'm here for the wisdom.
120 looking for the next creep jack. Happy can still not fight.
Devotion, nice. Level 2 online. Destroyer upgrade. We look at the Blizzard UI. 15 seconds.
Happy clearly behind there. Happy has lots of gold though. Certainly gonna need orb and ritual rod of necromancy. There goes the gold. Happy has no invo potions, by the way. That's a bit scary. Pendant for the Crypt Lord is really good.
It's an extra impale. Love to see it from Happy's side. Plus the rune braces against the nuke on the DK here. And the devotion. These items are really good. But items aren't everything. Destroyer's ready.
Heroes stacked up for the triple silence, by the way. Impale versus silence. And again, 1-0 gets the last hit.
So sick, this silence. You were spot on. Everything clumped. Invite for the silence. 1.9 on the Dark Ranger. Black Arrow enabled.
Happy has lots of items, though. He got oftentimes the experience taken away, but the items pretty much all landed on him. And Red Cap is coming up next.
Risky with the Magnetor throwing the snowballs.
Destroyer morphs here. Could be huge as well. Impale, Nova, Silence, every ability. Very important. First Nova gets countered by the coil though, and the Nova hits the ghouls. That's a lot of damage. Silence being used. Happy has a Destroyer to look for the Dispel. Impale hitting the entire army. Very well done. That's 2 Fiend kills from 1 Impale.
Oh man, and that DK is also in a very precarious situation. Gotta coil out, but how do you heal yourself? You got that potion still. 1-0, you gotta show your Fiend micro prowess here to survive the fight.
Over for the next kill. Coil couldn't quite come in time. Death Knight very low HP. Almost around there against the trees. He's got the heal potion, and that was much needed. Still a bunch of mana left over on the Death Knight for 1-0. Happy seems to be taking this fight by storm. The Crypt Lord impact is huge. Still 2 more Impales. Is this game again turning around after one player got a lead? This has been happening this whole series.
This is not what we've seen before, man. 1-0's timing didn't work anymore. We're still fighting for the creeps here, for the levels. And this time, it was Happy getting the tracker. Pressure on the DK once again. Web on the Destroyer once again. Level 4 on the DK, not that meaningfully. Used the coil on the Fiend to save that one. Happy almost saving the Fiend to the side. 1-0, losing another damage dealer here. 43 food only, but the coil to the rescue. But how do you save the Destroyer now?
Destroyer falls. Crypt Lord level 2. Not a super significant level up, but it's more stats. That's pretty good. And still, 3 more Impales on the Crypt Lord. Holding on to that mana.
Yeah, really strong. There's not too many targets to hit anymore. Only 2 Fiends remaining. Happy seemed to have countered 1-0. Or did 1-0 counter 1-0? That red spot seemed, at the very least, ambitious.
Yeah, the lead definitely seems to be gone now. And of course, the big upside of Crypt Lord is he doesn't get countered by Destroyers. That's the problem for the Dark Ranger. She's really good out the box when she comes out on level 1, whether you go Silence or Black Arrow. Mostly it's Silence in this matchup, of course, to look for kills. But the longer the game goes, the more Destroyers that there are, the more Dispel that is available, the more the Dark Ranger falls off. Late game is on Happy's side here.
Impale, of course, doesn't affect any air units anyway, but the Crypt Lord is still very tanky. Can absorb some Coil Nova way easier than the Dark Ranger would. Doesn't provide you with skeletons, doesn't have that synergy to fuel the Lich. Speaking of Lich, very underleveled. Happy is 4-3-3, 1-0 is 4-2-2. He needs another creep spot.
Many items for Happy, by the way. Lich is carrying 6, DK is carrying 6. I would give over that Helm of Valor to the Crypt Lord. He's going to be a sick tank at the front line. And good damage dealer. Sometimes something that people sleep on, but Crypt Lord has good right click, good attack speed, good damage.
Right on. Maybe valuing the survivability on the DK a little bit more. Let's go, everybody. This might be the final dance for 1-0 on map 4. Happy about to defend the first match point of the game if 1-0 doesn't create a miracle here.
Raining out Fiends early on. There's a denied. Running the experience at least right there. Here comes the Impale, stunning much of the undead army of 1-0. The Nova follow-up is so easy to get kills here for Happy as it seems. And the Dark Ranger doesn't even have mana for the Silence. What's she really doing right now? She's supposed to create skeletons. Death Knight in trouble as well. If there's an Impale, this DK would be dead. Turning around for a moment. Don't do that, 1-0. You gotta keep running. And he gets away because there was no more mana. The Lich trying to get away as well. Getting blocked by the DK. Happy can smell the victory. But the Lich also just getting away.
Same as the Fiend here, I guess. We got the mana now. Lich is back in fighting shape. Destroyer morph to save him for now. He needs a fan of coils to save this fight.
Good saves by 1-2-0, dude. So many hurt units here. In the end, it's Happy the one losing a Destroyer as the supply is still even. But yeah, indeed. 1-2-0 needs a lot of healing. Where that statue at?
Where that statue at? It's coming now, and it's a long time. Gets another Fiend with the... Oh, doesn't get another Fiend with the Death Show. Is chasing still. But Happy is a bit hesitant to push further forward. Destroyer not part of the fight here. Same for the Fiend, of course. A little miracle that 1-2-0 is alive 15 minutes in.
Still some creeps on the map. Most importantly, of course, the red camp. Is Happy gonna try to contest? It seems like he should. He has been owning these last couple of fights. Finds himself a little bit low on mana right now, but of course the statue is working on it. Yeah, Happy's bringing some ghouls as well. He knows this red camp is now the most important thing in the game.
Plus he got an Invo Potion, plus he got a safety town portal, and again we meet each other at the red with the Magnetor. Okay, that's some extra experience free for Happy. Knows that this will all take a lot of time. Do we have enough mana for this fight? Lich in trouble on both sides! Evaporates into some ice splinters. Happy is not gonna fall 3-1 as he did against Laby. No, he brings us to game 5.
That got real close though, Neo. That was a huge lead for 1-0. Terrific early game. Little bit of a gamble by Happy early on, going for the base attack, which didn't exactly work out too well. He did some damage, but not much, honestly. And the biggest problem, I think, was his DK ended up being late, and he couldn't creep the DK for a long time. But then came the second gamble, Crypt Lord. Not a typical Crypt Lord map, but he was hoping for the Impales to have big impact, and indeed, they did. And that Crypt Lord turned around the game because his might cannot be matched.
His might cannot be matched, indeed. I think that was a very smart game plan by Happy. Everybody knows how timing dependent 1-2-0 is. He is sacrificing a bit of his timing to take away from the opponent's timing, and that hurts 1-2-0 infinitely more than himself. And then, as you mentioned, the Crypt Lord, what a nice addition this is. If you don't have to brawl in the middle of the map immediately, he's coming in, he brings the orb, he had nice equipment, the impale, like he's the first impale, 2 fiend kills, boom, right off the bat. Well done, super high impact. And now game 5, man. 1-0, of course, with a little bit of an advantage that it's his map pick. So the map should suit his playstyle a little bit better than Happy's playstyle. But what does it all matter, man? Maybe the game plan should be give up the early game. Don't grab a lead, as it all turns around all the time here.
Yeah, seriously. All 4 maps, the player who got the lead after the first couple of minutes ended up losing. I guess that goes to show also how on the edge this matchup can be. I think LR was the best example. If you don't pay attention for 5 seconds and you get caught by a flank, you can be dead instantly. And that's what happened there. That's what seemed to happen often. A symphony of skills being used perfectly can turn the fight, can turn the game. And it's been the barn burner that we were hoping for. These two so often provide such close games. Map 5 Decider, Northern Isles. Let's get into it.
A symphony of skills. What a wonderful expression, Mr. Remo Demo. Of course, only in Undead Mirror.
Because we're the best. We're just the best. What can we say?
We are. The best players, the best casters, the best balance. We got it all.
The best heroes. You can play every single one of them as a first hero. Even the Dreadlord sometimes. Are we going to stick with these same first heroes? I would imagine so. It is, after all, what they've been practicing for a long time. 1-0, so good with the Tet Fiend build. Happy, so good with the Lich Ghouls. And I think that's what we're getting again.
Hype, man. Hyped for this. Will it be the same story as it was in B Cup? 1-0 playing a phenomenal series, but Happy plays a slightly better one? Or can 1-0 edge out the victory? Group stage-wise, 40, of course, as you said as well, rubbing his hands. Laby maybe as well, being able to create a little bit more distance, and 40 being able to catch up. 1-0 is also fighting for every single point there is to surpass Kaho. If 1-0 wins this upcoming map, he is ahead of Kaho, ahead of his last game of the regular season, and would guarantee rank 5.
1-0 versus Sock is going to be his last game of the season. Looking forward to that one as well. As long as Sock hopefully doesn't play Pally Rifles.
And this matchup, I think Starbuck made a good case that it's dead. We end up on Northern Isles, which is the undead playground. This will be a lot about shop control and maybe also marketplace control. Stacking up the heroes early will be part of the game. And we have some mantles there, claws, circlets, all up for grabs.
1-0 is not creeping on his side, by the way. Not going for those claws of attack early. He's trying to take camps away from Happy. That's pretty cool. This also means creeping these is a bit tougher. It's going to take perhaps a little bit more damage. Has to invest some good mana here early. Oh, Happy sees it with the Skelly. Could try to go over there with the Lich to try to punish. Finish the first camp and only got a ring so far.
I think it's a bit too late, to be honest, to get anything done here. Yo, thank you, Wonder Brown. Your beautiful Pally Rifles. Yeah. Play, I don't know, monks and spear people in Age of Empires. 1-0 with the clean creep, 1.6 reju potion up. Always helpful when you're up against the range attacks of a Lich. And I'd say from this early 1 minute, a little bit of an advantage 1-0.
Fall back to his side now, creep up a little bit more, get that quick level 2. I would love to see Happy here trying to creep heavily, get that level 3 fast. On this map, like right here at the lab, you can get big experience very fast if you're left alone. And indeed, right now Happy is left alone. From this camp, though, he's unlikely to get a great item. Usually from this camp, there's more defensive items dropping. Ring, Talisman Evasion, parry up, all that. Only a small chance of the claws +8.
Yep. Rings, not too bad though. He got one already. 1-0 jumping from green to green as his firepower is of course limited early on. He got the Talisman of Evasion. Not that great, I'd argue, but a lot of gold. And you can put it to the pawn shop that is the marketplace. Tech-wise, everything as expected. 1-0 slightly ahead. Happy's graveyard seems a bit off. Ah, no, it's actually perfect.
Trying to snipe the item at the Magi. If 1-0 sees this. But did he see the Lich passing by? He barely didn't.
Oh, that's
a bit of a shame, dude.
He did.
Here.
But it's too late. And now Lich is level 3. Can he grab Ghouls?
Claws +8, by the way. Ghoul kill. Found, but denied.
The Reju Potion will have a nice ring soon once the Lich is gone. Happy stalling a little bit. Yeah, that level 3 is of course the most oppressive you can be at this stage of the game. 1-0 producing his own Lich, producing his own tier 3, and once again we count the seconds how far the Chinese is ahead.
Resources now available for Happy. There it is. Tech begins. 20 seconds roughly of a lead.
Boots on the Lich, of
Happy.
course.
Again, stacking up heavy on items. This ended up making a big difference on Springtime, right? He lost a bunch of blast hits, but got tons of items from the center, from the outskirts. Looking for the next one here at the natural, and that is Periapt. Not the best, really, but could still be more gold. Could also still be better items if he sells them at the marketplace that you mentioned earlier.
Claws +5, of course. Stack that damage. He respects the HP value against the opposite nuke. And we fight in the middle. Nobody's really close to tier 3, but the unique spots at Merchant, at Marketplace, very, very juicy.
Yeah, normally when players pick this map, they have these center camps in mind, and they feel like with a good power spike timing, they can grab at least one, maybe even both camps for themselves. 1-0 trying to do that right now with his Fiends out on the map, but it's only 2 Fiends. It's not like he is so strong at the moment, and Happy's looking to contest.
And of course the stronger Nova again on the DK. Nothing to save him here. He's diving deep, waiting for the next Nova. Ready in 3. Can he create a lot of distance? He can, and with that the creep spot conquered by Happy.
1-0 doesn't want to give it up yet. Statue arriving for him pretty soon. This is going to be a huge help. Coil Nova, though, gets the last hit, and that is Quel'Thala's boots. That is once again pointing towards the Dark Ranger third.
If you get a Crypt Lord, that is of course very useless. Lots of lost time for 1-0, but oftentimes he can make up for that XP difference with the first fight of the game. We have tier 3 now. Nova aggressively used on the DK. Get out of my middle. Oh, Nova on the DK!
What?
Town Portal used. Oh, bad. A little bit careless 1-0 here. Giving up on Tavern control. That delays the Dark Ranger as well.
If Happy could get the other item on the other side, that would be absolutely perfect. He's shuffling around the Rod of Necromancy right now. He's pretty hurt himself, though. Might be a bit of a risk trying to go for the Warlord, because 1-0 is coming right back.
Game on a knife's edge. Pulling the next camp. This time to Happy. We got the first orb up, of course, courtesy for 1-0. Destroyer upgrade started. We take a look. 40 seconds. And then we have the resources for the Dark Ranger, and then 1-0's tier 3 is online.
Okay, very humbly, just looking for his level 2 right here. Big item for 1-0. Lots of great finds here available. Even the Wanderer's Wind can be good in the right situation. Picks up a mantle as well, trying to pimp up his Lich. Right now he's living in the shadow of Happy's stronger Lich. And the item is on the ground. Heal wards. Not that good in Undead Mirror, actually. Gonna be sold.
Okay. Even with the 2 hurt heroes here, Statue's scouting a little bit. You know, you're nowhere on the map. All right. Yeah, Happy is going to the left-hand side, opening up the bottom a little bit for 1-0. More claws, and then super close to the red spot, of course. Happy sticks with the Crypt Lord.
Yeah, I thought with the Quel'Thalas he might have been inspired to go Dark Ranger, but I guess not. Trusts again in the man, or the bug, whose might cannot be matched. And there's still a couple of camps up here available. Cryptlord only reveals his full potential on level 3. Might be hard to reach this game, though.
Apparently, stream is F. I have no dropped frames here at all. Let's go down to like 0 speed and then sync up again later until we're back. I'm at 9:19 right now.
Yeah.
Chat, we're back. And back. Okay, okay. Back. All right. Remo, we got a sync. I'm back to normal speed. 9:23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 43.
Alright, red camps have just been taken, and Happy got the most desired undead item on the map. It is the Kaga's Pipe of Insight.
Oh my god, that's crazy! So much regen.
1-0. Sending out the Acolyte. These surprise expansions have been making Happy's life hell. And I wonder if he's going to check it this time.
He's so far away from it. Hard to see what Happy's been sending out on this map because of the blue color on ice terrain. But so far, he has no clue, it seems. Oh, this is so hard to predict, though.
If Happy wanted to, he could just go for his own expansion. Oh, he's not aware. And I don't think he's thinking about it.
That is such a game-winning curveball. Holy. 3/3/3 heroes. Definitely better for 1-0. He also got the heal potion here. It's very nice. Happy is scouting for... I think it was a scout by Happy, right? At the top. Looking for an expansion, but wrong time, wrong place.
Setting the Scroll of the Beast? No, he is. Okay, there's a lull in the action right now. This is where suddenly you think about, hey, maybe I should be scouting the corners. Perhaps. Ghoul? Is he gonna get sent out? Oh, dude, this is such a big deal. Is he gonna check the corner or not?
Did the Acolyte see that the Ghoul was running right-hand side? Looks like it. 1-0 immediately going right-hand side. We got 25 seconds, and then the building is up.
Happy sees it. Should pull the Ghoul back if he wants to save it. I guess it's too late now. And 1-0 already in upkeep.
Heal scroll on him. Heal scroll and invuln for Happy. Upgrades 1-1. Oh, 1-0 on both sides. And Happy following into upkeep immediately. So far, this expansion didn't pay off. Happy has to conquer the bottom right.
Does have an Acolyte here at the gold mine. In theory, he could go for his own Haunted, but that would probably just take too long. Happy forced to go all in, with the Scout being late.
And Crypt Lord not level 3. No way to get there before the fight.
Got some Wand of Illusions in. Might make things a bit confusing. Well, he figured out who the real one is. In we go with the Impale. The first Impale Nova is supposed to find kills. But the Fiend survives with the Coil coming in right away. And a heal scroll.
So close! Again, heal scroll used as you say. Fiend still falling. One of the kills on 1-2-0, of course, aiming for the Ghouls. Destro falling. Happy now level 3.
Level 2 Impale here doing a good job. Happy gets level 4 on his Lich, but of course cannot use the Dark Minions from a Dark Ranger. More Fiends are falling. Goes for both players. Going for the hero kill here, trying to take out the Dark Ranger, and with the Impale double hit on the heroes, the Dark Ranger is dead, but Happy's DK is super hurt.
And he has no TP, of course. Can't get out there. Lich on the other side. Clutch Coil gets it over. Lich in trouble. DK in trouble. Game on the line. Info potion pass. What about that Lich? Got a heal potion here. Crazy hero action. Nova on the DK trying to force him out. There's soon to be an Impale. But what about that Lich? Gets Nova once again. Game on a Knife's Edge.
They're now chasing after the heroes. Happy has so much more mana thanks to that item, but has to be very careful with the positioning. DK, by the way, far forward. Bold play. Next Impale is going to be ready very soon.
Ooh, long distance coil on both sides. Repositioning here. 1-0 has to keep his macro up. Where are the units? We need reinforcements. He's floating 560 gold. That's a bit too much. Maybe Happy catching destroyers. Might be able to take them out. 5 food gone. We're even.
About to level 4. With that, he's also going to get more HP, but the Death Knight is still very much in the red. Maybe he wants to get onto Blight for some more healing. Statue is still there. This statue for Happy right now, so important. Acolytes going off the line. Expansion not paying off anymore for the time being.
1-0 still had some resources floating. This is level 4 though, as you mentioned. Dark Ranger, we still have to wait 50 seconds for the Dark Ranger. I don't know if 1-0 can recover.
If he kills the Death Knight, he should win this game. Can he find that kill though? He's working with only 2 heroes versus 3. We got 2 Impales again.
Yeah, and the only crowd control is unhappy with the Impale. Going for the Lich, far away. No silence on the other side. Coil perfect. Going for the DK now. No potion, as you mentioned. Another Fiend falling. The webs by Happy are clutch. Dark Ranger still 12 seconds. It needs to be a DK kill. Death Pact!
With the Death Pact, he survived, and he's going for the return.
Onto the Lich we go, and that's nuked. Oh, 1-0, blowing a lead against Happy, similar to B-Cup, 3-2. The clutch Death Pact play. He saw this Hail Mary coming, and we got the undead triangle. Laby beats Happy, Happy beats 1-0, 1-0 beats Laby. These undeads, man, on a crazy level. What a series, and Happy prevails.
Ooh, sick back and forth, very entertaining. Best of 5 between these two. That's the way we know them to play. And we were hoping for them to perform. And I guess map 5 was the only map where the player with the lead didn't give it away. Although once the expansion was up, you could argue 1-0 had the lead, but that was pretty late into the game. 1-0 with those sneaky expansions, dude. That almost was part of winning him the series today, but not quite. It is Happy with the win. with the 4 points, 120 with 2 points today. So with that, we have almost his final standing. Right now, he is at 48 points with 1 match still to come against Sock.
Right on, where he might even be the underdog, given that his matchup there isn't too crazy. Bit of a chance for Sock to catch up. But yeah, the ranks are more and more decided here, with more and more people finishing their seasons. Happy is now at the same points as Laby. More efficiency though, because he has 1 more game to do. Laby will play his last match tonight. And Happy still has to play Lynn. And this will then be... Wait, it's not going to be his last, right? He has to play Lynn and 40. So couple of maps to lose, especially if Lynn finds his footing. If Laby wins high, he still has a chance of getting rank 1. But of course, Fortitude also waiting in the wings. The player who has to do 3 more games here. Also still in competition for the grand final that is awarded to the winner of the regular season. Super close. We sort by points real quick. We see 120 needs 1 point to surpass Kaho because he won the direct encounter. Will probably be relegated by Fortitude. Infi and Colorful, they have their seasons done, so they can't surpass 120 anymore. 120 will finish guaranteed top 5.
Yeah, and very likely top 4, right? He just needs 1 point against Sock.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good run for 120 for sure. Happy and Laby at the top. It's Fortitude who could still make a sick run. Could possibly still get first place if he does now very well in his remaining games, and especially beats Happy in their blockbuster match that is coming up in these next 3 days.
Exactly. Coming up now is the best human versus orc in the world. 2 of the top 3 going into this tournament. Everybody expected both players in the top 3. One of them has delivered. One of them has drastically underperformed. It is an absolute classic. It's a tier 1 tournament grand final. Fortitude versus Lynn coming up. 40 goes into this as the big favorite. He has broken his Lynn curse that spanned over more than 10 years. And Lynn is not in the greatest shape. But for the Lynn fans out there, there is hope. Yesterday, same matchup versus Sock. 3-2 win. And finally, that losing streak was broken. Fly. What can we say about this match? When Fly absolutely decimated Lynn, but he found his footing again. And hopefully with new momentum comes a new shape for the War Chief.
Yeah, yesterday Lynn finally indeed was able to break that devastating loss streak, but it wasn't very convincing. It wasn't with flying colors. It was not the way that normally we see him manhandle Sock. It was a close call, dude. We went all 5 maps. Last map was Hammerfall with pally rifles, and he went for a greedy tiny Great Hall on tier 3, and that almost backfired. It almost shot him in the foot and ended up costing him the game, but he held on, kited well, and was able to stay alive long enough for that expansion to win him the game with those resources trickling in over time with the help of the torrents. But point is, it was very close, when in the past, it almost never was close between those guys.
Yeah, Lynn was really dominant, but Fortitude has, as he oftentimes does, when he's struggling with the matchup, grind matches, finding solutions. And this is what he did. And then at the end of last year, finally defeated Lynn. And from there on out, it's more or less 50-50, with now Lynn being in a slump, of course. Don't Force Me Cup was the 4-3 for Lynn. Then the revenge was Fortitude. He's coming into this with a lot of momentum. Also at WSB, these seem to be Fortitude series right now. But also 40 wasn't without flaws. He's not the big dominator that Happy is, who's oftentimes winning series 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. He's losing maps here left and right, especially the second one in a series. Oftentimes needs some time to find his footing and his perfect execution. I don't think against Lynn you can be asleep early in a best of 5.
Yeah, yesterday we saw a very puzzling Fortitude, right? In the first 2 maps by Colorful, he got pretty much destroyed, fell far behind, 0-2, and we thought, oh man, this might be the win streak finally breaking, but then on map 3, everything turned around. Lynn, excuse me, 40, found his confidence again, and all of a sudden played like a way different player. Today, it's going to be his intention to start better into the series, better into the day. Hopefully he got some training games in. Fortitude, a busy man, doesn't always have that luxury. Thank you, by the way, Crazy with the resub and Big Noddle with the resub. He says, let's go, Lynn. One of the Orc fanboys out there. The Orc fanboys have been experiencing some hope again. It was almost insane to see Lynn's recent record before yesterday. 4 losses in a row. And not just against the cream of the crop, but also against Starbuck and Colorful. And, well, Kao is looking really strong. No offense to these guys, but Lynn, he seemed like a different man in these games.
Right on. There seemed to be oh, no delay. Game has started. We left off on Northern Isles and we start things on Northern Isles. Before we go into this, little shout out to our sponsor of the month, that is Rogue Energy. Having it by my side with the sweet, sweet cherry flavor keeps me energized. Even after this one best of 5, I just want more because I'm so thrilled. Later, a little bit of a chill formula to calm myself down so I can sleep. RogueEnergy.com, many different flavors. You can't decide which one is the best. Go for the trial packages that offer you a little bit of everything. And a nice little shaker, maybe in the Back to Warcraft colors, looking very good. Black and gold, always sweet. And then once you have decided, many different deals. And speaking of deals, it feels like the entire world these days is talking about deals. 20% off with the coupon code, the anti-tariff, here at Rogue Energy with just 3 letters. It's super easy and super tasty. Makes your water better, pumps you up for the entire day, calms you down when you need it in the evening hours, and supports the channel. You could support us already by hitting the link, !Rogue. Every link signals this beautiful company that you come from us and that it's working, what they are doing here, and that they should maybe continue it for September. Rogue Energy. Shout out.
Oh yeah, big thanks to Rogue Energy, keeping us all energized. Hopefully our 2 players here are heading into this match fully aware and in possession of their faculties. We're going to start things off on Northern Isles, where we just ended. And right out with a bang, Fortitude with the paddy rifles. And I gotta get some water. Be right back.
Water for the rogue, of course. We get up to snuff here. This has oftentimes been a paddy rifle play. This has oftentimes been Tauren territory. And to counter the Tauren, there's no better unit than the Griffins that you can then play as the human player. Man, this keeps me pumped. Does Lynn have new ideas, different approaches in their show matches? It was all incredibly close. 12 Griffins is something we have seen on this map, but also Lynn there found answers. These show matches were absolute bangers. It seemed like in the end, where we see that 4-1, Lynn ran a little bit out of speed, but overall, nothing but great gamers and games and fights.
A player's forces are
Thank you, the Light of the Faith, the Supreme Duo, worth my
euro. Every day, here to stay.
Exactly, we got text-to-speech, I kind of forgot. So it is, as so often, the Farseer harass and snare on the rifle. Whoopsie! Triggers the first Holy Light right away. We're gonna be at live speed in the beginning. The early games, of course, always rather slow, as you have to play as defensive as possible. Lynn's goal, trigger Holy Lights, trigger Militia to slow the tier 2 down and then get the tier 3 advantage. Headhunters will gather. That is the wrong color combination. There we go. Lynn has had some extraordinary games where he could kill farms, where he could kill blacksmiths. The answer for 40 against Lynn's pressure in the very beginning was oftentimes a 4 rifle tech. We don't see that here. It's still 4 rifles now, but the tech has been started earlier. So Fortitude signaling confidence to me. Doesn't need that 4th rifle. I can deal with you. I'm better than you. and then show me what you got in the late game. Lynn working on that 1-0 attack upgrade. There's barely any damage here, but also like this is a very, very stalemate situation on both sides, and so we start to attack buildings. Also 40 is going for the 1-0. It's now slowly going for that arcane.
You're waiting for the tier 2 pretty much. Until then, this should be a bit of a stare down. They're testing each other's micro as well, but of course, both players here on very high level, not going to be making any mistakes. The range advantage for the time being on the headhunters, of course, so you can, with perfect micro, deal more damage than the human. This way the orc has the upper hand early on, but soon on tier 2 with long rifles, that will change. And we see a change also in second hero now. No Naga anymore, it's the TC second, which at least I have not seen in forever, by the way.
Oh, this is awesome. Is Lynn being inspired by Starbuck, who also played this style, as I think the only player in this tournament from the orc side? Usually Lynn's discussion with Focus and Soin, I guess, maybe watched these games and felt inspired, and getting a peasant kill. So far, it's looking good for Lynn, but we've also seen a couple of times that just because the early game is good doesn't mean that the late game will look good, and especially also from Lynn's perspective, just because the first matches of a series look good doesn't mean that the last 3 look good.
Yeah, TC, normally he's great with Stomp against Riflemen. Locks them in place, you can pick them off one by one. But against Blood Mage, that is not a great idea. With Stomp, you have to get very close into range, then you get Siphoned, the mana is gone, and you're gonna be sad. So this should be a Shockwave build, I think. With the TC, it's gonna be more of an artillery support.
And of course, providing movement speed. This is something that was never really offered with Panda. It is offered to a degree with Naga, not that she offers movement speed to your units, but she slows things down and then you get closer, like, you know, getting ahead in speed. And TC movement speed aura is phenomenal. Shockwave's always nice against rifles, of course. Later you run into a bit of issues when there's only Gryphons. Gryphons, man, I watch too much Soul 8 Man.
Gryphons.
Griffins. Jesus, I'm so
Gryphon technology.
I'm so 8-man brain, dude. What can I say? Still not a Pally rifle fan, of course. That will not happen. But yeah, you miss the damage against the Griffins a little bit, but then the aura is still there. And you can go for what they call hybrid laming. Raiders and Shockwave against buildings. Muy bueno.
Yeah, also like the late game potential for the TC. First of all, he scales great. Secondly, he's got the aura. And thirdly, he doesn't have the same role as the Farseer late game. Honestly, the Naga rarely has Fork Lightning, but she has the slow from the Cold Arrow, which is nice. But in late game, on tier 3, the Farseer picks up the Orb of Lightning. And then he's the one who provides the catch. And then suddenly, the Naga doesn't seem to contribute much anymore.
Very much agree with that. The big, like we pointed out a lot of pros on the TC though. Of course, he's slower. You don't get him from the tavern. That costs you time already. But that time seems to be well invested. Needs some levels as well, but as long as the aura is up and a little bit of damage can be done, this is looking good. Also looking good, Lynn's base build. There's no burrow that can easily be attacked, which is an improvement compared to a couple of months ago.
Of attack found here for the Farseer. That ain't bad. He's got enough gold for the orb. Should be picked up next. And 2 Torrents are about to pop. And that's not the fight that the rifles want to have really against Torrent. But the TC is still creeping at the natural. Torrent, I was about to wonder if it's going to make it out, but indeed it does come out the totem. That one totem goes down. It's going to be a bit of an expensive rebuild for Lynn, especially lumber-wise. He's not looking that great right now.
I am very surprised to not see tier 3. There it is. We're missing a couple of resources. So getting the Torrent out is nice. I'd actually debate if you need the double totem. Maybe you do for Torrent Pulverize early. But the way more important building later is the barracks for the Headhunters. And the upgrade is only finishing now. That's a little bit too late here, but now it's perfect. And we got Pulverize AoE, we got Shockwave AoE, and now we got Chain Lightning AoE as well. Lynn is looking great.
Chain Lightning rattles in. We have no heal scroll yet, but a regen scroll. It's going to heal up these riflemen. So that was 2 rifles killed for a headhunter and a torrent totem. Pretty even exchange as far as gold goes in the end. We're getting pulverize upgrade now as well. And yeah, tier 3 coming up slowly.
50 food soon for Lynn. He got the Orb of Lightning. Amazing purge against the already slow rifles. Always a bit of an issue to position correctly with the torrent. TC is running to the tavern. That man needs a drink or a shockwave. Another kill right there.
I know that feeling, bro.
Yeah.
It's that evening, dude. You gotta run. You can't hold it in anymore.
Oh man, 9 to 5 is over and off to the bar we go. That's what the TC is doing. I love the TC positioning, man. So far away from the Blood Mage, and the Blood Mage is left alone. Lynn aiming for a surround to close it out early. Holy Light, of course, now in range again.
So he got 1 shockwave ready. Actually, he's got a mana potion, so there's more still possible. Fassi had very few purges there for a moment. And the first torrent is gonna go down. Good kill, good experience. Level 2 now for the Blood Mage. Another shockwave comes in, and we still got that mana pot. And more purges.
Interesting. Will we see Griffins or will we go Socks route of only going rifles? I think so many rifles died that you can't really afford the Griffins, but 40 is a master in resource management. Maybe deliberately giving that up. We have another shockwave as you mentioned in a bit. There it is. Gets 1 kill, maybe the second, but the Holy Light is there to the rescue. Very few units now to work with for 40.
Very low on upgrades, by the way. Why does he only have 1 O rifles? He's got more than enough resources to go for more upgrades.
Must be going for Griffins.
Another one going down. Yeah, but armor upgrades carry over between the 2 units.
Blood
Yeah, at
Mage.
least 1 armor upgrade you want to get. He survives, but Lynn is bullying away this Pally rifle play right now. And how good must that feel, by the way? After the months of misery.
Shh. Dude, I have seen him destroy Colorful in 4 minutes, and the next 3 games all went to Colorful, including a game where Lynn was 25 food ahead and the Demon Hunter single-handedly killed him before he killed himself at the Ogre Magi at the Echo Owls Marketplace. Dude, like, not... We talk about feelings when the series is over.
The game keeps going this way, though. I anticipate not too many more Pally rifles for the rest of this best of 5.
Oh, I think it's
Big
gonna be
item.
around 66%.
Well, you got better chances today, Nia.
Need some healing now. We got a Subi mask on the TC. Depends a little bit on the positioning, if that's good or if it's just fodder for the Blood Mage. But overall, hero levels for Fortitude are abysmal. Ground army for Fortitude is abysmal. Only the Griffins can save this series.
Walker Master Training now available, and there we go. That's an easy heal for the 1300 HP. Welcome back, Tauren. And more creeping ensues. Shadowhunter would enjoy some solo creeping here, maybe. Actually, the faster you're going to pick up that level 3 alongside him. Is he going to go Wolves or Chain Lightning here?
He is going Chain Lightning for more damage. What worries me a little bit is that we have no Beastery. And we have no End Snare against the incoming Griffins. It's only 5 Headhunters. That seems a little bit on the lower end. He's still investing into the ground army, which might hurt him long term if 40 is able to stall.
But stalling is much in Lynn's favor because he went for the Tiny Great Hall. That expansion is going to be up and mining very soon. Chain Wave harassing the main base. Takes out 2 peasants. Perhaps not the most devastating blow. But look at the TC experience, dude. He's level 4 already as a 2nd hero.
That is crazy. Amazing leveling here. Griffins, of course, confirmed. 45 food. We talked yesterday a lot about tiny throws, where you feel like you have the lead, you invest a lot of gold into that expo, your opponent finds a time to punish that expo, and then you lose the game because of it. Just like yesterday, I imagine Lemis is coming anytime soon. But yesterday it worked, and in favor of Lynn, and hopefully for the Horde, this is the case here too.
Big wave once more, should be 2 kills. Yesterday it was a really close affair with that Tiny that you mentioned, and it seemed like it almost cost him the game, but this game he is so far ahead. He killed so many rifles early on, and I think we have to question the first attack that 40 went for. What did he get, really? He got one Headhunter in the end, and he wasn't able to strike before Berserkers were ready. He wasn't able to strike before TC was ready. Of course, it's easy to say in hindsight, you know, like, this wasn't a great attack, why did you go for it? But that's a question he's going to have to ask himself after the game, and perhaps after today.
The question that Lynn has to ask himself is, how the hell am I supposed to read all these scrolls of healing in the fight? He got 3 already. Amazing shop control on the back of this expansion, on the back of a hero lead, on the back of a supply lead. 40 has a Herculean task ahead of him in this game 1, but there's no fortifications and the Griffins have arrived, even though that is without Stormhammer upgrade.
This is it, do or die for the human. Flame Strike, doing some good damage to the peons, but we still have some here alive. And the army size difference now is clearly visible. You mentioned no raiders earlier, but now they might be slowly being added in. Beastery is up, raider and ensnare queued. And Lynn enjoying lots of gold income now. Speaking of gold though, 40 does have a big bank. Maybe he can try to build that big Deathball army once. But at one time, we'll have to win him the game.
You speak of gold, I speak of lumber. There is only 30 lumber available and 2 lumber workers currently. Is Lynn maybe a bit too greedy for the gold and is neglecting the secondary resource is my question.
He's making some more peons now, adding 2, maybe 3 that will help already. It is something that appears to be recurring though, with orcs all the time being low on lumber when they go for tier 3 and expansion. But Lynn seems to have time. Fortitude is going for the long con. He himself kind of low lumber as well, by the way.
That's right. Might need some more upgrades. He gets the Stormhammers in now. Ooh, we got a retrain into Stomp. And we go for the push, aren't we? 10 Headhunters, 5 Griffins.
Yeah, Lynn looking phenomenal here. 72 supply, getting up the next burrow to get up to 80 even. With more raiders joining, the heroes looking strong. Absolute heal scroll. Domination. Never once was 40 able to get to that shop to get up the next heal scroll. 4th heal scroll for Lynn. Completely shutting out the opponent.
Yeah, total value graph. Clearly colored blue here in favor of Lynn. And every ensnare can potentially be a kill. Shadowhunter level 2 already. Ring of Region kind of nice. Orb, of course. This is so rough for 40. Jeez.
A player's forces are under attack.
He's gonna take a look at the marketplace, maybe. Nope, apparently not. Of course, everything's spirit linked up here. That makes the scrolls of healing even better.
So good.
Ultimate orc army, dude. Only thing missing is rah bloodlust.
We always love some witch doctors, of course. If you can spam that heal wave. Hex used. TC has Storm. 40 doesn't know this. The staff is on cooldown, but the damage isn't enough. Surround. 3, 2, Hex, staff. But yeah, now the Blood Mage is stuck here.
And the Griffins are across the map. They took out the peons. They don't feel like they have the time to take out the Great Hall because there's the big orcish horde knocking on the front door. It's pretty terrifying.
That's right. Just like yesterday, the horde is running wild. Like Hulkamania in the 80s. And now 40 is going to be supply blocked as well with that farm loss.
Didn't Hulk Hogan go down a couple months ago?
He did go down, bro. You're also so Warcraft pilled. He did the job. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then the bell rang.
Rip Hulk Hogan. Brother! This game is looking a little bit RIP for Fortitude. He was able to build that huge army once. 70 supply. Can that be enough? 4-3 levels are the minimum of what he needs. Honestly, I feel like he needs 5-4 instead of 4-3. Lynn is just getting stronger and stronger. He's got the Kodo out. He's getting the upgrade. That in itself, the Kodo with upgrade, is such a huge damage boost.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. That's something that I haven't seen before. But yeah, makes a lot of sense, of course. We're taking away the blacksmith, we take away the barracks, we do not have pillage, but I guess at this point it doesn't really matter. Flame Strike kinda just tickles, man. He's just showing him the heal scrolls. Like, you and your pathetic Flame Strike, what do you want to do?
I guess 40 still has lots of time to mine from the main. He has very well minimized losses on units. So he's still up at 74 supply. Ooh, those griffins almost getting caught by the raiders.
Yoink!
Oh, yoink! Got him.
Nice. One kill for free here, being in the advantageous position. Griffins didn't do much. There's still lots to creep. 40, I don't think he can really think of an expansion himself. At some point, he has to break free with the Griffins. But 11 headhunters is perfect. Oh, Lynn, despite investing into more upgrades, is going for 100 supply. 5 field scrolls.
Yep, that is a lot of healing. I don't know when the last time was that I saw 5 heal scrolls. Also, on this map where there's only one shop, that's insane. This might be a first time ever 5 heal scrolls on Northern Isles.
Yeah, must have been like one of the old Echo Isles games of Happy versus Night Elf with hippos versus griffins. Not griffins, hippos. Hippos versus gargs.
Oh, you remember, Neil? You remember? We used to have heal scrolls.
Then you took it away, ruining the game. Absolutely. Speaking of ruining the game, this push out is ruining Fortitude. The Paladin gets uber wrecked, and without Holy Light and without the Devotion Aura, what can you do? Lynn just has to take the birds out of the sky, and then we're Gucci.
That is so many griffins, actually. And also a lot of orc units. Griffins are surprisingly not taking a bad fight so far, with no Paladin involved. But over time, then it's gonna edge out ahead here.
Oh
But
man,
Flame Strike also did some good work.
Flame Strike was disgusting, dude. But Lynn didn't move, really. He's level 5 on the TC now, gets another birdie. Every ends there should be a kill, and Fortitude realized this as well. Lynn takes map number 1. War Chief on the way back to the top of the sea.
Yeah, that TC working out really well. Really good play here. This was basically the way that we first thought you want to play against Pally Rifles with a Panda, you know, creeping on tier 2, playing passive, looking for level 3, and then fighting when the torrents come out. But here, of course, Panda is kind of garbage these days in many situations. The TC can still provide AoE, and the TC also gives you the aura. So cool to see. And I got a feeling this was the last game of Pally Rifles today.
Let's see if we go to springtime. I mean, the map picks and bans have been done. You do the vetoes according to if you want to play Pally Rifle or not. Of course, you could play Archmage as well on Pally Rifle maps, but Lynn is not only good against Pally Rifle, he's also insane versus Archmage. Will 40 throw in Mountain King, as we've seen yesterday from Sock? I'd say that's highly questionable. I still think, man, Autumn Leaves, springtime, the 66% Pally Rifle quota is coming.
Yeah, on springtime, I could certainly see it as well. Springtime is just amazing for Pally Rifle, with so many valuable camps being there in the center that you can claim once you got the requisite number of rifles. Autumn Leaves, I'm a little bit less sure. But we're going to get neither of those two maps next, Neo, because next map coming up is Last Refuge, which also allows for special strats.
Oh, are you maybe hinting towards a Blade Master mirror image build?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It seems to be the one map where Blade Master is possible, especially because of how limited the AM here is normally with creeping early game. LR, it's very ironic. We have so many creeps on this map, so much creeping possible in theory, but all those camps are kind of hard to take, at least early on. And for that reason, the AM tends to have a very tough time here, early on.
Tough time Lynn had in this league. Now on the last lags, he's showing his former self. Hopefully he can bring it back here on map 2 as well. Lynn with the lead, with great game plans, with great execution. 40 also clearly underperforming. There's lots of room to improve for 40. He can play better. He has played better the longer the series went for yesterday. And now, not only do we have one surprise with the Blade Master, we have a second surprise. It's a Mountain King.
Yeah. MK first on LR. If Chehi is still in the chat, he might be getting nervous sweat attacks right now. We used to see this all the time back then. And 40, he tried this against 1-2-0, right? On this map in this series. And that horribly failed. But this is a different matchup. There's no beetles, there's no skellies. I feel like here MK might be able to do better. But same as there against Undead, Mountain King does need an expansion.
All he needs is a hammer and a head. And then he throws the hammer to that head. And then the thing with the head has no head no more. That's usually how it goes. We'll see, we'll see. Will 40 allow Lynn to pimp that blade? How oppressive will this MK be? A lot comes down to the early game.
I think I like this for Fortitude. Like, this Blade Master has no Windwalk, so Stormbolt is actually pretty good against him. And also, Stormbolt, once you're level 3, amazing against Headhunters. And this is going to be a Headhunter build. One Grunt into Headhunters. This opening for Lynn is amazing at creeping. With mirror images, with one Grunt, really good against the medium armor. And then Headhunters, really good later on. Mirror image also amazing at creeping the Merc camp. The footy is right here to see it. Is Lynn really going to go through with this?
Looks like it. You say Mountain King can hammer away and it's solid against Windwalk. With Windwalk, of course, he can dodge Stormbolts if Lynn is on top of his game. It might be some mana wasted. Can the little dwarf with the tiny legs run across the map in time?
Seems to me like he will. Got a great item as well, by the way, Robo the Magi. That is +6 int. Big item though. Gonna go to Lynn here. Fast enough. Got a lot of bonus ammo here. Not his dream items, but they do help.
I'd say 40 just wasted a lot of time.
Yeah, but militia are coming over now. Expo should be getting set up still pretty soon. Should be alright, I feel like.
Alright, running across the map, then moving back. Gives a little bit of space for the Blade, who has no mana anymore. So currently, no dodges possible. But we continue creeping. Lynn is careful, just confirms that there is an Expo. Early tier 1 is not the time for the orcs to strike. That's rather tier 2. And to enhance that damage, we get Berserker, we get Shadow Priest. Lynn looking good. And creep speed is intensifying a lot.
Okay, about to get that level 3. This really took quite some time. He didn't go for the green camp into expansion, but rather expansion after that little journey south. And now gets to level 3. At the same time as the Blade. Level 2 mirror image. These can be quite annoying to deal with. Very funny also when orcs go for boots of speed. And that you have super fast mirror images running across the map at all times.
Looks kind of funny indeed. More creeping, more levels. Blade Master mirror image level 3 is kind of nice. Level 4 is where it really starts to shine. Mountain King is a very intelligent little dwarf here with the rope. And also gets some regen thanks to that potion. This is nicely equipped. Then checking, where are you? What are you doing? Do I have to be careful? Yeah, he kind of has to. Postering up in the middle. We're waiting for boots, I guess. Now the resources are here. They're the boots.
A player's forces are
But again,
under attack.
40 is not doing anything at the moment.
If Lynn gets out of this early game without losing Headhunters, I think he's going to be very satisfied with this. So far there have been 0 losses where the Headhunters are concerned. But the MK still has that big hammer locked and loaded. Then wants to get the item from the Magi, and he will get it. This is probably going to cost him some units. MK needs to get involved here. Where are those hammers?
Yeah, it feels like 40 not on top of his game still. The game 1 wasn't the wake-up call that we expected him to get. This is the steal though, or should be at least. Lynn can be incredibly satisfied with this early game already, I think. Like 3.7 is amazing.
Why
Both
isn't he going with the footies though? Just use the Stormbolt and bash. You got the boots. There should be some easy kills normally.
He's tame. He's pretty tame.
Then going tier 3, by the way. Going for Shadowhunter, Bestiary. This has sick late game potential. Blade Master with Mirror Image with tier 3. Dare I say, if we get Bloodlust, I'm gonna need to change my pants.
As if you're wearing pants. Berserker falls. 40 is not teching despite having the resources for a long time. We're at 630. Yeah, he's smashing it in the fight thanks to Stormbolt. That is a good timing there for sure. Militia have been called and now the tech 40 seconds late for 40. Still Mountain King on the hunt and this is still somewhat dangerous if you're a headhunter.
Yeah, Lynn, they're definitely over-aggressive on the enemy side of the map where the militia is so strong before the shadow was out. If he had the shadow, that's a totally viable play to go for. But this over-aggression, overconfidence, this just cost him 3 units. And he's not the one with an expansion.
Not yet at least. That's what the tier 3 is for most likely, as we don't have a tier 2 engagement with Raider Walker. Walker down the road can be fantastic to
Player's forces are
distribute the damage a little bit that a Stormbolt usually gives you. A little bit of dispel, a little bit of movement. Now we got level 2 crit and now we got the Blade Master online.
Would still like some better items. Have no claws of attack yet, no slippers, nothing like that. There's another Stormbolt and another kill. In the end, MK... Oh, might actually... Ah, the end snare. The trolls being trolls once again. Now is the Blade Master taking a lot of damage. But he's got good potions here. Mountain King. Ooh, are you... What?
Mirror Image! The blade dies as well! What the hell is going on? Warcraft 3's best gamers, everybody. Double Tavern Revive. Hex! Oh my god, is he double killing him?
No.
He gets the crit! Are you kidding me? Cloud
Are you kidding, bro?
Welcome to the circus! Double Tavern Revive.
Yeah, guys, this is the Super League, the highest level of competition we have in Warcraft 3. Hello, everybody. Dude, he just wasted so many resources.
Jesus! That was fun, though.
Bro. Yeah, this blade is going to be level 5 pretty soon, I think. The thing is, 40 still has lots of resources, so maybe it's not that bad, maybe?
Yeah, if you think that, hey, should he really have so many resources after Double Tavern Revive? We have a shirt up that says Humba. Go check it out. merch.backtowarcraft.com. XP, of course, clearly in Lynn's position. Tiny Great Hole now to even the score. I'm entertained. Are you not entertained?
Yeah. But yeah. Why didn't he click that button, I wonder? Hopefully, next time, he's gonna click that button when he needs to. Lynn is pretty weak at the moment. He's tier 3 and he's got the Tiny coming up, but he's still broke and has a small army for quite a while. Lynn still needs a good amount of time to really stabilize it.
Couple of levels, couple of items, and of course, army is what we need. We get Kodos a lot, and 40, click the tier 3 button. Maybe not all the buttons that were necessary earlier, but Blood Mage is coming. And then, I guess, Griffins. Or...
Greifen technology, Neil.
We like that. Against Blade Master.
I mean, if you got the cash, if you got the time, I feel like Griffins are always good against Orc. Oh, this is gonna be a sick late game, dude. Triple hero against triple hero, tier 3 against tier 3. And I think I prefer Lynn's position because of third hero timing. TC's gonna be out way sooner. And this is the dream Orc triple hero. Blade, Shadow, TC on a map with lots of creeps, lots of leveling potential.
Well, TC is going to be a good big grunt with a movement speed aura. Can't really do much with Storm Shockwave. Well, Shockwave, I guess. No Alchemist might bite him down the road if 40 is able to stack armor. And ooh, if he's attacking the base with the Footman. On to the burrows we go.
Maybe some paper burrows going down for sure. But also a strong Blade Master showing up for the defense. We got level 2 heal wave also available. Ooh, Clap would be so sick here. Stomp is looking pretty good as well, but now the TC is out of mana. Before chat asks, by the way, Cloak of Flames does not work on illusions. That would be crazy, but it looks cool.
I think it's very reasonable. Just, you know, send them into the economy line, 30 damage per second in an AoE. That sounds very, very, very reasonable. For summon,
A player's force is
without a
under
real
attack.
cooldown.
Sounds good. Blade Master, aside from the Cloak of Flames, has been a bit unlucky, honestly. Not a single pair of claws has been found on LR. Normally here you find plenty of claws.
There is still a couple of spots where you can find them, but 40 has identified, oh, you're not going for cement? Well, let me punish you for that. Griffins are coming. We still want to make use of the footmen. There's also no spikes to hurt them. And this will slow down Lynn significantly. Just raising a 50 food army is a huge problem.
The heroes have to do the heavy lifting here for a while, most likely for the entire game. Because Orc doesn't normally have a great counter to Griffins, which is what we're going towards. It could really use a Shredder, but if he goes for one, and then he gets killed off by the Griffins, that would be painful.
Yeah, that's horrible, man. So much gold, so much lumber. At least he has the peons positioned right next to the war mill. I like that. But it's also only 3 lumber workers, which I do not like.
TC2, that's a good upgrade.
Town is under siege.
So many defensive items for Lynn. This blade is going to be damn hard to kill with the evasion as well. But those defensive items might not help that much. I imagine rather Fortitude is going to try to take out the Berserkers. And those are a lot more frail.
We do have level 2 heal wave against it. Very surprised to not see Spirit Link at all. Okay, Lynn may be muscling up an attack, but can he reline? No, not really an attack. Maybe shop control to take it invul heal scroll away. He had 5 on Northern Isles. He needs a bit more here. Is not selling items, which I find interesting.
A player's forces are under attack.
The Big Griffin army is almost online, but we don't have Stormhammers yet. We don't have Animal War training yet.
Close though. Very close.
MK5 not too far away, by the way. And that is what really messes with the Berserkers. It's level 3 Clap. And I think we're pretty much guaranteed to get there.
If Lynn allows a Tomb of Retraining, for sure. Still has to catch up in supply. No armor upgrades whatsoever on 40. Is interesting.
Forces are under attack.
No experience here. Item up for grabs. Shadow Hunter gets the Book of the Dead. No dispel on 40 side. Can be nice.
First attack upgrade now coming for the Berserkers. The lumber economy. I feel like I've been saying this whole week in tatters for the Orc. But we do finally have the Shredder. Leo,
Shredder.
we have one. Finally.
That's
Shredder
right.
McShredface. But he needs some more time.
That's his name. He got the first delivery done. That costs, of course, lumber. That costs a lot of resources. We have a town portal on 40 side, which he might need. Big engagement. Last creep on the upper left-hand side is gone with that. Except the red spot. That is TP number 3 or 4 for 40 in this game. Slowly but steady getting very expensive.
90-second lane lace, the classic. Wait, is the red camp still there?
No, not really. The ogre isn't there. Both have a Cloak of Flames.
Ah, both have little things. True. True,
Player's
Neo. Very
forces
true.
are under
Yeah, I mean,
attack.
I'm here for like the Warcraft insights and deep dives. You bring the hype. Everybody knows.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got the Tome of Retraining. That is pretty hype for Fortitude. Clap. Sensational against Berserkers. This, I think, is the first game ever that I see on Last Refuge where we don't have a single clause of attack.
Oh yeah,
That is just pretty unlucky for Lynn, to be honest.
that's right. Really hard to
He doesn't even
get.
have gloves. Oh, no, he does have gloves. Excuse me. He does have gloves.
Well, then get the damage from Bloodlust. No crit 3, by the way. That's another piece where damage is missing.
Oh, is he gonna go Bloodlust or is he gonna go Witch Doctors?
A player's
Oh,
forces
Griffins
are
can't
Healer
attack
wards will
wards.
be very hard to take out.
Yo, I guess only the Blood Mage could attack them and the Bursies for a bit, but they will die quickly. That's hella smart.
Witch Doctor Adept training. Here we go. Double Lodge.
Bro. Okay. Here you have your healing soon. With the
I love the Mud
84.
Golem as well. This Mud Golem is so cool. Very hard to take out, ironically, because it's just Griffins.
Oh yeah,
Little
not
bit of
even
slow
like
can be really good.
there's no flame strike, of
player's
course.
forces are under attack.
How do you? Yeah, well, how do you attack him? No Stormbolt. Muddy will live forever.
Both at 80 supply. You might even get higher. And of course, right now, interested in slowing down the game, going for his tech. He's got the cement upgrade, more attack upgrades. He's enjoying a lot of lumber all of a sudden.
Difference a shredder can make, right? It's
The
remarkable.
positioning on the shredder, though, Neo, it has me a bit nervous.
I guess it's so he doesn't deforest the rest too much for the
A
peons.
player's forces are
It's
under
all
attack.
optimized, Remo. These are our best gamers.
Okay. Yeah, case in point, as we saw earlier in the middle. Of
Exactly.
Oh, big level up for the Pally here. The remainder of the red gets him to 3. That is huge for the Holy Light.
Did Lynn see that 40 is pushing 100?
Don't think so.
Witch Doctor's not online yet.
Yeah, he's about to pop into high upkeep as well with the Witch Doctors.
A
He's got
player's
one queued
forces
behind
are
Master
under
Training. 50 seconds out.
Question in chat, can Siphon Mana work on mirror images? No, these mirror images pop after like a second or so. Just seen it.
The Shredder! Hank Shredder! No!
Shreddy
Why
McShred.
are you standing there, bro?
Dude! He disappeared so quickly and the Witch Doctor... Oh, that Stormbolt was not necessary. But that Witch Doctor, man, disappeared again in seconds and that's a worthy town portal. RIP Shredder McShredface. Can we get 07 in the chat? He
Why is
enables...
the Shredder there, bro? This is the worst spot to be in.
So he can complain after. Shredder too squishy. Needs 10% damage reduction of magic damage versus Shredder.
He's going for Shaman Adept training as well.
Bloodlusted everything with heal wards. Are we playing 4 and 4 FFA? I don't hate it, man. If he has the time, that's great. If he misses the time because of it, it's of course not great. But he needs damage.
Honestly, I feel like these heal wards might be surprisingly useless. If the heroes get ignored, and the Griffins just take down the Berserkers one by one, they're gonna be healing like half an HP because they're gonna be dying instantly.
Well, half an HP is better than no HP. Bloodlust needs 50 seconds, Remo.
No, rah.
Oh, Lynn has to hold this. And he is. 40 is paying a lot of upkeep right now.
He's got the boys coming. 100 supply. Almost only Griffins. 2/2 upgrades. Terrifying human army.
The human army is better than your army. We all know. Bloodlust is done in a bit. Do we have a shaman even? No, we don't. Oh, Lynn, this hits you hard at a very inconvenient moment.
He's in the back. Can't even connect at the moment. Heal wards. He has one heal ward in the fight. Should be getting taken out pretty quickly. The Quarter Beasts also very important targets. And the Griffins are carving through these Berserkers, man.
I am not sure if Lynn killed anything. Now 2 units dead, a couple of staffs being used as well. Very, very, very chaotic fight, but we see a lot of blue and very little red. Heal wave, kinda sweet. Is there any longevity? A paladin might be stuck eventually thanks to the Book of the Dead, but my god, this Mountain King, a weapon of mass destruction!
Then getting Hex, but getting Banish saved as well. Paladin with the Invoke Potion, gonna survive a bit longer. He's got very defensive, helpful items right now. Blade Master, if he had better items, this blade could help, but he's not helping much at the moment. The TC's almost going down as well. Invo Potion, we're going to be running out in a moment. We got some bad riders coming in, but doing reduced damage to all this armor.
TC about to fall. Safe to the back. Kinda nice. Wait a minute, dude.
Hold on.
Blood Mage is dead. The
Hold
Griffins are all dead. Lynn is a magician. He kills more. He's on the prowl here. Blade Master has no windbow, but he has that sweet, sweet range attack. Can we get one more? Oh my god, the Madman holds.
Didn't you hold that?
I
That
got
was
no
100
clue.
supply.
Well, maybe the Orc army is better than your army.
Lynn is back, baby. He's so back.
What
Level
was
6
that?
Blade Master. And he had crappy items this game. Imagine if this blade had some better damage. And now we got Bloodlust as well. Rah, rah, rah.
And we got double muddy. Dude, orcs are so terrifying if, and that is a gigantic if they get their stuff online. Like late game tier 3, FFA style. They are so good. But that was crazy. That was 40's best timing. Like, there's no other timing. His main is empty. His expo is empty. This is so desperate now.
Running out of options here. This was it. This was the one attempt. I thought we were going to go to a tied up series 1-1, but no, sir. Heal wards being cast. Good cheap healing here. I'm kind of shocked, dude.
Yeah,
How did
dude.
those griffins not instantly kill everything?
I mean, they kind of did, and then they stopped doing it, and then they all died themselves.
Level 5 MK, 100 supply griffins. We even had a level 3 pally. I am befuddled.
It's very rare that Mr. Remo Demo is at loss for words. It is very normal that I don't understand what's going on. But if Remo is as shocked as I am,
A player's
that's
force is under
new.
attack.
Love the scout, of course, with the mirror image. You got your eyes everywhere. Can cancel some healing here and there. Lynn is still mining for 5 minutes, dude. He can take the hands off the keyboard.
Yo, thank you, Demonic, with the first time Prime sub. Welcome.
Unreal.
Lynn had such a tough time, such a desperate time in this league for days, weeks. Seemed to be looking terrible. Everything that he was touching didn't quite work out in the end. 0-3 versus Fly. Maybe that really was the wake-up call. Since then, things have been getting better. Right now, he's looking at a 2-0 lead against 40.
Shocking. 69 food. Get some more reinforcements in soon, I guess. 40, what's the way to attack here? He again has a solid Griffin army. Up to 8. 1 raider, or 2 raiders. Might be some snipes. Dude, the fact that the Muddies are still alive. This is a world record.
Yeah, magic immune. Can't kill him with the griffins.
Orcs finally have a magic immune unit.
It's such a cool addition, actually.
XFAF, thank you very much for the 12 month.
Seems good.
I'm very surprised that 40 is taking his time here. Things aren't gonna get better.
Well, think about the streaming hours, Remo.
Okay, here come the militia. Here we go. Last ditch effort.
Yoink!
Yoink!
Oh, banish.
God. Vanish.
What a beast. This blade. There is Blade Storm. Okay, maybe a bit premature. He's gunning for the Mountain King. Wants to prevent level 6. Holy Light at the ready. I'm not too sure if that was the perfect call, but Lynn surely knows better. RIP MK. This is it, man. No clap cannot win this.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. A dream game for an Orc player. We had Bloodlust, level 6, Mirror Image, Blade Storm, Heal Wards as well. Absolutely insane max cap game for Lynn with his ultimate Orc army. And that's the 2-0 in this series.
Jesus Christ. Last Refuge Orc versus Human, man. The map is just made for banger games between these two factions, and especially these two players. Fortitude shook. I think he doesn't know either what happened. I wouldn't be too surprised if we take a break to analyze this fight now. That was 1 in a million, this fight. Lynn knocks it out of not one, but multiple parks.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like while Orc got to his ultimate army, I feel like this isn't really the ultimate human army. I mean, 100 supply Griffins, it sounds really good. It is really good. But we've seen many games now recently, including, was it yesterday or the day before? It was yesterday. Remember that game, Lynn versus Sok on Northern Isles? Both went tier 3. Lynn went for that tiny. And Sok had triple hero, Archmage, MK, Paladin, and Griffins, and Casters. I think that's what made the big difference here. Casters on the human side, especially with Brilliance Aura, are so good, and probably better than the Orc casters. While Lynn got to his ultimate army, I think 40 didn't have the right hero setup, actually, without Archmage, to go for the ultimate army, you know, enabling those casters with the Brilliance.
Yeah, he's a bit unfamiliar with that style. I mean, I can't really blame 40 for going Mass Griffins because it has worked so many times in the past. But he also did see the casters and couldn't really punish them, even though he had a little bit of prep time. Maybe slow adaptation. If you give 40 a couple of days, you will find solutions to that for sure. And adjust yourself. That's the beauty of an RTS. There's oftentimes answers lying around like Orc casters, but yeah, that requires a lot of time. 40 gave him that amount of time, and now 40 is giving him 3 match points. First match points. Just a minute.
A legendary map that we love to see. Makes for very unique games as well, and unconventional strategies. This is where Lynn first showed the Blade Master 3rd playstyle. Farseer, Shadowhunter, into Blade. Is that a consideration again this time? We shall see.
Don't think much will have changed in that regard. Maybe 40 finds a couple of answers to that. Man, 40 has to perform big time here. He wasn't he was contesting for the #1 spot. If he loses here, he can say goodbye to that. Pretty sure, yeah, he can say goodbye to that, I guess, already. If he wins everything 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, maybe. But yeah, this is a giant help for Happy and Laby at the same time. And, 40 under pressure.
And for Lynn also, many things are still possible. Top 6 is the best outcome. Bottom 13, so 13th place would be the worst. Lynn still has to play 3 games. So today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Him and Fortitude and Happy still had lots to play towards the end of the season. Maybe the tournament organizers were hoping... I had a serious lag. Was that me?
I didn't take a look at the screen.
A player's forces are under
Maybe the tournament organizers were trying to get some high-level matches towards the end of the season, which makes this very exciting for us. And very stressful now for 40. 40 was also down 0-2 yesterday, and then he started shifting into a new gear. Can he do that again?
Hi, Toon Toon! The main sponsor, main organizer, main god of the scene. 10 gifted subs. Much love, my man. I hope you're enjoying these games as much as we do. All your work over the past couple of weeks, months are paying off. Can we get a wall of hearts in the chat for the master of ceremonies of every Dolphin tournament? It's your time to show appreciation now, chat.
Hi, Toon, the legend! Thank you so very much. 40 losing 2 peasants on the way back from the creep camp. That's kind of normal. The rest are protected with the arcane tower, making more peasants as well. Question is, might we see an expansion here? But I feel like Fortitude mostly on this map doesn't go expo, but rather goes for a late tech, but then also wants to go level 3 Archmage creeping and hit the Orc with that level 3 power timing.
Lots to unfold here, of course. Big map. The biggest. Lots of creeping, but Lynn has a good read here. Any last hits are golden. This one not his.
Fortitude can call the militia to the green camp. Could close to his main base and try to get the level 3 that way. That is exactly the plan right now. Sometimes we've seen Lynn try to interrupt this with either grunts or headhunters or just wolves, but this time it seems like he isn't in position to do any of that. So this AM is about to hit the level up.
Under attack.
Okay, that's then a bit problematic, of course. We almost lost the militia here. Yeah, you mentioned that 40 came back yesterday, of course, in that same sentence, kind of. We have to mention that Lynn was up 2-0 many times, and then the momentum turned and he started to doubt himself and then got reverse sweeped 3 times in a row. That was rough. So it almost feels like you can't give Fortitude an opportunity to swing back, and you can't give Lynn room to doubt himself, so Lynn has to almost close it out here.
Forces are under attack.
And 40 didn't quite get enough experience from that green camp for the level 3. He needs a little bit more from another green. If Lynn can now keep tabs on the footies and prevent this, this would still be a success of an early game, even if the Farseer is looking quite underleveled.
As he oftentimes does. Good chunk of XP for 40 always. Who's making his march across the map. Third map, 3 different starting heroes, by the way. Nice. And yeah, we are aiming for these tier 2 buildings. Nice attack by 40, slowing down the totem.
Footies at the green. Are they thinking about taking it? Not really. Militia taking another green across the map, and that was enough. Just enough, right on the dot, to get level 3 Archmage.
You seem to be a bit ahead of me. I can't fast forward, so we gotta make a sync. 5, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We got the Shadow Hunter out, we got the Hex, we got the kill. And these level 2 water elements at the moment not doing much damage.
Tier 3 tech has started. Burrow upgrade is finished, so the Watchman's not there a big danger anymore. But it's a big delay on the totem, that's for sure.
Yep. And walkers are really, really good, and you need them on the field so they start to accumulate mana. Another footy down, but they're disposable anyway, as we know. Sweet deny by Fortitude. I would say so far his best game.
The Hex has also been working out really well, though. The Hex is a counter against defend, because it turns out, Neo, when you're a pig, you cannot raise your shield. So defend is disabled.
Why don't they just put a bit of armor on that pig? It would look hilarious.
They'll be like in that terrible movie, the Hobbit movie, where, you know, the Dwarf King is riding around on a hog. You know what I'm talking about.
I forgot about that. But it sounds funny.
Archmage going deep back of the base. Can they get that Headhunter? This is probably going to cost him the TP, though. Wait, doesn't lock him in?
Who does? Hex! Careful, buddy!
Oh.
Disaster for 40! Oh my god! That was almost careless. He didn't calculate in the fact that there's a shop and that there's more Hex. And all of a sudden, Lynn is on the way to the 3-0.
His best game, you say, huh?
Up until then, it was.
Then he's going for a tower. Perhaps misreading the situation, expecting possibly, likely, a push. But indeed, 40's on his way to tier 3. He has been for a while. He's going Griffins, so no danger of an attack right now. And in Lynn's main base, by the way, we have 4 out of 5 peons, boys.
Oh.
1 gold.
Oh. Well, that's a way to sabotage yourself. Mountain King creeping interrupted though, and 40 has so little to work with. In fact, 40 doesn't have a single unit. But since the Griffins are coming, maybe that's alright. We get the Blade Master 3rd again.
This is such a weird game, dude. No footies left, just Griffin rush straight up. Isn't casters into Griffins just way better? It seems so much stronger, specifically in the end game.
I mean, Mountain King into mass casters is kind of a thing for a couple of years. This is novel. Or super old school Melting Belly, but even there we had Mountain King most likely. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe that is a mistake, and maybe we'll be punished for it, or he sees something that we don't see. I mean, I don't know. What do we know?
Yeah, lots of potential here between these heroes. We're in Twisted Meadows. High levels should be a guarantee. MK with the Giga Chat move, by the way. Alone, going for the attack. Let's see if he's going to get punched by the Hex as well. So far, it looks like not really. Look at the Blade Master. Fresh out the box. Getting greeted with Quel'Thara's boots right away. Ain't that nice?
Lovely it is. Critting for 74. Crit first, also a bit of a statement. No Windwalk. You might get some hammers to heads again. Shadow Hunter is ready. Archmage, Mountain King, otherwise nothing.
Griffins are amazing at creeping in general. Also on Twisted Meadows. Specifically here, we have lots of heavy armor creeps, where you can take those camps real quick. And even if you had a slow start into the game, normally on Twisted there's always creeps available somewhere. In a bit of a pinch, you may have to go to the island, but yeah, there's always ways to level.
As I said, I have seen Lynn on map 3 versus Colorful, 25 food ahead, all the cards in his hands, and all of a sudden Colorful got the W. I don't count 40 out yet.
He's going for the tiny, isn't he? Oh, yes, he is. Yep. And it seems to be a great timing. That is the big advantage of Orc in the late game. When you are far ahead, you can go for that tiny, if you're on tier 3, of course, and then cement your big lead. Undeads have been experiencing this for a long time, which is why Undeads are always terrified of falling behind in the tier 3 stage. Nowadays, humans have to worry about it as well.
Ring of Regional Roaming Blade, nice. Paladin falling behind. I look at this Mountain King level, it's just, what the hell? When do you ever see 10-minute game Mountain King level 1 on Twisted? Seems like 40 has a solid read with how he's posturing up. I don't think there's a great solution to this. End Snare is ready. We might need some more raiders here, as we currently have 0, but damage is solid, levels are fine, heal wave level 2, 40 is falling back, and now the clock is ticking for Lynn.
40 ahead of today was on a 13-game win streak. Seems a lot like that streak is breaking today. Not the top shape 40 that we've seen so far today. I think that much is clear to say by now. Alone, all the hero losses we saw today were very uncharacteristic.
A player's forces are under attack.
Well, he's an entertainer. And, of course, always raising the question, who can stop me? Sometimes it's Happy, sometimes it's Lynn, sometimes it's he himself. These guys...
That's a sick item, by the way. Orb of Darkness. There's level 2 skellies these days.
Yeah, on an Archmage, that's phenomenal before he goes to Blizzard.
And for Undead, this is the prime way to counter Berserkers. Dark Ranger with level 2 Black Arrow.
Look at this Remo guy, always talking about undead, undead, undead. First he's ruining the balance, and now he's talking about undead. Do you want to talk about Happy a little bit as well, fanboy?
We're gonna find a way.
We get a Bursey by Lynn, 55 food. And yeah, his Expo is running and running and running. We only now get Stormhammers. 40's army is still abysmal. Once again, I love the Spirit Link against the Griffins coming. There is no Dispel. 40 plays once again very one-dimensional. Use a few upgrades now to stay at 50, trying to play extremely conservative. But Lynn is on his trails, man. He knows exactly where to pounce next.
40 trying to work on his levels. 4-3-3 would be sensational. Getting the next big item. It is the Staff of Silence, which could be really good as well. Lynn looking for the catch with the Hex. He got a big kill earlier already.
This Blade Master turning into quite a beast. Archmage. Okay, can't reach. Going for more experience then. More upgrades, more headhunters. Lynn aiming for that 80 food army. And 40 kind of with his back against the wall. Needs XP, wants that level 4. Gets it here finally. But he also takes the fight with a big deficit.
back against the corner, still looking for kills. He's gonna get one raider. That's also a skelly for him being raised. Mountain King getting hexed and finds himself in trouble, but not too much. He is actually giga tanky. Stuck behind the farm wall, but enjoying still 1200 HP max. Needs that pally on level 3 though.
But how? Like, Lynn is contesting every camp. He's punishing him for
Player's
every
forces are
spot.
under attack.
And he's just not letting go, man. He's mega oppressive. At 70 now, needs another burrow. It's already in production. 40 still has like bunch of items. He can rise up to 80 for sure. As Carson calls it, the Giga Break. Sell items, go up to max food. But yeah, I mean, he's trying to creep, but Lynn just doesn't allow it.
Player's forces are
And he finally got his level 3. And that is a very significant level up indeed, but Lynn is working with that supply lead. Huge army. Here we go. Big fight breaks out. 40 needs to smash this fight. They have a chance still, I think. Needs to call some militia from the main base. They are coming now. Griffin's having a tough time finding these kills quickly.
Yeah, the only thing that he's smashing is the ground with the Mountain King in position again. Griffins, I don't think there are too many of them. Militia are arresting a Headhunter. That's nice. Lynn is crumbling slowly but steady, but also 40 out of mana soon.
This Oath Darkness dude is really good. Look at all these skellies on the ground. The skelly snowball happening with the Archmage. That's a rare sight to have. Holy Light has been fantastic as well. The militia have been helpful in the end, but the Griffin numbers have also dropped significantly.
Okay, and now there's no Headhunters anymore. Now the Black Arrow won't help anymore. Can he get some high-value targets like these Griffins? 40 invested a lot just to stay alive here, sacrificing all the workers. Lynn bent, but he has that expo. He can recover. His heroes are scaling better, and I think that was a solid decision to stay in that fight.
Yeah, lots of losses for Lynn, but he is recovering, of course, thanks to that expansion. So this trade was very much in his interest. Running out of mana now. Griffin numbers. If you only had like 2 or 3 more Griffins, this could be a great fight for 40, but he's going to lose another one right here. Always the right amount of Raiders and Ensnares.
And of course we don't have Bash here, so the Kodos can do whatever they want. Holy Light at the ready. 40 fighting for survival. Griffin traded for a Headhunter, of course, way more beneficial to Lynn that is. These Kodos might both fall. That's a lot of supply all of a sudden free.
Mage pretty low HP. Some skellies being added in once again. Purge against the Water Elemental. Good.
Crit!
Useful in this case. Oh, crit! Archmage! Archmage! No TP again!
And no Holy Light again. That was a huge mistake. I mean, the game's not looking pretty anyway. War Chief on a tear. There is not much left for 40 except calling the game. He's down a base. He's down half in supply. The levels for Lynn are mental. And after being defeated 0-3 by the weakest player in the game 2 days later,
are under attack.
he's about to 3-0 the big bout machine that is Fortitude. Warcraft is surreal sometimes.
Is 40's shape dipping at the worst time imaginable? Perhaps it is. Lots of maps lost today and yesterday. Yesterday he bounced back. But today there's going to be no possibility to do it. He's got good tech, I guess, with Griffins. He's got good levels, surely, with these heroes. But he doesn't have the goal to keep up with the opposition.
And after so many Game 5 losses and reverse sweeps, this 3-0, how important that is for Lynn's mental game. New skeletons roaming, but they'll be easily taken out. Shadowhunter has the mana pot, he can afford the world. 18 minutes in, 40 can't even dream of an expo.
Yeah, this pretty much all comes down back to the early game, of course, where the AM got level 3 late, the footies all died, and most importantly, the AM ended up falling. With that hex coming in that he didn't expect, a split second was missing for the TP. That split second doomed this game for Fortitude, still only at 40 supply. Lynn now flexing his muscles in the human main base, looking to put the final nail in the coffin.
We have a town portal. Archmage saved that for later. But yeah, his base is under attack. The farms are falling. Not that he needs them right now, but feels good. A lot of restoration would need to be done. A pocket town hall, maybe multiple of them, is what 40 needs. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist in Melee.
Archmage about to get level 5 here from the next creep camp. Levels are sick. 5, 4, 4. Really good. But again, it's the army that lacks.
Feels too little. It feels too late. Clap Blizzard would of course be amazing, but there's also a lot of answers to that. Lynn playing it safe, Lynn playing it cool, moves back, gets maybe another heal scroll, and then he has 3 again. Yeah, it's only an invuln this time. Okay. Still constantly scouting if there's a Hail Mary Town Hall, which 40 can never afford. But it is...
What are these results, by the way, lately? 0-3 against Fly, 3-0 against 40. Just...
You know,
utterly unpredictable.
listen to the philosopher Ronan Keating. Life is a roller coaster. And so is Warcraft 3 competitive sometimes. Speed scroll in, Blade Master chopping away at the workforce. The Griffin stemming against the defeat, but they are ensnared, they are focused. Lynn lost the fight against 25 food, less colorful. But this Archmage Mountain King Pala combo is not as dangerous as a Demon Hunter. But maybe if I try hard enough, I can cast a Curse Lynn here as well.
5/5/4 heroes. This would be quite the achievement indeed. Lots of mana, by the way. Zippity zap, clickety clack, looking for the kill here. 1 hex perhaps to finish the deal. All that prevented. That's the AM going down. And that's gonna do it.
God damn, man. He's back. The War Chief is back. Back to back to back wins. Oh, man. So sweet. His formerly strongest matchup versus the humans carries him once again in great fashion. 3-0 against the strongest human in the world. That was not only 1 win. That was not only 6 points. That was a statement to everyone in this tournament.
That is the Lynn that we're hoping to see. The Lynn that was invisible, seemingly, for a long time during his loss streak. We mentioned it earlier already. 4-game loss streak in the middle of the season that deflated his motivation and seemingly the hope for the Orcs. But today, a really good showing by him. Probably Fortitude, not with his best shape ever displayed today, with also a little bit of shakiness yesterday in the early matches. But yeah, Lynn, this is coming just in time, because if things had kept going down south, this would have boded very bad for the playoffs.
And now he has to face Lawlight, who are currently pretty much at the same points. That will be important to preserve that shape of today and carry it into the next 2 series, because not only does Lynn have to face Lawlight in a WCA Grand Final rematch, he also has to face Happy. And maybe he's peaking just at the perfect time. Imagine if at the end of the season, he 3-0s 40 and Happy. What a story that would be. But yeah, Lynn is way more competitive. How much more can he do here? He can get at best 6th. But for that, a lot of miracles have to happen, given that he's still facing Happy. And 40, that was his chance for rank 1. Bye-bye. He can at best get rank 3. 1-0. Still has a match. He could still surpass him. We could end up with 3 undeads at the top. Kaho is finished with the season. Infi is finished with the season. They cannot surpass him anymore. And neither does Sok. So not much potential, but a little bit.
Yeah, very interesting. Fortitude, Lynn, and Happy still with 2 more matches to come in the next 2 days. Those are the last 2 days of our group stage, in case you guys are wondering how exactly the schedule is going to work. So today, obviously, we still have 1 more match to play. Life versus Laby coming up shortly. And then tomorrow and the day after, 2 more days of group stage. Then we're going to have a 5-day break. There's going to be the WSB Korean tournament happening in the meantime. A little bit of time to refocus and prepare for the playoffs. And then on Thursday next week, pretty much 1 week from now, is when the playoffs begin.
And of course, you can see that schedule on our homepage, backtowarcraft.com. Goody, thank you very much for the €10. What a strike of genius by Lynn, man. Cosplaying as if he's in weak shape just until Blizzard nerfs the undead and the ghouls, and then turn it up to 11 once again.
Yeah, his match against Happy is going to be very interesting. And, you know, before the most recent time, Lynn had a lot of really good showings. When was that? Like 2 months ago, where we had the DWCC match between them and the B Cup Grand Final between them. And there we had really close series, crazy games. One of the series of the year contenders as well in the DWCC, I think it was.
Hey, Remo, I didn't see that series. Do you know a place where I can watch that?
Where would that be?
I'm asking you, Mr. Remo.
On our YouTube on Back to Warcraft, youtube.com/Back to Warcraft, you can find that. Type in Happy versus Lynn. Should be easy to spot. That was a crazy best of 7 that got all of us very excited.
Right on. And if that is not enough content for you, we dash out videos every single day, but not only on the normal YouTube, but also on the other YouTube, Back to Warcraft More. As the channel name suggests, that gives you even more. So follow us on both sides. We're still aiming for the 100,000. I want this goddamn YouTube play button. And you're not subbing enough. So sub. It's for free. Give. Like Qbert, that wonderful, wonderful soul and wonderful, wonderful co-caster. Some call him Cute Bird. He's one of the cutest, if not the cutest. Thank you for the 5 years, man. Congrats to your new sub badge. Congrats to your new sub animation. Thank you for being you and helping the scene by educating undeads so we can finally get more than 3 undeads in the top 30 of the ELO ranking. And also Buttcrumbs for the gift sub. Du weiter Frosch retten.
Thank you all very much for the support. And yeah, you mentioned the top undeads, and our next game coming up is featuring one of the top undeads. And now, Laby indeed finds himself at the very tippity top of the zenith of his shape. He is top 4 in the ELO standings, the best he has done in forever. This is his career high. It took him a long time to grind up here. We've been seeing him over the years. We've been seeing him improving month after month, year after year. And here he really is peaking at the perfect time in the Super League. He could still very much take first place out of this group stage.
Right on. Man, Laby. What a rise that was. The only player to face Happy, to for once be the Back to Warcraft caster that constantly talks about Happy and cannot stop talking about Happy. Can he finish this season with a 13-game win streak? That'd be unheard of. Against Life, he's almost the favorite. Obviously, he won against all the other Night Elves. Thing is, Life is the best Night Elf versus Undead, usually, especially against Happy style. But against Happy, he couldn't win either. And if we look at 1-2-0 versus Life, that was a win, but 1-2-0 is also not that great. Versus Night Elf, he is in playstyle very similar to Laby though, so that should give all the Night Elves out there.
Yeah, I feel like Life is especially amazing in the 1-base pure micro game. When it comes to 2-base counter expansion, I feel like their Kaho is a little bit better. I think Kaho, especially with current shape, I would see doing a bit better against Laby if everything goes according to the norm, but Life still has huge potential. And if Life really prepared and got his ducks in a row to have the proper counter style ready against Labyrinth, and he's showing up in good form, I see him here having a really good chance.
Okay, hopefully for the Night Elves, but it would also be a great story if Laby can just continue that crazy streak and maybe even get the grand final with a little bit of help. While we wait for the game, people can check if they have a Prime sub lying. We gladly take it, take some of these ads from you for an entire month. Unfortunately, the Prime subs have to be reapplied every single month. Helps out the channel a lot. For you, it's just a couple of clicks if your account is connected anyway. And if you don't give it to us, give it to any other Warcraft creator. Give it to Soul 8man. Give it to a Sparta. Just keep the Prime in the Warcraft scene.
Keep it in the family, you guys.
Exactly.
Looking at the standings right now, by the way, I don't know if we said this exactly earlier, but Happy and Laby have the same amount of points right now. So if Laby, after today, is overtaken by Happy in the 2 remaining games, then he's not going to take first place. So this means that Laby does need big points today, right? To have a realistic chance of first.
I was not able to follow your train of thought here. I derailed completely. When you said Happy, I thought of Happy and couldn't, my ears shut down.
Yeah, so Happy and Laby, they have the same amount of points.
Yes, that is
right
correct.
now,
Yes.
with 1 more match still available for Happy.
Yes.
So, okay, let's look at Happy's opponents. He's facing Lynn and 40 next 2 days. Let's say minimum Happy's going to get 4 points, right?
Yes.
Realistically speaking. So that means Laby needs at least a win today
Yes.
to get first.
Yes. And ideally he scores high. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I heard you said he doesn't have to win high, but he does have to win high.
Yeah, or at least win. If Happy has 2 bad days on his last 2 play days, then maybe 4 points could be enough today. But Happy has hardly ever had a bad day, perhaps against only Labyrinth.
Well, I was to say, not every performance was flawless. Against Fly, he almost lost the map. Today, he lost 2 maps. We'll see. Not perfect for sure. For Life, he can still get 12 points up to rank 7. That would be surpassing a Lynn, a Colorful, and a Sock.
Game's up, by the way.
That is, yes, of course. Thank you. Sideline reporter, Mr. Remo Demo here at the job. Wonderful. So yeah, that's the limit for Life. I still say it's a bit disappointing. He has the talent for more. Couldn't bring it here. Oftentimes a bit shaky, but also a lot of very, very close series. And if we look at this now, a little bit of a losing streak. So it's a long win streak against one of the losing streaks. Life has to overperform here in the context of the Super League games. Laby, if he brings his regular game, and he didn't spend the entire evening crying in the corner because of the Ghoul nerfs, then Laby is the favorite, and Laby is contesting Happy for the top 1 spot in this league.
And of course, everyone knows Laby loves to play fast expansion. That's what the Demon is aware of as well, and he's charging across the map. He did finish the creep cleanly and got level 1.7 from it. Here we go. Normally now, Immolation is gonna try to do as much damage as possible. First Wisp Detonate comes in as well.
I'm still fast forwarding here because I was a little bit late here, and currently we're just scouting in the fast forward mode that War3 Champions provides. Once again, shout out War3 Champions for being awesome. So yeah, early creep, very important. Early harass, very important. Laby, one would almost imagine a Lich here on this map, but maybe he saves it for springtime and autumn leaves. But now, this is what Mr. Remo Demo was talking about. Here's the Immolation creep. Coil saves 1. Little bit of damage so far, no kills. The Detto that Remo mentioned also very nice. A lot of damage, but no kills just yet. Demon Hunter already pretty low. Who gets the Magi? It is Laby. No losses. Continues to impress.
Lost both Acolytes, so the actual expansion start is quite delayed. Also, very well done by Life here. Didn't give up any Wisp Blast hits or, you know, Archer losses. Otherwise, the DK would have been level 2 right away. And then he might have been perhaps able to run across the map instantly and cancel the Tree of Life, which is coming up as the counter expansion, which is pretty normal to see these days. Life. Oh, he's going for the lab creep with the undead possibly showing up soon. This looks a bit risky.
Ooh, it's thankfully only an illusion. Rock Golem can't be coil sniped, but we all know that Frostmourne hungers. Life apparently pretty good at math. He calculated this nicely. Flute, a bit unthankful here, of course. Can the Ancient of War be stopped, or will the piercing damage tear out the ghouls? Because 1 is down, the 2nd is down, the Shadow Priest is still there. This looks like a bit of a waste, to be honest, on Laby's side.
Don't blame Laby for trying. I also thought a Creepjack attempt here could be very fruitful, but really good defense. Life knows exactly how far he can take things. Getting good experience here. Almost now on level 3.
Okay. Tree of Life by Life marching over. Expo at 50%. This is not too far ahead. Laby trying to keep up the pressure. Gets the crystal ball, which is not amazing. Mr. Vest is asking if that was a deny. Life indeed did go for a deny, and that's why his level 3 is delayed. Oh, it was Koff, not Vest.
Sells the flute. Goes for the boots and the staff. And sees a lot of ghouls approaching. Oh boy. That's a lot of little dudes leaving the main base.
Is that all of them? All but
That
one.
is
Ow.
almost all of them. Demon Hunter.
Around it.
Can do some good damage here though, at least. I can wake up the creeps as well. Nice play by Life.
So much time stalled as well with level 2 evasion. He was very tanky with the circlet and ring. The creeps, man, the ant snares are flying. I kept saying in the past couple of days, Laby looked a little weaker than in the middle of the season. And this game also is not clean.
Player's force is
Wait, you just said level 2 evasion?
Immolation.
Oh, okay. That would have been quite the weird skill build. But the ghouls still are looking for more trouble. They're getting this around here against the Berserker. Big kill if he gets it. He almost has it. T-Man wants to pick up the item. Trouble is not over yet here for the Night Elf player.
I know you were trouble when you walked in. Immolation. Trying to deal with the skellies here. Is there any wisp to repair, or do you have to hold this?
Where are the wisps?
Well, not here. Tree is trying to do it. Same situation as Life was in versus Infi. And Infi killed the tree. And Laby holds. He
Why?
can't. The wisp are
Why?
too late.
Why?
4 wisps not in position. They were clearly clicked on the tree, but it wasn't enough. It was delayed and all just like that. Laby is back in the game.
Why are the Night Elves never having their wisps in position? I've been saying this for 5 years.
Mr. Remo, if you're so angry at the Night Elves, would you take a look at our merchandise shop? There's FCKELF shirts available. Many ways to interpret that. But wear it.
You could have easily saved this tree.
Wear it
Have the
loud.
wisps there.
Wear it proud.
That would have been an amazing early game if only he saves the tree. All he had to do was take the 5 wisps from the main base and put them next to the tree. Boom. Early game 1.
You know, Remo, it feels good to not be on the ragey side of this Night Elf discussion. I will have plenty of opportunities for sure, but yeah, that is Laby saving his early game. That is Laby getting pretty far ahead.
I was at least working indeed with a very strong Demon Hunter. This is a fast level 4, which might translate into a quick level 5. Good scouting as well. Sees the Undead once again heading south.
Little
The
bit of a
Naga creeping
vacation.
up.
Early Muddy. On life side, that is. Interesting choice.
You move 100 wood, moving 5 wisps to the expo. First of all, that's complete nonsense. Secondly, that's worth it when you save the tree.
Well, that's the second Engine of War deny in this game for life. Also,
a town player's forces are under attack.
he is the rest of this game will be a tough task, but you know, never underestimate a Demon Hunter. I learned that lesson in Lynn vs. Colorful. But this is usually Laby's almost fragile part. He has become incredibly good in Undead vs. Night Elf late games. So yeah, weather that storm, life.
Life gonna find himself in a tough position from now on. Seems like the Mud Golem didn't really achieve too much this game.
A player's
He alive.
forces are under attack.
Maybe he makes it away. Run, little guy. Run.
Oh, it's
No,
so hard.
not that
with
way.
the little
Ah.
muddy legs he got. Evil skeleton. Go away.
No.
Oh,
no.
Oh. Muddy doesn't
Where's he
believe.
going though? Where's
what-
he going though?
I guess he wanted to deny himself. He lost faith at some point.
player's forces are under attack.
And the army is quickly growing, Neo. The terrifying 70 supply timing with tier 3, with destroyers, frenzy, orb. That's what the Night Elves are rightly afraid of. If you get an early counter expansion up, very often you will be able to keep up in supply. But with the expansion still not mining, it is not looking good for life.
Do that Nova, baby. Level 2 for the Lich. Big pressure. Good chunk of damage taken out. A little bit of return. Damage here, of course. We do have the Frost Armor again. Renders the Demon Hunter almost useless, but as useless as he can be with Reju and all that damage. Laby takes a step back. Doesn't want to fight against the Reju without any Dispel. The Dispel is coming now. Usually it's an 11-minute timing. That has been postponed for sure due to that later Expo. Might be a 12-minute timing then if he takes a little pit stop, but it's still so much time that, and so much anything that life has to catch up on.
For master training, more bears. Coming up at the expansion. Life still needs a lot to get back to even here. Gonna sell the Book of the Dead. That little cash is gonna be valuable, I guess. Here come the ghouls, though. Here we go. This is gonna be it.
Exactly. 11:30. We have barely any mana, but double mana potion. Bit interesting to see that we don't have a one of negation against the Reju. I feel like this could be helpful if you have floating resources anyway, but that wasn't necessarily the case because Naga is necessary to perfect this push. With one attack upgrade, with destroyers, with frenzy, life, Bray.
600 gold. Where's the production? Life. Lures are AFK.
Nuke onto the bear. This is how it oftentimes looks. The ghouls, of course, dying quickly. We have that Reju. No Dispel at the moment. Fiend might die because of it. We go for the Burrow upgrade during the push. Fiend damage is crazy versus Dryads. Life is just trying to stall time.
Not for the burn anymore. Bears getting picked off one by one easily. The numbers just aren't here. Simple as that. It's the heroes only left in the end, and those can be kited now easily, especially with Frost Armor. Life has been losing too many units. After what could have been a great position for him, he just kind of blew his good early position. Sad as that is, it is the case.
Demon Hunter is back. 20 food down. Shop is gone. At least he got one orb. That's lovely. But apart from that orb, he has the two heroes. He got two bears. There's no anti-air really. Aiming for that Lich with the Frost Armor doesn't necessarily do too much. I love the Invo Potion and Reju combo. Mana Potion must be used. Or the Invul on the other side so we can nuke. But it was a timely applied Reju on life. Maybe just warming up, because that game is down the drain. Mr. Remo, do you want to give us a detailed summary of what went wrong on map 1?
If only Night Elves could try to remember that having Wisps next to your Trio of Life for the repair could be a good idea. I had to tell Foggy for 3 years until it finally landed. I don't know, I somehow have to reach life, and maybe I have to go into the Night Elf Discord forum, that forsaken place, and try to spread the word, the wise words of Jesus Christ. Because he already said, if you have a tree, don't forget about the wisps.
That's exactly what's in the Bible, probably, I guess. But yeah, I vividly remember the ESL Cup days. That was definitely a talking point during that time. Life showed some good moments there, especially in the early. That was a lie. That was a nice snipe on the Expo for a bit, on the Acolytes at least. But yeah, couldn't close it out. Also, hurts to deny 2 creeps, of course. This is still not the life that we were raving about. This is not the prince that was promised.
Shaky. Shaky, simple as that. With sprinkled in moments of brilliance. That's the frustrating thing, you know? Like, there are some mistakes here and there, sure, but also some really good play in between.
That's it. And that's what makes Kaho the overall better Night Elf. So far, Life can't bring it to the table. It always takes some time until his ladder and practice game performances convert to tournament performances. Hopefully in the next game, he can do it.
And the next game is going to be, surprisingly, the Night Elf choice. Echo Isles is the decision. Normally, that's a map that Laby and every fast-expanding undead loves. Super easy, absolutely unpunishable is Fast Expo on Echo. I guess it also makes for a good counter-expansion map for Night Elf, so maybe that's why Life is choosing it.
Yeah, it's been 3 good Night Elf maps lately with Hammerfall, Autumn Leaves, Echo Isles. If he doesn't win these games, then Life is in trouble.
After the match today, Life is still going to have to face Starbuck. We don't know if that's tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Also going to be a fun series. We mentioned his highest potential earlier. 7th place would be the highest rank. I don't know if that's still possible now with the loss. If he's on a really bad streak, Life could, in theory, like 0-3-0-3 would mean he would get 13th, which could mean relegation for Life, which would be crazy, bro. If Life has to go into relegation, that would be such a shocking outcome, considering how the first half of the year went for him, where he looked so insane.
And Medusa the Gamer, also since then, he's played 500 million games per day. And that should lead to him usually skyrocketing, but there's some sort of a mental block that he can't get past yet. Of course, his potential is still crazy. He's still relatively young. He is motivated, obviously. He started streaming recently as well for maybe a little bit of extra income. So, gonna be good. Should be good. Just tournament performance. And this is where Laby shines at the moment, not getting stressed, not getting phased. He might fall behind a little bit in early and mid games, but late game, he's an absolute killer, being a coach before for Rainbow Six competitive team before. He, of course, knows all the tricks.
It seems like at the moment we're having some lobby issues. The call has not yet been made for everyone to go to Flow TV. It might take another 5 failed attempts, but we're gonna get there, guys. We're gonna get there.
After today, after the games today, I'm gonna have Dondo on to report his statistics side of things on the implemented Ghoul change. In case you're not aware, tonight it's 1 damage hotfix applied to the test server of Warcraft. And some might say it's only 1 damage. What does it do? Oh, I think Dondo has a 40-page PowerPoint. He said like the presentation is going to be about 2 hours, and he's going to tell us everything there is to know about -1 damage.
He didn't really say 2 hours, did he?
Tune in after the cast and you out.
Gotta tune in, guys. Gotta stay tuned in. Gotta stay locked in. That goes for the stream and that goes for the players as well. A little bit annoying here to have these connection bugs. It seems like it might have been Life's connection that was causing some of these problems, which would be a little annoying. It seems like now, though, Flow TV...
Remo, are you in a rush, Remo? You sound a bit grumpy.
No.
I can chill. Grab a rogue chill formula, my man.
I'm chill, Neo. I'm so chill. You can't believe how chill I am. It looks like now we do, in fact, have the game up.
Yes, Echo Isles. Can you believe, Mr. Remo, that Qbert, whom I was casting with a week ago, is not watching Night Elf vs. Undead on Echo Isles?
Why?
He doesn't like it.
What?
Yeah, I think it's epic. It's so great. And then we casted the game. It was 1-0 vs. KO. And it was an absolute dog shit match. So he was vindicated in that one series. But Qbert, if you're watching, Night Elf vs. Undead on Echo Isles is a thing of beauty. Map 2.
By the way, Stoka coming in and saying that there's going to be a 40 versus Laby show match after the games today. Thank you, Stoka, once again for the information. I wonder if that's going to fit in then with Dondo already waiting in the wings. Look at Dondo, he's in the chat as well.
Oh, he's already getting ready, dude. He's getting ready. Yeah, for sure. That's great. Stufka number 1. And I'll definitely cast it. I need some food in between. Very hungry. Anyway, Laby, left-hand side. Life, right-hand side. We're fast forwarding. We got the Demon Hunter. We got the DK. We're gonna see a lot of expansions. Let's go.
Would be a huge surprise if Laby doesn't go for the expansion. He, of course, is the expansion player. This is the expansion map. So it seems like this early game should be pretty predictable. Night Elf can be very strong here at counter expanding, especially because of creep potential. Get level 2 right away from the Merc camp. Ideally, a very good item. Normally, this camp tends to drop defensive items, which is great for the Demon Hunter, who is all about the healing. Oh, and I like Life here going for the Shadow Priest, by the way. He halted Wisp production to make sure he gets the Shadow Priest. This means lower lumber, but a way safer and easier early game with that early Shadow Priest.
Okay then. On Laby's side, interestingly, only one skull. Seems to be very confident that there's no timely Wisp detonate then. Demon Hunter cleans up the camp, gets it all. Gets more fuel for the immolation with the pendant. Kinda nice. Also for...
Is it though? I think that's the worst item out of everything. Isn't every other item better? I think so. You can use it to min-max at the Moonwells, I guess.
Yep.
But I would like every other item more.
There's a lot of good items at that spot. Hard to choose. I do see a different approach by Life though. He's expanding on the spot, isn't he? Usually you park it at the mercenary camp. That's not the case. So it's not really on the spot. You still have to walk a little bit. But interesting positioning for that expert.
Very important not to give away experience from the Wisp. There's one close to the undead, but seemingly hiding well there in the corner at the trees.
A player's forces are under attack.
Can touch this.
Manor, good experience lead. He's gonna pick up some items here. No boots just yet. Ghoul's arriving, seeing no Tree of Life, but that one still looks very cancelable. Berserker also very important.
Yep, and that Berserker goes
it away!
to Laby. You
Life,
need...
you can't give that away.
You need that damage, man. It might be 10% lower, but you need that piercing damage versus the ghouls. But it seems like Laby is a little bit confused about that position. And unlucky for him, he's not moving, or lucky for Life, he's not moving south. The Demon Hunter is getting big time trapped here, losing the town portal.
Your Life has been spotted though. And with no Berserker on the Night Elf, I think this should be an easy cancel for Laby. You can't give away that Berserker, man. That's GG.
You know what? Maybe Qbert was right. Maybe Night Elf first undead on Echo Isles is shit. That was a hard counter. And this looked like Life is very, very, very deflated. Oh boy.
Yeah, this ain't going right. How long was that game? 6 minutes?
It was 4 minutes, 16 seconds.
A quick one right there. Quicker than we would like. Life down 0-2. Laby still wants to get that first place finish.
6 points for his Life would be crazy. And very, very, very important for him. That put some pressure onto Happy versus 40 versus Lynn. What the hell is up with Medusa the Gamer?
It ain't looking great.
No.
It ain't looking great. Oh, he's gonna... If he loses here, he's gonna finish pretty low.
I mean,
He's gonna be possibly behind Lawlight.
Slander on Lawlight. Look at that. He's so bad. He's even below Lawlight. I don't accept that here on the channel, Mr. Lawlight is a god. Must be respected at all.
Is he though?
What? Did
All
you,
at
did,
33
you, did, you,
points.
did you catch up on that game versus Fortitude on Twisted, as I told you to?
No.
Of course no. Watch it, and then we agree. Yeah, 0 points here would be pretty bad. Who won that mirror between them? Oh, Life did. Okay, that puts him ahead of Loliot for now. But Loliot still has a game against Lynn, but a point is possible.
We do have the next map up and ready. Hammerfall it is. Could be a 3-0 here, possibly. I like Hammerfall though for Night Elf. I feel like here counter expansion play tends to work out pretty well. But Life needs to eliminate these mistakes, man.
This is a crazy performance by Laby once again. The man with the 12-game win streak has 3 match points for the 13-game win streak, 12-game win streak. It is just a huge step up by Laby, not deterred from anything, not feeling the pressure from anyone, and now with huge chances here. If he just plays the same way he did before, rather clean, rather decisive, with good timings, he's getting 6 points here, and there's nothing Life can do about it.
Well, I would say there's a lot he can do about it. He can start playing better for one. He can try to get the counter expansion up nice and early. Could have blocked that Acolyte also a bit better. That would have been a kill, but alright, that's not a very meaningful moment in the game. Meaningful is going to be the expansion timings.
Demon Hunter again, DK again, Expo indeed. There is of course a chance to do like a Ghoul pull here to go for one base, but Laby is a huge fan of undead expansions. He will be going for that expansion. It is rather tough on this map, on either side really, and that is then a chance for the Demon Hunter. Life, good luck my dude, you need it. We want to see that Demon Hunter burn, we want to see these ghouls barbecued. This is your chance.
The great thing on this map is you get a lot of experience from the first camp if you creep it clean, which he's doing, so you get level 2 basically guaranteed. And there it is, level 2, nice and early. Mana burn could now be a possibility. With there being no mana anymore, he's actually going evasion. I like that as well.
Interesting for sure. He will miss the mana burn later, but with the recent trends of going Immolation 2, this will then be a Tome of Retraining. Wisp comes
Look at
in.
this Tree of Life positioning, by the way. That's very far forward.
Ooh, it's not where you want it to be.
Not really.
Medusa the Gambler. He got an ally in the Kobold. He wants to avenge all his friends that are dead. Like the story in the Turbo Negro song. That's very good. Demon Hunter burned through most of his HP, most of his mana. Doesn't get a staff, but the boots. And now the last Kobold is dead as well. DK level 2. And for Laby, I don't think he has any reason to worry.
Haunted coming up now. It was still a good delay by Life, and it seems like the Tree of Life is going to be finishing as well. Alright, scary positioning, but I guess the timing works out. Maybe he knows that the Kobold here will indeed keep the undead busy, which there it did. But now Navi is heading south, looking for a little bit of trouble again.
But we take a pit stop at the Hydra. That's a lot of poison damage, as you know. Live knows that he got a bit of time. No pressure currently. Will then pounce on the finished expansion while it's moving over. That worked nicely on Last Refuge. So why not? Good scouting by Laby. Gathers a lot of information. Skeleton put to good use. The Ziggurat is a little bit hurt, but it shouldn't make a big difference. Expo halfway up. Life's Expo almost halfway as well. And we tech.
Alright, this is the best position by Life by far so far. The map one could have looked very similar if only it brought the wisps. This game he doesn't need wisps. I guess that's a W in his book. As the tech begins. Indeed, the tech is noticeably later here for the Night Elf. Of course, in favor of that quicker Tree of Life.
Okay, Laby is trying to find an avenue to attack the 6 o'clock, as he should, but he sees an opening with the Demon Hunter with reinforcements. Ghouls doesn't work. Nicely dodged. Yeah, this kind of feels like life is online for the first time, but... You see the tree, Remo? You see, like, something missing there, maybe?
He's rooted, though. That's a
True.
good start.
He's surrounded.
Okay, wisps are kind of coming over. It's not that late yet for wisps.
Alrighty, we'll see. 4 of them. Archers getting slaughtered, but also some good damage on the ghouls. This is, of course, the moment to hold. There's just so many ghouls. Maybe their swan song before they get nerfed into the ground forever. Demon Hunter is doing a fine job, and that's a slaughter at the
He's
tree.
overcommitting like crazy.
Yo!
What are you doing? You're not gonna
Dying.
get this, bro.
Oh my god, how many ghouls was that?
That was like what? Like this tree was finished, brother. That was a big mistake by Laby.
Yo!
I've been a little critical of life, but that was a huge mistake by Laby. Obviously,
A town
that
is
was
under
a
siege.
big
A
misread.
player's forces are under attack.
Well, must have been low damage rolls or something. Oh, that was level 3.4 Demon Hunter. It's such a frenzy. Well, life
This
in a
is
good spot. Let's go.
Yeah, this is a fantastic spot for life. This is tremendous. He can easily get the 2 center items right now. Could have gone even worse for Laby, by the way, if he had lost 3 more of those low HP ghouls on the way back. At least those were saved, but he's still pretty far away from the Lich. He forgot to remake the altar, by the way, so the Lich is going to be even later. I think this game is close to over already.
Okay, let's see. There's always great comeback potential. The turnaround is just 1 coil nova away. We know that, and Laby knows
not.
that. And Laby
No,
has...
it's not.
Of course!
Dude, his tech is going to be so late, Neo. He still has no altar. No altar means no tech.
No altar means no lich means no nova. So yeah, that's a bit problematic. I've seen horses vomit, as we say in Germany. See? Coiled steel, nice.
A circuit for the Demon Hunter. He's been enjoying some good items this game. Most of them were purchased. Some archers might be falling here. Looking for the Naga surround. Alright, close that one. Wisp detonate though. Kabuzi. Naga freed. DK, he's the one on low HP. And almost going down. Wisp block, maybe. Is there something there? Ooh, wait.
Here's on the right-hand side at the top at the shop. Imo. Got him! Okay, that's a problem. Especially with the shop, with the altar still not up. So, we got a little bit of a wonky game to our hands.
Which is ridiculously late. Getting started now. Shredder's gonna make for a lot of lumber for life. He's got 1,000 gold. Surprisingly shaky game by Laby. This is not the Laby shape that we've been seeing for most of the season. But I guess it is evidence again that we are all mortal. We can all make mistakes. And Laby wanted to show that this game, you know, also he can make mistakes. Lots of them.
Dude, it's Gargs. I haven't seen a pro game with Gargs in ages. I'm still afraid of it. That this is becoming meta because it's not really that exciting, but you know, that might be a way back.
Yeah, very good for Life to see this early. This means he's gonna have to go for another 3rd hero. Usually that means Panda. These days maybe Tinker, but yeah, he's gonna need some more AoE against these gargoyles.
Yeah, Naga won't do the cut. You then have to go Panda 3rd. Question is a little bit if Laby can play that Garg advantage. He does have triple crypt. That also kind of explains why the altar was so late. Just assuming that was on purpose, because undead players don't make mistakes. We know that. And the Gargs are not wisp hunting just yet.
The player's forces are under attack.
The number shouldn't be a big issue this game as long as the Shredder stays alive. The Gargs are very good at sniping Shredders though, so this is something that Life will have to pay attention to. He's staying defensively on his side of the map right now, very defensively in fact. Maybe he's waiting for that Orb of Venom, tier 3 finishing, Demon gonna pick it up, Home of Retrain as well. Demon just unlocked a new power spike.
Alrighty, tier 3 started for Laby halfway through. He's not going for like quad crypt mass gargs, but throws in some statues there, which I like. No progress on the Lich, of course. I wonder if we see Ancients of Wind against them for some hippos, or if it's gonna be mass dryads. Surely some possibilities here for life.
Yeah, I think mass dryads are all you kind of need. Hippogriffs can work, but they can also backfire horribly, especially when there's a tech switch. Mainly what you need is upgrades and decent hero levels. And normally also a panda. I am a bit surprised not to see that one added in yet. Ah, never mind, there he is. He did join. Mojo Dark Ale. Bring in the heat.
Not afraid of, not a fan of Dark Ale myself, but wonder if a Tinker would have been better. There's already Panda, Slander in the middle. Nice snipe by Laby once again. Dude, Frost Armor would be a heaven sent here. So far, these Gargs have not been a big issue though. Attack upgrades coming. He's already 2-0, 2-1 soon.
Rock and Haste first. Gonna make these gargoyles surprisingly slow. Hope Lightning comes in as well. Demon Hunter, no immolation anymore, of course. Also, in general, low mana, so no mana burn at the moment. And looks like the Dryads are going down faster than these Gargs by a significant margin. Still hurt. Life, though, feeling confident, still fighting.
Okay, that's another Dryad. Lich in trouble. Gets a coil. Panda, he will not level when he's dead, but there was a staff. Nicely done. A Knight Elf buying a staff. Amazing. Archers being slaughtered. Dryads being slaughtered. Life is down in supply.
Yeah, this looked a bit over-aggressive. I think nothing that can still be rectified with the great position that Life was in. But normally, we know that the Panda likes to creep. So Life being so aggressive here across the map is kind of unusual, especially with Tier 3 undead nearing. Tier 3 is now fully operational. Destroyers will soon be ready as well. And we're seeing another Acolyte. So a third base, perhaps, coming up here.
With Gargs, you can buy an absurd amount of time. Why not? And then some Frostworms on top. I don't hate it. Life has to do some heavy lifting, and Life is a mass gamer. He's not necessarily the fastest adopter to switches, but he has to come up with something now.
Great Demon Hunter Scout. Ooh, is he gonna spot the expansion here? He can't cancel it once himself with the undead nearby. Not gonna be able to do that for a long time. Life could perhaps just counter expand. Yeah, he is indeed with his own tree.
Interesting game now. 3 base versus 3 base. This has led to amazing games in the past. Lumber is looking great for Life as well. Demon Hunter, careful. As I said, only a Coil Nova away. But the thing about Gargs is they don't do that much damage to heroes.
Long nighttime here as well. This means lots of moon juice regenerating, so these staff into heal plays can be attempted successfully many times over. Shredder repositioning into the main base. Thank you. Wants to stay away a little bit further from that gargoyle threat as we're creeping up pretty much the rest of the map. As Laby's also adding in a third hero, and the third hero, one of his favorites, is the Dreadlord.
Ooh, anticipating then hippos. That's where the Dreadlord shines. Sleep is always nice against Demon Hunter Panda to disable them, but yeah, Vamp Aura is a game winner as long as there's no Thorns Aura at least, and of course always assuming that it's mass air versus mass air. But we don't have that. Laby's second base again. Fort Knox doesn't have to worry about these little spears at all.
With the Panda and the Bears showing up, might be a little bit more of a concern. Fork Lightning as well, killing off some Acolytes. But it's going to be a counterattack by Laby. Apparently, he can take out the Entangled pretty easy, and then TP home, perhaps. But by then, the Necro is gone.
Rip. That will require some time. Of course, no resources lost, really, outside that one Wisp. Trying to break that base here with the third coming up. Maybe that's not even the worst trade. Both are going full through, like no TP pulled on either side. Oh, can he just TP in time? Okay, he can't TP anymore. But the Haunted is still up.
There's going to be no saving it though. Moonlight's also getting taken out. It's always painful for the Night Elf Moonwells with full mana. 400 mana in each. Getting taken out here. Rip the healing. Lots of Moonwells have to be remade. But enough gold was there apparently. Next Tree of Life is soon operational. But Laby's third base is already mine.
Okay. We don't need that much more time. 40 seconds. There's only one Ghoul, so base raise potential is not that great. But if he snipes the Moonwells that are in production currently... he can't. TP home by life. Well done. Panda's on a scary level. Dryad numbers also. And economy is looking okay. But Laby has a great read, I guess.
Yeah, I much prefer the Night Elf ultra late game. Like, I think Gargoyles can be a good strategy if you're playing from ahead. Higher levels or better econ or higher supply, then Gargoyle's pretty good. But if you're even or behind, I think Gargoyle's pretty bad. Especially because of how good Mass Orb of Venom can also be later.
He's going for the Demon
Hold
Hunter.
on for a moment.
Two! Arm was already in the air. Nice anticipation by Life. Breath of Fire, Drunken Haze. Dreadlord is dead!
Yeah, level 1 Dreadlord here not contributing that much. It's difficult to find the right opening for sleep. If the Night Elf is fast with the reaction, which seems like here Life is, then they can always be dispelled by Dryads close by.
Ha! He sold the altar! The Dreadlord is not coming back. He was greedy.
This game is looking fantastic now for Life. You can scale more and more with more upgrades and more Orbs of Venom. There's lots of potential for this strat late game for Night Elf. Pretty sure we're gonna go to a fourth map here, minimum.
And how many Dryads can we kill here? They are quite fragile, but Life nicely going into defense upgrades, which you absolutely need to get more value off of them. No more Coil Nova with the mana we got. A couple of kills here, of course. Level 5. Sweet. The Expo is still standing with the Drunken Haze Breath of Fire, man. I love this early Panda edition. DK now in trouble. No consumables. No money really to go for a lot of items. Lightning Breath combo. Big.
Very big. Lich is gonna be going 6 feet under. Where he feels very at home, I guess. And that is gonna be the first map for Life this series. Maybe some new wind in his sails. This was a very well played map. This is the way I was expecting him to do it. And I'm glad he found his footing again.
Life shows his prowess in this matchup. That was lovely. Laby, of course, with this gigantic overcommitment with ripple effects deep into the mid game. That was an unnecessary risk that he took there. Fueled the Demon Hunter up to level 3.4 and then not getting the tree. That was not allowed and almost a thrown away point, because otherwise it kind of looked fine, I'd say. But yeah, good to see Life bringing his A game. A little late, but never too late.
Yeah, so far on every map, we've seen some big mistakes by these players. Life here on map 3 finally did really well. Hopefully can carry that performance throughout the rest of the series. But the problem is, now it is map pick for the opponent. And especially the first map pick tends to be very strong for the player who gets to choose it. And I wonder what that's going to be then for Laby.
We'll see about that. Mr. Remo, I leave you for a second. I'm just wearing shorts and it's getting kind of cozy. I need jogging pants.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm sweating over here. How hot is it today? We got... the weather report isn't loading. 28 degrees
What?
where I am. But I guess where Neo is, it's a lot cooler.
So, because I'm such a cool dude around me, it's always cool.
Oh, the next map is also going to be very cool, Neo. It's going to be a springtime special, so you better get your pants real quick.
Okay, I throw you into the game already so you can tell the people what's happening. I'm fast forwarding and... What's the...
Springtime, a very interesting map. This is where some undead players, including Laby, can get very cheeky with an early expansion in the center of the map. We've seen that plenty of times before. And when you only have one Demon Hunter and 1 or 2 archers to work with, then that can be surprisingly hard to stop. This is also where the specialty Lich play has seen quite a bit of favor. And it looks like that is going to be the choice here once more. Lich first special by Laby. Love to see it. Now we all know that Life plays a lot of games, has a lot of experience on ladder, and by now also in tournaments. But I'm not sure that he specifically prepares against certain strats very much. I feel like he hits that ladder button again and again and again. But does he consider? Does he theory craft? Does he game plan exactly what he wants to do against the Lich? I'm not so sure about that. I feel like when I see Laby play this Lich middle expansion, it tends to have a very high win rate. It won't have to be the center expo, but that is kind of the trademark, I would say, by now with Lich.
I wonder if you want to take that almost unnecessary risk for the middle expansion after a game like this. But seeing the ghouls move out, I'm pretty sure he agrees.
Absolutely he will. Demon Hunter not contesting the center early on. He wants to go for a fast level 2. Creep the orange. Not going immolation this time, by the way. Or he's going to skip mana burn. That would be insane. I would not recommend it. Having rather poor items here.
We'll see what the skill build is. For Lich, it's clear. Nova into Frost Armor. And then we build Fort Knox in the middle. This is gonna be interesting. It would be the most Laby way possible. Take an inspiration from Edo Boy, who came up with that first.
Alright, here's the mana burn. Gonna force out the second Nova in a moment. And then the Lich is gonna be out of mana probably for a long time. But the 2 Novas are already worth it because look at the HP of the Demon. He has to fall back again, and this is buying time. Very valuable time for that Nerub Tower.
And the Ziggy, yeah, and the Haunted, I mean. Ghoul's very oppressive. Currently, no Dark Ritual to get that up again.
Oh,
Zephyr,
look at the archers.
thank you for the sub. Archers.
Going into the middle.
A player's forces
Might
are
be
under
able to get a
attack.
cancel here. That's pretty cool.
A town is under siege.
Foothold is established.
If
with
it
that
works.
Nerf. Yep.
If it works. Does it work, though?
Demon is coming as well. Needs to almost block it like in Human vs. Undead, but that is not the case here. It is a cancel.
Yeah. Good move. Very nicely done here by Life. Love that. Distracted from the main base, where minimal damage, I think, was taken. He is counter-expanding as well. But it looks like that's also gonna end up getting cancelled.
This
Forces are under
goddamn
attack.
cancel culture everywhere, Remo.
Town is under siege.
Unreal. What has this world become? Ghouls in the main. Wisp at the lab already. Got a little
Oh,
bit
wait.
hurt here.
He could kill the Lich, couldn't he? He's got boots. Dust of appearances there. Tree of Life being set up anew. I would say Life so far has a pretty good counter to this playstyle. Sure, his expo is going to be later, but if he has it at some point, that should still be decent.
The lack of frost armor is
player's
noticeable
forces are under attack.
everywhere. Nice burns also. Constantly taps on that Lich. Expo at 50%. But Life is teching. Sorry, that was loud. Hi, yeah.
You had to expel some demons right there.
Jesus, that was
I hope you feel better now.
that was a Doom Guard coming out. Oh boy. Another cancel, maybe? Nope. Archer position, nice.
Block, and that's a kill. A little more experience to the demon, where he's got a big edge over the Lich. Still no level 2 on that hero. Really didn't get much here.
Now we babysit this Haunted Gold Mine. It must finish.
A player's
15
forces
seconds
are
in.
under
Demon Hunter is a force. Getting close. Trap. Demon surrounded. Has a TP. Nice answer by Laby.
Trying to fight out with the archers right here. Does have to TP. Only one ghoul going down in the end. I think that's okay though. Sure, the TP is gone, but it was more time for the expansion to come up. Now there's no cancel possible anymore on the Tree of Life. But now the demon, of course, has to be careful. Can't run into that Nerub again now.
Can the Lich make any progress? Life can always go for a staff. Got the boots already, got the resources, closing in on tier 2. Not the ideal time to go for items as you want Naga Dryads. Laby, super defensive with the 4 Ghoul squad. Still causing a ruckus here. Oh.
A player's forces are under attack.
That Lich though... He got boots. He should be fine. Narrow tower, mana burn, not
Narrow
enough.
tower to the rescue, dude. That Narrow is much needed. Ancient of War goes down, by the way. A little annoying. But the Demon Slayer gets the item. Big healing. Oh boy, is that nice.
Lich! I'm so worried about that Lich. Oh my god. Yeah, that was indeed lovely. Big healing, perfect. We finally got level 2. That took forever. Let's get a top block.
Second hero. Is it just Naga? This could be a Panda game as well. With how weak the Lich is, I think you could get away with the Panda.
Or you double down. It is a panda. You think like life.
Life is life. What can I say?
No,
This
no,
time,
no.
A player's
Altar is
forces
coming
are
up
under
way
attack.
earlier for Laby. That was definitely a big macro mistake. One of many mistakes of the previous map, to be honest. And like a nice position here.
Still didn't creep that expo for a while. Panda's making progress. Lich got an early heal scroll to be able to commit here. But what can he accomplish really against this Demon Hunter? I don't know.
No wisps. Again, there's no wisps. Oh, we got skellies here. We got a blight skull here, but no wisps.
Trees are doing some damage. End Snare is helping.
Oh, but here's scroll.
Against the Lich, that's very, very nice. He gets the Pandas around, but opens it up again. Lich in trouble. Demon chasing. Breath! Doesn't help. Panda down. Not worth investing the big potion, but the archers are also falling. Laby gaining a little bit of momentum here.
Here's Lich though. Mana burn is enough for the kill. Demon is surrounded. That is not what you want to surround right now, Laby. I don't think he looked in that inventory.
Uh-oh.
Not worth it.
Uh-oh.
Not worth it.
Life has been on the opposite side and didn't look into undead inventories. But yeah, what a nice little bait by Life, and Laby fell straight for it.
Panda doesn't take long to res. Only level 1, about to be right back. Detonate, more experience. Demon Hunter gonna hit a very quick level 4 here once again. The one concern here for Life is the Panda leveling, especially since the Ancient of War was lost earlier. But other than that, I would say this is a really good early game. Also because the undead tier 3 timing is a bit delayed.
Didn't start yet. That's right. We get Fiends, we get DK, we get another shop. And we get this super sweet creeping in the middle. But by now, everybody figures out that this is happening. Lich still... Oh, finally level 3. Gets another mana burn. Desperate for that shop to come up.
And the crazy thing with the nerf tower here is it can help creep both orange camps. And those have huge items. But it's not like you can't try to punish that as the Night Elf. Heal scroll picked up for the demon. Furbolg tracker is holding the item.
He's still tracking. Could come in with a breath, but Nova should always be there. He has a mana potion now. DK is bringing another mana potion. Coil ready. There's very few remaining ghouls here, I feel.
Town is under siege.
Nep has the Dryads now. Very valuable to have that slow. Would love to have Abolish as well, but that's going to take a little bit longer. Supply-wise, though, we're seeing both players even, and that's good news for the Night Elf.
More good news coming soon. Tier 3 around the corner. Orbs will be there. More undead kills, though. The DK is in trouble, but again, the saving Frost Armor. What a meta shift that was when undead finally realized how good that is. That must be the tracker for Laby, you know?
He's waiting for Abolish to have display against Skellies and also against Frost Armor, but it's taking a little bit too long, so indeed the tracker goes to Laby. Big success.
A player's forces are under
The biggest! Many people say. What do we got? Belt of Giant Strength. Okay, not ideal. Invis Demon Hunter. Sneaky play. But yeah, time for the Panda to level, man. He is severely under-leveled.
Demon could go for a last steal here pretty easy. There's no mana to be punished. Huh, and he got it just with the right click, not even a mana burn.
And the Mana Potion, dude. Sick play by Lives. Lost, love to see it. Lost for words, I was. Still, the next push, as Life is only on 2 production buildings, right? We keep on mentioning it, is very short on resources too. Will he be ready for the Destro push?
Life going into upkeep very, very early. Not building a bank at all. Just wants to have an army out instantly if one is required. Laby is building a bank for a little bit longer, creeping up more. That's the next big item for him. The first one he found was the belt. That's okay for the Death Knight. Nothing amazing though. Hoping for something better here.
Yeah, one of the worst. But a little bit survivability in this case wasn't too bad either. Life already with the rat spot. I really like the tempo. I also love that he's that we're not banking. After seeing Night Elves fall with 2k gold in the bank, better spend it before losing this match-deciding map. And item, of course, phenomenal. What we got? Unholy Aura.
Really good.
Nice.
Lots of bears, by the way. Not that much anti-air for Laby right now.
For life.
Where?
A player's
For
forces
life,
are
excuse me.
under attack.
How are you going to shoot up, baby?
Well, you can get orbs. That's the thing. Demon Hunter closing in on level 5 with the lab that's still remaining. Double heal scroll for Laby, double mana potion. Keeps on chugging. And this is nice damage on the Lich right now. Close to level 4 as well for some Dark Ritual. He wants DK level 3 before the fight, I guess.
I think Life's position here is amazing. He's got a big army. The only one wrinkle is he doesn't have the most amazing anti-air. I think you brought up the orb for good reason. Double orb of venom is really good on these 2 heroes. Who scale so well also with levels. Who are running out of inventory space, however.
Yeah, oftentimes a problem, sometimes fixed by a third hero. With the Panda Demon Hunter combo, probably not. Kaho is a big fan of the bottom, Lawlight as well. But I would be surprised to see that here. Town Portal. To be in position for the incoming push.
Here's the first orb of venom. I think a bottom here could be sick, actually. You pretty much got the necessary levels. Demon about to hit 5, Panda is 3. Multiple orbs would be super good against destroyers. Most important thing though is that Life now keeps scouting, excuse me, in the south, because a third base for Laby down south would win him the game. This is what Life will have to prevent.
Well, Banshees are there. Anti-magic shell up. Possession versus bears is pretty sick. We only have 1 staff. And what do you do then when the bears turn against you? It still requires some time, but I don't think Life has any idea that this is happening.
Nope, not yet. Who was it, by the way, that played Talons with Cyclone Business?
Sounds like a
Cover?
dice play. Or a Lawlight play.
Can't remember right now, but yeah, that's something that Night Elf started doing, which is a really cool idea. But first you have to identify, by the way, there's 2 sappers chilling in the undead main base.
Yeah, he just bought them and then they have a long road ahead of them. They will live a little longer. There is Nature's Blessing, so he kind of needs a third.
And now attack against the natural. Lots of damage possible from these bears. First destroyer is in, looking for the big D-spot. But indeed, no roar has been used here. Perhaps that's wise, not to give it to the destroyers. Banshee Master Training also finishing up soon, and this hasn't been spotted yet.
He got rid of the second crypt, that's nice. We still got a forward slaughterhouse. We still got the sappers. Wonder what he's doing with them now. For now, chilling in the base. How many banshees we got? 2 only. That doesn't seem to be enough.
But still, the reaction needs to come. Banshees are really good against Panda Bears. He needs perhaps Talons, but certainly Mountain Giants.
Well,
Now we should have seen it.
That tech transition will take a long time. Yeah, Demon Hunter scouting should have given it away. Dude, Life played really well against it when he was facing Happy. He at some point starts to kill his own bears to replace them with MGs, so the bears can't be killed or possessed. But that will still require some time. And here are the sappers on the right-hand side. Floodgates open. Are we just pouncing on that expo? I don't think... Is Life in time? Sapper 1. Bit wonky. Sapper 2. Gets the wisp. Gets the kill.
It's a lot of gold missing, and also not enough lumber to set up the expansion again. Oh, this push and the expansion transition at the same time. Catching the Night Elf here unawares. When he had such a good early game. Bit of a shame. The Bears, by the way, in a Zeppelin behind the undead main base. They tried to go for a play themselves, but Life wasn't ready for that attack. It was just in position. Could have perhaps prevented this.
And of course, the worst timing to invest into the Mountain Giant upgrades when you need the lumber. Now they drop, so will require some sort of response. Zeppelin, a great tool against possession.
Here come the Banshees. Would love to get these bears. Ooh, if the Fiend gets in range. Ooh, that would have been dangerous with the web.
Just possess the Zeppelin.
That don't work.
Come
That
on.
don't work.
It should work, and then all what's inside belongs to you as well.
Next balance patch, I'm sure. Banshees can possess everything. Possess flying units, mechanical units, buildings, everything.
Buildings would be funny, like the engineer in Command & Conquer. Just take over expos. We got the fight now, and there's a couple of bears. Let's go. Destroyer in a bad spot. Needs to be saved. Possession come in. Oh, that is at least one, but one can always be outstaffed. One bear up, and that's now Roar and Reju on Laby.
Iman is actually going for a really good push here across the map. Taking out Acolytes, possibly taking out the expansion. Or the main base, I should say. But yeah, the Night of Expo has not been restarted. Demon... Oh, we can't TP the bears away!
Yep.
Oh, right!
Yep.
And
That's
that is
game.
going to lead to the GG.
Ay, ay, ay! More bears on the undead side. Doesn't even have to kill them. We all know they melt, but it's even better than when they can apply Roar and Reach to the undead side. Great play and great recovery by Laby, who got the 3-1, 5 points in the duel versus Happy for the grand final. This puts Laby in a solid spot. The question is it good enough? And that question will be answered in the upcoming days. Laby in Super League has a 13-game win streak. Is mental. Nobody expected that. Really stepping up his game. Is the one to have defeated Happy in this league. Something 1-0 couldn't do. And is rising to the S tier. A grand performance, not as dominant as a Happy is in most of the matches. Still got the 6 points versus Starbuck, versus Colorful, versus Lynn, versus Moon. And like the performance of Laby's career so far. That means Happy needs 5 points out of the games against Lynn and Fortitude. So if he loses both, that's not enough.
Yeah, 6 points necessary, right? With 5 points, it's going to be indeed
Yes, correct.
Laby with a head-to-head.
Correct.
So either 1-3-0 or a mix of other wins necessary. Or I guess also one loss could work out if he's getting some map wins there. Yeah, Happy with not the easiest task, honestly. I mean, he's facing Lynn and 40, right? These have been the dominators of the previous year. Lynn seemed to be really shaky lately, but today a sick win. What does that mean for Fortitude? Is he dipping in shape at the worst time? Perhaps he is. We thought 40 was going to make the top 2 maybe, but with the 0-3 today, that is absolutely no longer possible.
Chat is asking, actually, do we have confirmation that tiebreaker is head-to-head and not map difference? Map difference with this point system is already perfectly represented in the points, so points and map difference is the same. That's what's so great. One of the things that's so great about this point system. So it's just head to head, and that's it. Life though, man, 34 points, same amount as Lynn. One less than Lawliot. Lawliot can surely take over if he gets 2 more points. It's against Lynn though. It's not gonna be too easy. Depends on Lynn's shape as always here. They had fierce battles. Lawliot looked good in this matchup with lots of detonates. Lynn got to be ready for that. Of course, you can always rely on a Demon Hunter. But yeah, couple of confirmations today. Only Happy and Laby can win the regular group stage. 40 cannot be better than rank 3 and is still somewhat fighting against 120 and Kaho, but is a very safe place, I'd say. 40 has 2 more games here for him. It's Happy and Focus, especially versus Focus. 2 maps don't seem unreasonable. And then he's the 3rd place, would put him into the quarterfinal. 120 Cow and Infi were really close. For them, they could look down a little bit. At least Infi might look down a little bit. And Starbucks still has to perform in one last game that he got to maybe surpass Focus. Or, no, Lawliot doesn't work out, but yeah, could still make some gains. But yeah, that was a telling Super League day today.
1-0, I'm looking through it right now. He did defeat Kaho, right?
Yes, 3-1,
Think.
very one.
He lost to all the other Nidos, by the way, interestingly. Lost to Lawlight, lost to Life, lost to Colorful. But did beat Kaho, indeed, 3-1. So that means that 1 point would be enough in the last match for him to overtake Kaho. Against Sok.
Against Sok, indeed. And I mean, with the win, there might be a chance to end up higher than 40. But chances aren't that great, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, if 40 keeps bottoming out and keeps losing very clearly, there is a possibility.
Today was a one-off. He wasn't really ready. Maybe he wanted to help Lynn
yesterday,
back on
2
his
of those
feet.
maps looked like that. Looked weak.
Yeah,
Then
but
he bounced back.
But not like the 3rd one wasn't. It's just you know, he needs to flip a switch and then he's the demolisher 40 again. It will be 40 is fine. 40 is fine.
See, there's a real chance he's gonna get 3-0'd by Happy, and there's a chance he might lose to Focus.
Everything is possible in this league, of course. Happy, by the way, also still on a tear. Lynn and 40, we mentioned it. Is there anything else we need to mention? Lynn maximum top 6, so he's basically fighting against the finished players, Colorful, Sok, and Infi right now. Needs 12 points out of 2 maps to to tie with Infi. And that, wait, didn't he lose to Infi? No, he won against Infi, so it is possible.
Oh, okay.
3-1, 3-1, 3-1. Okay, so Lynn.
Okay, you would have to 3-0 Happy though.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. And Lawlight.
Yeah, that's tough. Was Happy, of course. After what I've seen today, no problem, but Lawlight might be an issue.
Yeah. All right. Well, that does it for the play day today. We're going to have 2 more play days tomorrow and the day after. On Friday, our group stage is concluding, and then we're going to see exactly where everyone has landed.
Exactly. So there is a show match coming up. I'm also going to be talking to Dondo, so I stay on for, I don't know, probably a couple more hours. The Warcraft day isn't over yet. Is there any questions here? Happy needs 6 points for the number 1. Yes, Happy needs. So more Warcraft action coming up. Dondo, question is if you want to talk now or do show match first. People are craving it and it's live now. Well, Mr. Dondo, that is a nice answer. I mean, of course, I'm gonna miss you for the next 2 hours. But yeah, question is if Remo Demo is going to in real life or is casting.
No, we're sticking around.
We're
sticking around, baby. Wait, is this best of 5 or what is this?
That is probably play all 5, but such questions shall always be answered by Stufka number 1.
1 Bar Cup. It says play all 5 show match. All right.
Play all
Well.
5 show match. It is.
Okay, cool. I have a good haircut, says Dondo. Thank you, Dondo. That's very nice of you to say. I'm sure you got a great haircut as well. Maybe I'm going to see later if you're going to turn on your webcam.
That's what we're all hoping for. Sexy Dondo. We had a lot of gooning material yesterday at the Gamescom presentation. We need more with Dondo on the cam tonight.
What was the most exciting thing at Gamescom? Do you have a top 3?
Unironically, Mr. Remo, you will not believe this. Lego
Yes.
Batman was number 1 by kind of far. Silk Song, we saw very little, so I hold my breath. My disappointment number 1 is a sequel of one of my childhood games, Vampire the Masquerade. Great RPG.
Don't know what that is.
It's an RPG with vampires. It's great.
Okay, got it.
And that sequel looks abysmal. It's been in development hell for a long time. It's basically the modern day Duke Nukem for like, when is it coming out? Is it ever coming out? Yeah. And it looks so bad. It has pre-order day 1 DLC where like you can group up in clans and some clans have different strengths and different weaknesses, etc. 2 of these clans are behind a paywall for day 1 DLC. That's how bad it looks. So bye.
Modern day of gaming.
Bye Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. I will not play you, piece of shit. But Dawn of War 4 was announced. That might be
I heard
cool.
about that.
That might be cool. But let's be
So,
honest, the big fun was hanging out with chat to be. Wasn't that great yesterday. I was a bit disappointed.
so do you want to get a snack right now, and then we're gonna go in the game, or?
I'm in game already. I am in the process of fast forwarding. I will put the camera on a hero and then grab a bite. Except if you want.
Yeah, I'm still here, but you can do the Control C thing, baby.
Yes,
Control
exactly.
C.
Exactly.
Players' forces
So
are under attack.
here is the. Hey, mouse cursor got stuck. Here we go. Fast forwarding will end Oh, wait, when did the game start? Do we want to sync at a certain point?
No, just fast forward.
Oh, okay.
It's 4 minutes.
Ah, okay, then
take
I'm
too long.
almost there. It is Laby versus Fortitude. Play all 5 show match. It is, some people call him, the best undead versus human player in the world, even over Happy in Laby, who did look not perfect today, versus Fortitude, who is of course going to be challenging Happy in the upcoming days, and that's the real test here now for him, how good he really is in the undead matchup.
Yes, sir. Play all 5 matchup means we're going to play all 5 maps, as the name suggests. Map number 1 is going to be Concealed Hill, and here 40 is going to decide to play 1 base aggression. Not my favorite playstyle, really. He has seen some success with that lately, especially in the series in the Super League against 1-2-0. He looked very good. 1-2-0 there again, looking a bit weak, to be honest, against humans specifically. Taking out the Haunted Goldmine here a couple of times. If you could do it again, that would be huge. I think this time, though, it will finish. But it's a big delay. Tier 2 is done already for 40. He's got rifles on the way. MK joining. He's gonna go for that Tier 2 all-in push. The main reason I don't like this strategy is because if the Cryptid ever gets level 5, you lose with Rifleman. Doesn't matter if the Undead has an expansion or not. And that, I think, is the biggest problem. Even if you take out the expansion successfully, you still lose if the Cryptid gets level 5. I feel like this is a losing strategy in many ways, and it relies on the Undead being straight up worse than the human player, in my opinion. We're going to get to the decisive push pretty soon. Archmage right now healing. It was, as I said, quite a successful delay. Trying to go for another cancel with the staff up north. Onto the footy. Oh, big moment. Oh, if he gets the cancel here, that's gigantic. Footy. 1 footy, 1 Archmage, 1 Watch Element. Is that enough? I Don't think so. No, AM has to give it up. This Haunted will finish. Have to TP. Oh, big waste of a big healing. And a good defense for Laby. It did take him a lot of mana though. He had some mana boost from the early items. Pendant and Ring of Superiority. Pendant of Energy oftentimes seems like one of the worst item drops these days. But on the Crypt Lord with Mana Potion, it is actually insane. Of course, first, Laby's gonna have to get tier 2. Which he has not yet started, but should be doing any moment. But he has to go for early Adept training, so it's one priest into Adept. Obviously, the Peaceful is going to be very important here. Forty's army is looking very small for very long. Oh yes, 2 priests actually. 2 priests into Peaceful. Laby creeping right now elsewhere. He's over at the lab, but can't go through with it, it seems, because the push is getting serious. 40 supply. 440. Not looking that terrifying yet, I guess. Setting up 2 towers. We get a Nerf and a Spirit Tower coming up. Ideally, also you want to have a Necropolis here in front with high HP to soak up damage from this rifle attack. The spools didn't hit too well, though, if I saw that right. Priests, of course, are the most vulnerable part of the army. Units will try to take those out first. And Priest mana seems to be gone now. Archmage is in a surround, but staffing away. Another kill, level up for the MK. He's now level 2. Going for Bash. But with priests and good rifle micro, the human cannot micro, or at least try to, the undead here. A little bit of Peaceful again. And hit and run with the rifles, but one is about to fall as it seems. Could be 2 rifles hitting the deck. And the longer this game goes, the better it is for the undead, of course. Wait, Laby still hasn't teched. Oh, that definitely seems like a big mistake. He's got the lumber now. He really has to tech. And there it is. Finally, tier 2 begins. Then we get statues, Death Knight, and perhaps most important, mana potions. Very often in an attack like this from the human, we also see a proxy workshop aggressive to go for the Mother teams. AM and Cryptlord both going to the shop, trying to get the heal scrolls. Cryptlord gets both of them. Of course, Laby has a ton of gold here. And there doesn't seem to be serious urgency on the expansion. No real damage towards it yet. Now only do we see the workshop. 10 minutes in. 10 minutes and change. Arcane towers seem to be always getting cancelled. But now we got a good number of priests. Now we're gonna have pretty much endless dispel, also with a level 2 brilliance aura. Impale on the rifleman. It's gonna be one more probably going down. Good target fire with the fiends. And it's all time. All time for the tier 2, which is soon done. And the priest falls. Not easy for Fortitude to replace these losses. Stormbolt on the Crypt Lord. Starting to drop a bit low HP, but the Death Knight is soon going to be there. Altar of Darkness coming up almost in time, just a hair late. A couple of Fiend kills now, with Stormbolt and Bash. It's a couple of kill going 40's way. Laby is significantly dropping in supply. Got a shop at the expansion, I love to see this. Mana potions now available. Wait, not yet. A couple seconds. 10 seconds. Now the mortar teams are starting to do serious damage to these towers, but the Acolyte repair gonna delay the kill here once again. There we go. Mana pots the Crypt Lord. He dropped the pendant, picks it up, lots of mana again, and also Wand of Negation. Peaceful against these water elementals.
Looks like I'm back right on time for a lovely impale.
Stonebolt couldn't quite prevent it. Awkward positioning on some of the mortar teams here. One popping out from the proxy workshop, gonna get sniped right away. Some fiends are falling, but the reproduction always can kick in for Labyrinth with this 2 base income. That impale was terrible, hitting only 1 priest, but perhaps it's good enough. Death Knight, much needed. Didn't get started yet. To be honest, Laby has been playing a very shaky macro game here. Tech was super late, Ultra was late, Hero is late.
Well, it's also late in Korea. Maybe he's a bit sleepy. Can't afford to be sleepy against 40, of course. Gotta stay sharp. He's still got that lovely undead base defense working for him, though. And the wand.
And level 5 Crypt Lord now. At the outset of the game, I was mentioning that I really don't like this 1-base strategy, mainly because of Crypt Lord level 5 potential. Once Crypt Lord gets 5, the rifles are pretty much doomed, usually. I view this as a losing strategy, and it seems like Fortitude indeed is looking at a loss here on map 1, after already having 3 losses earlier against Lynn, of course.
Right on. Yeah, this is a troubled day so far. Mountain King asks for a surround. He has an invuln, of course, so he's safe for 7 seconds, but no staff on the other side. 40 is running out of fuel quickly.
Oh, but Diesel! MK is freed, but still low HP. Still no mana. And with the DK showing up, all troubles are soon going to be over. We can still go for more wands, more mana pots.
I do respect the 14-minute DK timing.
Yeah, better late than never, you know? Maybe the best part is yet to come.
For the DK, hopefully. For 40, we'll see. 5 and 3 heroes. Dude, Laby is just spamming items from the shop constantly. Yeah, these water elementals won't do that much. Of course, quite expensive, but easily affordable with Expo.
Here comes the Death Knight bringing in more items. That is more Dispel, more mana pots. 1 Crypt Lord kill would be a start. Honestly, I don't think it would win the game, but maybe that is a bit of a can opener. And the DK now out of mana. But Crypt Lord can use a lot more impale. There's another one. Mountain King. Oh, close to falling. Mana Potion threatens the coil.
Beans are falling quickly. 40 still establishes the supply lead. It's a lot of damage thrown on the Mountain King. He needs to kill him at some point, but for now he is resisting. But his might can still not be matched. MK down, Crypt Lord huge boost, and another impale. Ay ay ay.
DK2. More and more kills. 40 down to only less than 40 supply now. This first map is over.
Well, 40 doesn't think so. He's still got a winning condition somewhere. I don't know where that is, but with the Mountain King, he's trying one more time. But without mana, that's a bit of a liability here. And more and more and more Wand of Negation, the Undead's new favorite tool.
Wands and mana pots. Hell yeah, baby. Now even we see a ritual dagger for a bit of additional healing. This has been one of the best pendants of energy I've seen in a long time. Seems like recently this item hasn't looked that amazing, but on a Crypt Lord with mana potions, it sure is.
We have another Wand of Negation. What is this? Number 5 this game. That's 700 gold in wands. Nice. Ollivander would be happy. That's the Harry Potter dude who does the wands.
Who? What's his name?
Ollivander.
Ollivander.
Yeah.
There's a new Harry Potter coming out as a TV show, right?
It's the same story, I think. Just a series.
Yeah, I didn't watch the movies beyond the second one, I think.
But that's when they get good. Except the 4th. But that's when they get good.
Alright. Looking forward to that series, to be honest. Maybe it's gonna be nice. It is on HBO after all. Best TV station, if you want to call it that. 40, you know, he's had a long day already. It seems like he wants to have a very long day. Dragging out this game for as long as he can. Maybe he wants to get that satisfying hero kill. He's got a strong Mountain King, at least.
I think he wants the ad revenue. But, oh, sweet little dodge. Nah, he's trying. But this Archmage cannot try much anymore. RIP! He passed the invul potion, but a little bit too late. And that is now game 1-0.
Alrighty. Laby with a good game, and 40 with... Yeah, I think I've mentioned this many times. I don't think this is the strategy to go for. I think this is a losing strat. I think humans will at some point realize this is not how you beat really good undeads.
Well, he's trying over and over again. Maybe it's just like a test where he's trying something and okay, can I do something here? Can I change something there? Not sure, but yeah, I am also not a one-base fan. Maybe it will work again when the Ghoul nerf goes through. That will open it up quite a bit, but patch isn't here yet.
Yeah, I guess this is a good testing ground to attempt this strategy. See if there's something there or if there's not. I really don't think there is, but you have to convince yourself of that by yourself if you're the player. We're heading into map 2 here in a moment. Tidehunters coming up next. Normally a very good map for Fast Expo play on both sides.
You know me, I love that one. I love that one a lot. We gotta ban Vess, maybe. He says the 5th Harry Potter is the worst. No. Order of Phoenix is one of the best. Mr. Vess, you have a horrendous taste in Harry Potter movies. That is almost disgusting. But okay, return matters to Warcraft 1.
Yes, sir. Our focus here is on Tidehunters. I have never watched The Order of the Phoenix. I can't tell you if it's good or not, beautiful or ugly, but I can tell you this map is beautiful. In look, in design, in gameplay, Tidehunters. One of my favorite creations.
It's your creation?
Yes. Let's say yes.
Every time I see Tidehunters, you know, I'm with you. It's a good map, but there's always this little stain that we were on this map once, and we got removed. We were turtles.
That is such a narcissistic thing to say, dude.
Nah. Wouldn't it be narcissistic if I'd say I was on this map once and I miss me, but I'm thinking about us? Isn't that like the opposite of narcissistic?
I mean, it still seems to bother you that you're not on the map anymore, so yeah, kind of.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we used to be featured here as little creeps behind the main bases. No longer. Such fun shall not be had. As Laby is also trying to ruin the fun of the humans early creeping at the lab. But it looks like that one is working out pretty well still.
Okay, yeah, we go for the lab as you said. That it must be clean. Like if there's like the one way you could punish this is maybe Lich Opener, but that is not the case. As always, I'd love to see Laby go back to the Lich or Dreadlord. Oh yeah, scores flipped. Sorry about that. Wrong button. Like branch out a little more. Maybe he holds it for Super League playoffs. Maybe he's not that interested. But yeah, I mean, Cryptlord is also looking that good. Why change if not for style really?
First kill. Ghoul picked off by the footy. It's not huge, but it's a nice little boost. Hurts the unhit economy a little bit. Tiny bit more experience for the Archmage, who has a great item to start things off, by the way. His own ring, after all. Him and his brothers, I suppose. Ring up the Archmagi, always a good boost. Picking up another small ring. Look at that, +4 stats. +4 all stats already. Oh, he's gonna play one base again, isn't he? Oh, no. No, 40Y.
On Titan. That's really interesting. Maybe it's the ultimate test if there's any map where this is still playable. I mean, rush distance is quite low, but also Expo is so easy. Beetle's almost in position for a kill. Now they are. It really isn't 40's day today.
I mean, he's gonna get a cancel here. He's catching the Crypt Lord before level 2. So, while I don't like this strategy, I think it's good on this map, actually. Because you can creep so fast and you are so far ahead of the undead. This is a successful cancel, and now trying to do good damage against the ghouls.
Okay, there's also a nice fortified position, though, with the two bases relatively close to each other. And hard to intercept reinforcements if you don't want to position yourself here next to the wall.
Forces are under attack.
Beetles did a good job.
Well, turns out Laby's not gonna fast expand this time. He is instead teching. Has the tech lead even over the human. And that's another downside of this strategy. I mean, okay, maybe you can kill his expansion, but what if he techs? What if you are stuck with one base, and then you have to play rifles into a Crypt Lord?
And then it's getting kind of curious how one base works out with one base Crypt Lord. That's not really what he wants. He likes a lot. He likes mass. How much mass can you get with only one base? But yeah, he is playing a defensive game for now, looking for some impales around.
In these early brawls, water elementals can be really good against ghouls. They used to be even better, Neo. Some say they are now unplayable. Looking still pretty playable to me. But yeah, finding those kills a little bit harder these days. Laby doing a good job also keeping those ghouls alive. But he is clearly experiencing a level disadvantage that 40 is trying to punish.
Okay, how hard can he hit? How much damage can he do? Graveyard. That's the point of attack here. Delays everything. And very, very annoying to get that cancelled. Love to see. But Impale catches the footman. How many footmen will fall? How many ghouls will fall? We got a brawl here.
Yeah, this is a great trade for 40. If he loses footies, whatever, he's gonna make rifles anyways. Killing ghouls is really good before they got frenzy with that big power spike. AFK Beetles didn't help there for a while. Good position here for Fortitude, I would say. But the scariest part of the unit on tier 3 is yet to come.
Forces are under attack.
Oh, he's trying to expand again. Cheeky.
Cheeky indeed, but scouted as well and punished as well. All of a sudden, 40 is playing a damn fine game. Still harassing. This will lead to a bit of Crypt Lord levels. But it all doesn't matter if the expansions stay down and the graveyard stays down and the ghouls stay busy. I think going for this ultra aggro style was a wise choice.
What's the follow-up gonna be then for 40? Tier 2 expansion could be very much a possibility this game. But I feel like he's gonna take a more offensive approach. Love these items on the artwork, by the way. +6 all stats. Let's go.
Right on. And he's showing his damage here. Another poor ghoul who did probably not much wrong. Being slaughtered. Avenging the sea giant a little bit. But now we got the favorite moment of Labyrinth game, the arrival at tier 2, and finally a counter to the water face.
And this means the expansion will finish this time. No way for the elemental to get another cancel here. 40 should have figured this out. As the altar is late again for Labyrinth, by the way.
There was a bit of a disturbance in the main. I can't blame him too much. Don't want to get that cancelled either. Little bit of safe but sorry. Expansion now at 50%. Mountain King is here. Whenever you see that Mountain King, you want to run
Players'
far away.
forces are under attack.
Look, the footies were saved on low HP. Those were nicely healing up with the Regent Scroll. That's great to see. And speaking of healing, the first priest is also joined with number 2 in queue. And then Dispel will be much needed. Oh, good Impale. Stealing the last hit. Looking for a couple 40 kills as well.
Alright, engaging into a 4-mana Mountain King with the wand. Where's the water elementals? Holds it. Surround attempt, but the right-hand side is wide open. With Impale. Oh, rifles surrounded. Lovely. Footman kills don't matter that much, but rifles definitely do. And now the Mountain King is chasing away that big bug. Can he out-dribble him? I don't think that's very likely. He's surrounding the Mountain King though. Sweet plays by Laby all of a sudden.
Yeah, that was a really good move. If he doesn't get that surround, the Crypt Lord is dead. So this was huge, actually. Only costs him a Ghoul in the end. As Laby has now added in the Death Knight and is on the way to tier 3 with the expansion mining. But still has a lot of production to go for with the supply being so low.
This is also not fortified at all. I mean, a Nerup, yeah, okay. But if you attack that now, it's very, very, very fragile. Bit problematic, but 40 decides we go for the main. I'm gonna cut your production off. I'm gonna pin you down here and then maybe go for some split attacks. Since the water elemental, but with that piercing damage, not the greatest against buildings and acolytes. But the slaughterhouse looks mighty juicy.
It has to remake the slaughterhouse at the expansion. Double slaughterhouse, I think, is necessary here, but for that, there's not enough lumber at the moment. Not a very convenient position for Laby, but also the human hero levels. Not that amazing, especially on the Mountain King.
Well, well, well. Militia coming. Crypt Lord still has a lot of mana to work with. Will he kill that Expo? It was definitely delaying gold income. Is Stormbolt on the Crypt Lord the right target with a DK right next to him?
Archmage surrounded.
Oh!
He can force a TP here. That would be a big win. But AM is fighting out. Ooh, huge impale. It's the entire human army. Only level 1, however. More dispels. Needles going down. MK level 2.
And constant pressure on these acolytes, man. Needs a little bit of help in that regard. Militia's still in. Footy's falling. So are ghouls. Relatively even trades. Of course, Laby is waiting desperately for the statues, desperately for the tier 3 dispels coming in. That took some time to get online, and Laby leaves the game in fear of this push.
Alrighty, Tidehunters actually has a really good creep route here. Wasn't expecting that necessarily. Big difference here compared to the previous map is the Crypt Lord didn't get level 2 from the first camp. And there with the AM then playing a 2-level advantage. Worked out really well. Fortitude still showing that this strat can work if the other doesn't have the perfect defense available.
1-1. Series is tied. There was a lot of things going wrong there with this ultra aggro 40. Love to see that. Not deterred from whatever happened in game 1. Not afraid to run across. Leaning into the water elementals as long as there's no wand, and even when there was a wand, everything was too late. Just like Labyrinth altars today.
And the next map is going to be coming up shortly. Hammerfall is going to be the pick. And if that's Laby's choice, then I'm going to be very surprised. I normally love Hammerfall for the humans. And I normally love to see a level 3 creep out into expansion. By the way, remember yesterday we were talking about humans should perhaps play more defensively and not go so aggressive and just go for your expo and defend it. And then people in chat were saying, Neo, but then you have the later expansion. So ahead of the cast today, I tested how fast can you expand if everything goes perfect for the undead and for the human. Undead's fastest expansion is 5 minutes. Human's fastest expansion, and I do that as a bad human player, is 4:45. Checkmate, Twitch chat.
Twitch chat. Can you say something against that? Is Mr. Remo Demo right? Or do you have better arguments than this guy right there? He's challenging you to prove him wrong once again. He laid down the evidence. Looked, sounds convincing. I'm inclined to believe him. And Dondo is saying, how does everything go perfect for the human if you have Crypt Lord Ghouls Beetles on top of you?
Just defend well, bro. Easy. Easy as that.
Dondo, just defend well, bro. What are you saying now? He has to type. That takes a little while. LOL, he says. What are you saying about that convincing argument now, Remo?
Well, Enjoy your laughter while it lasts, Dondo. At some point, the humans will find the wisdom in the defensive play, as I have been prophesizing with foresight and amazing insight, as always.
Now he's
Let's go
stealing my
and
prophet
see.
title. You
Let's see
kidding?
what happens on map 3. Let's see what happens on map 3, boys. Let's see. Let's take a look. Let's take a little look right here.
I'm on my way to Hammerfall. I got the coordinates put in to the Azeroth maps, and I hit that button, that I often forgotten F7 button. Labyrinth 1, Fortitude 1 in that show match. Happy is probably also taking notes what 40 is doing here for their upcoming match in the Super League. Laby has always been a little bit of a practice partner for 40, but prior to matches with Happy. Oftentimes went 5-5 in best of 10 matches, and was some really cool dynamics. Now, of course, who has other options than the ones displayed, or do we even need that? Only time and Remo Demo will tell.
Time tells all, and time is the great healer. Who has to lick his wounds more? Who is in need of healing? After this early game, we shall see. There can indeed be tremendous damage done to both economies early on. On one side with cancels, on the other with peasant kills. What's the Archmage doing here? Looks like a pretty standard creep route. A creeper that I appreciate. Orange into green into the expansion leads to a quick level 3. I'm not even saying that you have to play pure defense, but you have to focus on level 3. I feel like I've seen way too many humans lately try to get feisty on level 2. I will say it once more. You creep the fastest level 3 out of anyone in the game. So why not please use that?
Well, because then he is also the fastest in catching up in levels when you sacrifice it early.
Lies.
No, it's just logic.
Big lies. Crippler coming north though. Some last hit steals here would be big. If he gets Impale Seal, for example, on the Berserker, would be a huge experience swing. That's a fast creep by 40. Almost done with the camp already. Beautiful timing. And gets that level 3 very early on.
Okay.
And with the Crippler up north, he could just head south and look for the cancel.
Well, just defend perfectly is what was said. And here's a Cryptlord, and here's the Beetles, and here's the Ghouls, and here's an Impale. That's 3 wrecked peasants. On the other side, what's happening there? Another cancel as well.
Yeah, footies have to defend, militia have to defend, and this is where the game gets very interesting and very fun as an observer. As a player, I always feel like here is where the game gets really stressful and you don't want to find yourself in. But how do you defend now? How do you attack? What's the best way to go? Huge Impale! Holy hell! But now, Cryptlord is working with the disadvantage of having no more mana regen, if not for that item. This item actually could be tremendous for him.
Replenishment Potion is amazing. Footman retreats a little bit too late. In the other base, we got an Archmage, 2 Water Elementals against Beetles, Ghouls, Acolytes, taken off the grid already. Couple of Ghouls falling here. Goes into Lumber, of course. In 40's base, the attack is still ravaging. Couple of Militia about to pop here. And Laby not popping that Replenishment Potion on cost of a couple more Ghouls. 40 might be forced into a town portal as his staff is on cooldown.
Positioning though is going into the last little nook. Beautiful stuff here from the Archmage, minimizing that surface area tremendously. And of course the Crippler this whole time, he cannot fight against these militia behind the farm wall. He's only hitting the farms. I would say this is quite favorable for 40 if he can soon set up his expansion.
Well, well, well. If that's still the plan. Laby has mana for Beetles if he wants to use that.
Ah! Oh, not too late. He died.
I was so sure he's gonna use the TP, but no, I didn't even catch that. Well, well, well. And that's another mega impale. Oh man. 1 kill, 2 kills. Oof. Big oof. So greedy, dude, going for the staff.
Yeah, he could have also just used the staff if he just used it a couple seconds earlier, you know? Oh my, 40. Not an easy position, to be honest. He was getting pressured in the main base, counter-attacking, expansions to consider. But yeah, that was obviously a big mistake. He has to get this expo cancel now.
Yeah, and he will with the strength of water elementals. Relatively simple. But of course that means the Archmage is not at home where the Crypt Lord feels really comfortable.
Scripper just keeps sticking around. Peasants still very hurt, still only tier 1. Wild game that we're seeing here.
A lot of back and forth, and Laby seems to be enjoying that. Crypt Lord not getting surrounded here. Heads up play by Laby. No mana, no more. Even that replenishment has been used. Same for the Archmage actually. And with that gets another kill. So this is very, very, very expensive. But with the expansion right in his face, I don't know if he can cancel that anymore.
I think again. Next water elemental ready in a couple seconds.
Crypt Lord, Crypt Lord, Crypt Lord,
Lord.
Crypt Lord.
Oh! Alright, the counter blow. The counter blunder.
What's happening today? Oh man, Archmage is slowed. Can he get the kill? No, doesn't get a foot in the door here. Yeah, again, I say welcome to the circus.
Okay, well. Entertaining game for sure. Tavern Res on the Crypt Lord coming up, I guess. But that means no mana for a long time. And again, this is the advantage of Archmage early on. Once heroes start running out of mana, AM is going to have the huge regen advantage.
Righty. We'll see how this goes. We got very, very hurt economies. We got no tech. We got no finished expo. Laby has started it at least. Good scout here. But 40 doesn't give a damn about this footman life. Oh, does now.
Losing a few more peasants here again than necessary. Shop should have also been started a bit earlier, you know. It's late in the day. It's not the prime shape that we're seeing these two in. But Laby wants to keep fighting. I love it. Let's keep going, baby. Let's keep swinging.
Ooh, almost a block there. That was a bit dangerous. Has a regen scroll. Would love to pop it, but not allowed. Now that Remo voiced that he would love to keep him fighting, he retreats. I like that. Expo 50%.
And there should be no window to cancel this anymore. 40 stacking again. What? Are you kidding me? Why aren't you just expanding, brother? Well, that tech's gonna be late, man. That tech's gonna be real late. That tech is almost not faster at all than the under tech.
It's pretty much exactly 3 minutes late. The ghouls are in position, lots of them. Acolytes moving across. And Archmage is hurt. And Beetle's in the main, calling more militia. But Crypt Lord also out of mana. This is a mother of Hail Marys here by Laby, and it might actually work.
Damn. He actually has enough damage, believe it or not. He gets the cancel.
He gets the cancel.
Oh, surround! Let's go!
That's another kill.
Level
Kaboom!
5?
And that's why he's not expanding. But it's level 4 as well. Makes it more expensive. LOL.
Ah, the best players in the world, guys. Right here in the Super League.
Players' forces are under attack.
Maybe you want to show your skills on stream instead? GG.
Ah, how could I take the shine away from these guys? Absolutely wonderful. 3 hero kills. 3 of them unnecessary.
They're playing for the
40
people.
takes the map.
You know, rage bait is the meta on the socials. That's what they're playing for. Big clicks on TikTok. Love to see it.
All right. That was a fun game, though. Very hectic, very back and forth. Both at times being a bit overwhelmed with the multitasking. You know, we're many of us old gamers doing so many things at the same time, man. It's hard, it's difficult. 40 pulls it out. 2-1. Let's go.
2-1, let's go. What a nice clutch call to just rush across and kill everything that Laby had. It was lovely. Now, I personally, I've had enough of this goddamn Crypt Lord. Hate that guy now. Too much stuff, too much brawling. I want late games. We don't see it too often with the Crypt Lord anymore because of all these rushes and cancels and stuff.
Uh-huh.
I have a craving.
What's craving?
the craving is after the disappointment of Vampire Bloodlines the Masquerade 2. I want a real vampire. I want none of these sparkling vampires, none of the DLC vampires. I want the Dreadlord, and we got Echo Isles. So Laby, gimme.
Well, I will say you are foolish if you're expecting Fortitude to accept a late game with the Dreadlord. If he sees Dreadlord, he's instantly going to decide to go all in. He's not going to go all in instantly at that point, but he's going to look for one because the humans are terrified of vampires. Just like I was when I watched Nosferatu, the movie, and rightfully so, because the Dreadlord is insane on high levels. So I think if you want to see a late game, Neo, then you should be hoping for a Lich or a Cryptlord. Dreadlord, no late game.
See about that. I want to see carrion swarms right into a big 80-foot army and then a crashing infernal on top of even more supply. That's my fantasy here today. Laby, don't disappoint me.
Moment of truth coming up. Dreadlord, let's go.
So fast forward. Big surprise. Is it gonna be a Dreadlord? Suspense. Suspense. Yay. It is. Nice. Okay, that would have been more emotional when I would have been live, but here we are. Not against the Mountain King. That would have been my other side fantasy to see more experiments with that. But no. I want to see a million surrounds.
Alrighty. Of course, Laby, a master of the Dreadlord. It's a bit of a specialty hero of his. I think he likes to go for early Shadow Priests as well. Go to the Merc camp right away. Not to creep, but just to pick up the Mercenary. It's a big help early on. And it also makes canceling expansions, of course, way harder if there's those Shadow Priests around.
Right on. Okay. Let's hope for some good items. Let's hope for some clean creeping.
Players' forces are under attack.
And then let's hope for some expansions. Yay, Dreadlord. People are with me. Are we expanding right at the start? Yeah, right? Looks like it. And then at some point we move to the mercenary camp. That is quite a bit risque. Also what makes Warp Elemental strong, of course. No steal on Laby's side at all. Ring of Regen on that Archmage. Love to see it. Oh, we got the Shadow Priest with the snipe.
Yeah, Acolyte going in there, hiring that Shadow Priest early. Fortitude going for a 4th farm. But the AM heading across the map right now. Hello, Mr. Sandman. Sleep on the footy. One easy kill.
So as soon as he sees the Dreadlord, he's gonna tech, right? What I heard?
Not necessarily. He could go for expansion play into tier 2 all-in. It just has to be some kind of an all-in.
To me that sounds like a bit of lame excuses, but okay, nice save. Can he be saved by that sleep? So far, distance is good. Yeah, that is a lot of stuff coming across, and it is tier 2. 4 farm tech.
A player's forces are under
Kind of
attack.
rare to see. I guess it makes sense with the mercenaries. Wants to have that supply available. Yes, we're getting the Berserker higher as well. In fact, on both sides.
Makes sense. Good damage, no defend. No room for defend. And not really a point of attack right now for Laby. Spending all that time marching across for nothing.
Militia were creeping a green camp as well, getting the Archmage closer to 3, but he ain't there yet. Very similar to the Warden in many ways. Super reliant on mana and levels.
Body is keeping a sweet distance here. Of course, knowing that every sleep can be dispelled.
A player's forces
It's a
are under
little
attack.
Ghoul and Shadow Priest squad from the right-hand side. Maybe a chance to block. Or to just walk the other way.
Picking up the item. 1 or 2 more green camps should be enough for the level up. Love the Mass Shadow Priest here on the undead side. Gets those Rottermans, of course, that just makes sense.
Almost no progress on that Dreadlord. That will come at some point, of course. Expo is up. Acolytes number 10 will be produced, so we can actually start the tech soon at 5 minutes something. That is a lovely timing, uncontested. So yeah, this is what Laby is acquiring right here. Nice deny with the rod. Still one ghoul falling, but still no level 3, so that's all fine. Timely retreat, and Laby's mining.
A little bit low on mana now on the Shadow Priests. Important, I think, to not have them heal, but rather save the mana to regenerate for the next Abolish.
A player's
And
forces
hiring
are under
more Shadow Priests from the Merc camp.
Tech finished at 5:55. That is timely. Alchemist second. As you said, similar to what you do against the Warden. Good against Carrion Swarm, but we don't even see too much Carrion Swarm just yet because this is only level 1, and level 1 Carrion Swarm is ridiculously bad. Might have to spam it soon though.
Thank you, Elagatua, with the resub.
A player's
Over
forces
100
are
months
under attack.
already. Super sick. Things are about to get serious over here at the expansion. The militia have arrived. They can set up a workshop now. Definitely something you want to have to pressure these buildings. Mortar teams. And there is enough money to afford it for 40. Gets a level 3 just in time. Dreadlord is looking for the same. Creeping up the Merc camp. Should be able to get it.
A little bit of damage points here with 40 right on his doorsteps. Off we go with the towers. Not even rifles, man. Just footies. All you need. And off we go to these acolytes at one of the worst timings for Laby. Basically, creep jacks himself.
What he's gonna have to do is all by himself. Here's the first Carrion Swarm of the game, but the heal spray we can see counters it right away. We got towers coming up already. This ain't looking great for the Laby.
It's really bad. Ghoul's so hurt. Couple of reinforcements sniped. Towers established. And yeah, cast is coming as well. We got defend up against the Mercs too. Mana is not an issue for the Dreadlord, but he's not convinced that he can take this with all these hurt units.
There weren't even rifles, by the way. Blacksmith is only coming now. Just Mercs, Archmage, Fortitude, and Alchemist. Enough to break through this. Nice early push. And now I guess 40 could consider expanding down there himself.
Or, you know, think about the strategy for the next game already, because this seems to be in the book. The damage output is nice. The meat shield with footies is nice. The recovery is, for now, not enough. The acolytes are fighting, stemming against the defeat. Oh, we can't even get another Carrion Swarm in because that one was on cooldown, so the Bursey is safe. Oh, that Bursey is not safe, is it? Nope. But how fitting. He dies next to the graveyard.
Yeah, Dreadlord having a tough old time over here. The expansion is indeed now coming up as the Haunted down south is diligently being taken out by 2 footmen. Takes a while, but he is going to get it. AM got surrounded, by the way. He has to TP away. Oh, doesn't TP to the expansion. Of course he can't, because that one isn't finished yet. Oh, all of a sudden, a little bit of hope.
Okay then. He is on tier 2. But Laby taps out. See, so this is a bit too fortified for me. 3 games in a row. Fortitude kind of saved his day here. And this was not the Dreadlord game I imagined.
This is the Dreadlord game that I imagined here. I told you. Once he sees Dreadlord, he's going to go for a push pretty soon. That is the way that you have to play it. And 40 played it here indeed really well. Maybe Laby could have done a few things better. Maybe he got too aggressive. Maybe should have been creeping up earlier, clear out the Merc camp earlier, get that level 3, keep fighting with the Mercs, push away the human. That almost seemed a bit too easy for 40.
Yeah, seems like everybody is a bit deflated after the Super League games. But still some nice wild games here. Surely not flawless. Surely some nice action though. And one more. 40 wins the series, but in the PA5 we play all maps. That last one is springtime. Would be funny to see another approach of Pally Rifle.
Yeah, why not? This is the right map for it. I mean, why not? Is because it's looking pretty bad these days against Mass Ghouls and Beetles. But there used to be a time where Fortitude was able to take maps out of the best undeads out there, especially on this map.
I think they're too serious. I hope that Laby is not burying the Dreadlord now. It looked so nice versus Infi. Now didn't refine it. Don't throw it away. For the Pally Rifle, is there any adjustments possible? Many say it's dead as well. But just hold on. When the ghouls get weaker, Pally Rifles get stronger.
Hooray. Yeah, if this patch goes through, then we'll see how things transpire. Pally Rifles. We're already before the patch, I feel like, holding on to barely being relevant against Undead. But nowadays, it seems like not the best strat to go for. I would still like to see humans just rely on your basics, get level 3, play defense, play a solid game, reduce losses, and then how about you sit on 2 bases and you get strong? That's what he used to do for so long, and they were looking so powerful with it. They used to look for a while unbeatable with Griffin play, but right now the aggressive bug has bitten them, and I think it's backfiring on him.
You gotta defend early. Beetles. What's happening in the patch? Any highlights? There's literally one line. Ghouls have their damage reduced by 1. So it's the highlight, it's the low light, it's everything all at once.
All right, Mr. Neo. We got our last map of the day coming up. Springtime. Let's get it.
And of course, the expert talk with Dondolare, who's been using his entire day for scientific research on the implications of the Ghoul change. He's gonna tell us everything, which matchup is ruined. Remo. Say bye. Well, it's probably the postman again. We got Laby left-hand side, we got 40 right-hand side, I can tell. Just the Yokas. Should be that. Is Laby trying to be super cheeky and expand in the middle? If he really wants to go to bed fast, that could be a play. I mentioned earlier that it's late in Korea. It's 1 hour later than in China. So, oh no, Cryptlord it is.
Cryptlord it is against Archmage. I like where the altar is pointing, going towards the Merc camp first. Want to see some good mercenary reinforcements. This priest here is a little bit on the retarded side. Cannot dispel. He's less intelligent and capable than his brothers, but he can still heal. Better than nothing.
Well, he just doesn't like to steal things away from other people, you know? He wants others to be happy. This other troll priest on the forest, he just is a bit envious. You know, they got inner fire. Why should they enjoy inner fire? I take that away. You have friends, you have the summons, I take them away. It's a filthy troll, that.
Or, if your friend is afflicted with a weakness, one could call it a debuff. He can remove it and help out his friends as well, you know? It can be a blessing.
Yeah, what debuff exactly are we talking about early on?
For example, slow from creeps.
Okay. That's, of course, a widely spread usage of a Shadow Priest.
Correct. Very correct. And we have the Ice Troll Priest here indeed. That thing isn't even cheaper than the Nolan Priest, right? Should be cheaper. Wait, is it cheaper? Hold on. Chat, is the Ice Troll Priest cheaper or not? Somebody knows.
All that energy that's used for cooling him down. I'm not sure about that. I never hire mercs, of course. I'd never do that. I stick to my own units. We got an expo coming up as expected. So 1 base or not. We call the Popo. 6 of them. For the little green spot in front. And Laby thinks offense is the best defense. Oh, setting up
Player's forces
a little
are under
block
attack.
here. We got a Ghoul, Beetle, Archmage sandwich. Yummy.
Impale to get the priest. Pretty expensive, but the kill is successful. Ooh, if he gets the Berserker here, that would be huge. And indeed, Laby picks it up. Seems like normally when you go for this creep out for the Merc camp, the big goal here should be getting that Berserker, but 40 didn't receive it. He's gonna get the expansion cancel at least. He's also not level 3. I'm not exactly sold on this opening, I gotta say.
Well, when are you ever?
What do you mean, often?
If people defend.
It's the one that I recommend.
Oh, he needs one Skelly on a Beetle and then he got it, but so far the kills are going Laby's side with that sweet surround, which he denies to the tower. Whoops. Archmage running in circles and clicks the tech again. Dude, he is so sold on that rifle play. I'm pretty sure it's just to throw a curveball. And tomorrow we're gonna get that beautiful, beautiful 2-base, 2-base, 3-base, 3-base bonanza.
I feel like if he's gonna save it, he's gonna save it for playoffs. Wait, is he facing Happy tomorrow? Do we know that?
We have the information that we withhold until the end of the game.
Oh. 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 Okay.
A town is under siege. A player's force.
Well, we get that haunted. Gone it is. Good delay. And this time the rifles are coming as well. It's not only footmen. Percy down. There was a nice little snipe right there. Of course, good XP. This is how you get the levels. Got the replenishment. Doesn't even need that except for the little mana that it gets. So, Crypt Lord finally level 3. That took some time. Makes the Beetles a bit stronger for the incoming defense, which he must know that it's coming. Doesn't even have the 10 Acolytes. Already taken. Or the Graveyard again. On a silver platter. Yep, that's juicy. Off we go. Very similar to Tide Hunters.
But he's ready to attack the expansion, but they alone cannot take out the Haunted. There's a staff on the Archmage. He could get cheeky here, staffing over to the little infantry force. Looks like that might be the plan.
A player's forces are under attack.
Rifles, casters, Mountain King. All coming, all lining up. Very convincing pushes yet now the last couple of games. That Acolyte block. That is nice.
Archmage getting slowed. Water Elemental. If it doesn't break through, then that's no cancel. Oh, Impale. I mean, Staff coming in though. And that's the Elemental Summon. Maybe it is enough.
The humans, man, they always find a way. Ghouls and Beetles focused on the left-hand side. Elemental should be enough, right? Water Elementals are always enough, and that is the second cancel. Thankfully, Laby teched. Expands straight in his face again. At some point, it's gotta work.
Yeah, looks like that time should be now. AM picking up another item. And Cripple, I think, now wants to creep up as much as he can. High levels we saw earlier on Concealed Hill, where the series started. Can win this single-handedly for the Undead and the Crypt Lord. There's a Creep Jack coming. Fortitude is playing this bad strategy well.
Well, if you win with it, it's probably a solid strategy at least. Inventory item goes to Laby. That's the one of mana stealing. Lovely. Gets the Mountain King trapped. Lovely. But fights out of that surround. Also lovely. Question is for how long? Wait, he's not freed. He's still stuck. Oh, he's dead.
He closed this around again with another Beetle Summon. The Beetle spawned right there where the corpse was, where the other thing died. Pretty cool. A little bit lucky as well. That's a big kill. The one of Mana Steal, insanely good for the Crypt Lord. Such a mana-starved hero. Another surround. Almost. Impale. That's a kill. Bad news for 40.
Damn, and that's of course time for that expo. 2/3. DK is coming in as well. it is pretty hard to follow that up with a push.
Already trying to take a gander here. Can he still find the cancel? Absolutely not. Expo up in 11 seconds. Doesn't have the damage here.
All the time. He either has the damage but not the time, or not the time but the damage.
True. Whatever it is, it ain't enough. This, by the way, DK is already making it out. Mana potions could be picked up in a moment as well. And tier 3 has been started by Laby. He's feeling very confident here against this bad strategy. Say it, Neo. Say it.
I mean,
Say it.
it's working. It's not my favorite style of human undead to watch. But you know, if it's working, it's working. A good horse only jumps as high as it has to.
A good whore, you say?
A good horse? I don't know what...
I didn't know you were a pimp, Neo. P-I-M-P. Good to know what that is. How is there still a level 1 beetle on the field, by the way? No longer.
Well, Laby at the moment has very, very, very little. And this bad strategy might still be working out if that tech was too greedy.
The reason, one of many, why this strategy is bad though, Neo, is because even if he gets the expansion, that doesn't get him the game. If the unit is teching up already, which he is. 1 minute out now only is tier 3. And I imagine this Haunted is going to hold at least for that long.
Cryptload also looking good. Inventory looking damn fine. You think Laby is visiting Chemico in that bar that Chemico works in? So thirsty.
Dude, I would love to visit him there.
I then go.
What's your go-to drink at a bar,
A player's
cocktail place,
forces are under attack.
to get a feeling of how good they are?
Dude, I'm smoking for 24 years. Do you think I have any relevant taste buds left in me? I get a rum and coke. That gets me tipsy. That's all I need.
All right, fair enough. Well, for me, the answer is whiskey sour. Whiskey sour, apparently very hard to make because most places, they suck.
White
40
Claw.
wants to finish the game here, pushing into the undead main base, and he has to. Taking out the expansion was not enough. I feel like Laby should have stuck around there longer. Go for repair, delay. But he gave it up pretty easy. Perhaps too easy.
Okay then, he's still under pressure. Ghouls are getting sniped with some sweet sweet games, sweet execution. This bad strategy gets 4 wins in a row.
Because Laby made mistakes. He made so many mistakes.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Nope.
What do you mean? No, you don't?
Nope. I don't. Happy doesn't. Bad strat.
Happy doesn't make mistakes.
Nope. Never.
Want to rewind the cast a little bit?
Never does he ever make mistakes.
And people call me the fanboy. What the hell? This is just bizarro world at this point.
It is a win for Fortitude. Indeed, he finishes the day on a high note. Of course, this series was not as important as the first one of the day, where he got 3-0'd by by Lynn. Excuse me, by Lynn. Lynn might be having a bit of a successful finishing run here in the Super League, with which we are going to be back tomorrow. Only 2 days left of group stage of the Super League, guys. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow and on Friday. Again, 1 p.m. CEST.
And then we gotta tell the people finally what matches we got tomorrow.
That's right. The admins have revealed tomorrow. First match, Focus versus Fortitude. Second match, Lynn versus Happy. Banger alert. And then, third match, Sock versus 120.
Could have built that with a bit more suspense and a bit more stalling.
You know what the best thing about that day is, Neo? No dirty Night Elves. Oh, it couldn't be better.
That's what Remo says. I always like to have Night Elves on my play days to see them lose.
B2W Rip is very enjoyable. I will agree.
Well, here's the games again for you. Happy versus Lynn. Is Lynn's shape enough? Remo says no. 40 is just bad. It's what he says. Len, tomorrow the proving ground. When would you be satisfied with when Lynn gets how many maps?
2? 2
Two.
enough.
Outrageous. I think one map should be fine. Lynn is still the underdog. We're gonna talk a lot about that tomorrow. I am kicking you out now, Remo, and I'm gonna replace you. There was too much rifle caster slander, and
It's a bad strategy. Bad. You bad.
that your closing words to the broadcast.
Yeah, you bad, Chad. Bye.
Unbelievable, this guy. Unbelievable. Yeah, we have to talk a lot about Warcraft still, because there was a PTR, in case you haven't seen it. I'm gonna text Dondo, ready whenever you are. Wanna join with a video or without? Just saw the last DM you sent me, Dondo. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Well. Mr. Dondolaro, of course, a researcher in the field. Lovely. Researcher in the field of competitive Warcraft, always on the lookout for the perfect balance. Rush. So, I'm gonna look at the Battle.net forums where a lot of wisdom is. Part-time researcher, full-time gooner. Okay, yeah, I got that wrong. Sorry. Gonna look into the Battle.net forums where a lot of wisdom is already spread. Tonight, the wisdom was spread that there is a new test server up. And the past couple of weeks, there was always a few updates, but that was mostly towards the editor and like bug fixes and crash fixes, etc. Today, it was something for Melee as well. As you all know, the top 3 of the Super League, or top 3 out of the top 4, were undeads. That, of course, sparked a lot of discussion on Reddit, on the Battle.net forums. Now, they increased the tile set limit from 16 to 64. That is sick, by the way. Could make for a lot more variety on maps. Everybody appreciates it, I think. This is something map makers wanted for a long time. Really cool. And this one is the big one. Ghoul base damage reduced from 10 to 9. So I'm pretty sure Dondo will talk about that as well. But from, like, why only ghouls? Why not anything else? Last patch, we had the 10% nerf of piercing damage versus heavy armor, and everybody suffers a bit from it. Water elementals are affected, headhunters are affected, archers are affected. I guess early game rifle pushes are affected. Undeads, very few people play fiends, so that wasn't affected. It was only ghouls, so that stood out. With ghoul creep speed not affected at all. For everybody else that was. So apparently they are thinking about hotfixing this by giving ghouls 1 damage less. Will that break the undead supremacy? Is that enough? Is that too much? Is it good? Is it bad? I personally have been in favor of ghoul nerfs for a long time, even though people say I want the undeads to reign supreme always. Other people say I want undead's nerf to get happy nerf, whatever it is. I voiced my opinion already. This is why we gotta ask Dondo if that is the correct thing to do. Gotta send him the link. It should be this one. Hopefully. Have that beautiful man for you to goon on the broadcast. Buzzkill, you bought an apartment. Jesus Christ. Oh. Lovely. New bookshelf. I see. Ready? When? Ah.
Howdy.
The Gooner material has arrived, Dondo. What a pleasure.
It was disappointing yesterday with the lack of Gunnar material in the Gamescom presentation, I have to say.
Did you put that shirt on for us?
No, actually, for a while, I was like had a presentation with the leader group at my work today, so I had to actually act like I can dress somewhat decently.
Yeah, first the presentation at the real work, now the big 2-hour presentation about the ghoul damage.
I do kind of hope we don't have to use our like normal 2-3 hours on this. It's kind of funny when I thought about it. We're like going to have a talk about one number changing by one.
Yes. It is a bit stupid, but we have seen before that one damage can make a big impact. I think the one comparison we can draw is the Headhunter change that also had +1, -1, and it did make big difference.
Yeah, my guess would be that Headhunter change is more impactful because of the burst damage aspect of piercing units. Like, because you have that, like, everything hits at once, and then the damage acclimates more directly to one unit, while ghouls are kind of, like, spread out. So it's not directly comparable, but it's like the same thing. Because like I saw a bit of, like, chat earlier, I can try to, like, construct some sound or narrative on this talk, but we'll see. We can just also do free flow. I guess I could like start.
Yeah, stage is yours. Do whatever. I talked a lot about this stuff already. I just want your opinion out and maybe other opinions that you gathered across the day.
Yeah, so I talked a bit with some people and some of the Korean guys to try to get to engage. Some were willing to talk. Some were more just generally didn't want to talk of depressing reasons, I guess. But in general, so we can like try to like create a narrative of why it's like let's just disregard if it's needed. Just trying to like think of why Blizzard actually started to try to implement it now. Like, is there a reason for it? Because I feel like some people are talking about like why is this like even a thing? And I would say like one of the more telegraphed issues with the piercing change that was announced last patch was a lot of people, me included, said okay. So you have a lot of different interactions, but you have one unit that is like used from the early game to the mid game to the late game. That does get a buff here. That's already been tried to be like been a topic of discussion for ages, and that are ghouls. It was like pretty obvious that might be an issue. You also, I think like if you look at like some hierarchy of changes when you try to like do any balance changes, because I tried to do these notes before, and like it's pretty obvious. It becomes pretty obvious pretty fast. Like, okay, what changes matters the most? You can like say that, okay, at the start, like top, you have things that affect the early game. Early game changes are more impactful than late game changes usually, because I mean every RTS is a bit of snowbally kind of type in the way they're constructed. And like if you look at unit changes, you have like also like a hierarchy of what matters. You have research times matters probably the least unless you do like extreme big changes. And then you have like cost changes matters, but also you have to do pretty big changes for it to matter a lot. HP changes is probably the second. It matters because it changes survivability. I would say by far the biggest change is damage. Just like in like the hierarchy of what you do with units, because I think this is also unique for Warcraft because of creeps. So as long as you have creeps in the game, as long as you can get creeps to give your hero experience, since these heroes are that important, these kind of changes are like the most impactful. And in that sense, this change is interesting because you have both a very early game targeted change, and it changes the damage. So it kind of does like the most impactful change in both ways. I think that's why people are like instantly a bit worried, like have big reactions to it, even though like what the numbers are. It just feels like very we're not used to that kind of change, just like in general. So that's I think like why it's seen as impactful, even if you look at it before you look at the numbers. Like if it matters or not, people just feel like it would matter a lot. In regards to like the balance reasoning for it to change, I think what we saw just before the piercing change patch was that I actually would say that under Night Elf was probably the closest we've seen in quite a while. Some people argued that Night Elf was actually Happy's most difficult matchup, except versus Fortitude's human. I know that 1-0 and Laby both had pretty bad win rates against Night Elf actually towards the end before that change. And I think one of the reasons is that the fast expo option for Undead was a lot more risky against Night Elf. Versus human, I think you saw the change of humans not going expo versus expo actually happening before the piercing change. Like the rifle push is what both Starbuck and 41 most of the series against Happy with when they like before the piercing change. So for being a very bad strategy, it was kind of the meta already. And what we saw with the piercing change is that you just flip the margins enough that I think the Undead expo, at least what we see in the first month, it's just a month, right? Things can change. Is that the Night Elf expo option versus Night Elf and the human expo option? Humans really struggle to expo, and they also now struggle to keep the one base consistent. I mean, the margins are still small. You saw this series right now. Like, if people mess up, you can still win with anything. But you saw these changes actually having a pretty big impact already. We're not saying, me included, that not 1-0 Laby and Happy are not good players, or they probably might have been the best performers, like no matter what kind of balance would exist at the moment. But it did feel that you had moved the goalpost probably more than you're expecting beforehand. That was like at least my impression. I feel like even maybe more against Night Elf than human in some sense. I just felt like some of the Night Elf games feels like you move the margins of error a lot towards the Undead. Basically, Undead can do a bit more errors, while the Night Elf is very hardly punished when they do.
I want to add real quick, like everything you say is in my opinion correct, but also versus Orc, we see a bit more fast expansion because it's easier against Headhunter and Wyvern at the same time. So on Echo Isles, we see an expansion all the time. On some other maps, we've seen it here and there as well. So that just on top of what you already said.
Yeah, and also like we already talked about, I think people have talked over like a bit of a time that Orc is struggling in general. I think the piercing change probably affected them the most negatively, and I think it's like both in a balanced sense. I think it's difficult for Orc, but also the Orcs don't like the meta. Those that are good, in Focus, Lynn, more old school players, I don't think they like to play Mass Wind Riders, for instance. So even though it might be, even if it was strong enough, I just don't think they like it. And this, like, the changes further, like, accumulated that difficulty of doing anything else except Wind Riders, right? Because, I mean, Headhunters against Ghouls are even weaker now. So I think that was, like, if I'm gonna, like, guess a reasoning that is made independently by Blizzard, if that is done, that would be my guess. That would be the argument why it's, like, a hot fix issue, not a general balance issue. So you can delay it to a proper patch, right? That it packed everything together. So that's just like the setting the scene. We can probably argue whether this is correct or not, but that's just like, I think that should be the logic we're following. Otherwise, it's very hard to like understand. Like we have to guess there's a reason for this, right? Like otherwise, it becomes super difficult. It's not like this exact one creep route on this map makes it game breakable, so therefore we need, like, it's not like that, right? It's more of a general, this is a general nerf to Undead early, mid, and I would say to a lot lesser extent, late game, right? So that's like the reasoning for it, I think. Just like get that off. I don't think there's much more mystery to that. I think there's a lot more mystery to the other changes they've done over time. We kind of don't know why they did it.
Do you say that in a critical tone?
Yeah, I mean, I would like some reasoning. Like, it's always better when they can write a sentence to say, we did it because of this and that, right? So, I guess the next point we can discuss is, like, what's the actual impact of this? Before we then, like, I can give more my opinion, and we can give people's opinion and just talk in general. The impact is probably both a lot smaller than people think, and maybe will be bigger in practice than those numbers would suggest. So I tried to do like I asked Spikereed, our lovely Italian friend in chat, to do, because he's a lot better under player than me, to do like creep route testing, right? To see how much longer time do you spend.
To give a little
Also
bit
tried
of
to
legitimacy, Spike Reed is like 2,100 MMR, maybe a bit higher.
I think he's been higher to 2K, probably even bounced up close to 2K2 at his best days, I think. 2K3, I think, maybe.
So he's good.
So he's good enough to creep routes especially without enemies pestering him, right? So I don't think that's an issue. I also tried to do like some testing myself on more like, because he did a lot of Crypt Lord ghouls to test against human. I tried to do some with DK. I mean, you can so the damage change is -1 in practical terms if you calculate, because you also have dice rolls in Warcraft. So the actual damage nerf is 7.69 ... change. So it's not 10%, it's just 10% of the base damage, but it doesn't equate to 10% in general terms. So let's say we take an extremely slow creep camp, just to like put these numbers like into perspective. We only creep with ghouls. We use 60 seconds on a creep camp. So even in that like really extreme circumstance, very slow creep camp, only ghouls, nothing else, you still use only like 5 seconds more. And if you use half the time, you use 2 seconds more. And that's kind of what we saw in most like use cases for like the normal expo camps, etc. Is that you use like 2 seconds more. It was very hard to construct any situation where you use a lot more than that. Because you also have heroes, you have maybe beetles, you have skellies. Those damages haven't changed, right? So in that sense, it actually sounds pretty small, I would say. Oh, 2 seconds more, right? 1 second more. Maybe if you're lucky with damage rolls, one game to another can actually like look exactly the same, right? It's pretty small. So I don't think this, like, no matter how simple it's going to be, maybe that game breaking either way, as people might like think. From the numbers would not suggest that. I don't think like 1 second, 2 seconds more would matter that more. But there's like a lot of elements here, right? So 2 seconds more, the human arrives 2 seconds earlier, the Blade Master arrives 2 seconds earlier. Everything matters over time. This is throughout the full game, right? So I do think it's kind of hard for me, because in one way I kind of look at these numbers and be like, this doesn't look that it should matter that much. But I kind of think we will also see, this is one of the rare changes where the change in numbers is a lot smaller than you would think, and how it feels in game. I think it actually will feel pretty rough for undeads in some circumstances. And especially because so much of these creeping patterns are so ingrained to how people play, right? So yeah, I mean, I like tried to do more creep patterns when I say analyze and stuff, but it only gives you like, it always keeps giving you like 1 second, 2 seconds more. So it's kind of hard to like actually then measure beyond actually playing a lot of games. So yeah, that's the number part.
All right, but
break.
these like especially versus human, like we had the past couple of days, a lot of 6 o'clock expansions on Hammerfall, where it is about a couple of seconds.
Yep.
Sometimes executed clean, sometimes not so clean, and that makes a difference between expos up and expos not up. So this will surely have an impact in that regard.
Yeah, and that's why like these math calculations kind of don't translate well, I think, in this case.
Yeah.
because
of beetles.
It accumulates to so many ghouls, the ghoul attacks over the full game. And that's kind of what's lost here, right? So, this one creep camp took 2 more seconds, but then you do X amount less damage to this one footman, and to this one water elemental, and then to this hero, and etc, right? I don't know how many 1,000 ghoul attacks there are like in a normal happy versus a human game, but there's got to be quite a few thousand.
A lot,
I would guess. So then you do like -7% of that damage, and it's suddenly very substantial. So I think it's very hard to test this like doing numbers. I think it's only like tested in practice, practical terms, but I do think it will be pretty impactful. I think it's probably more I would say like I'm a bit interested in human undead because I think human undead is now like looks a bit rough for human, but it's not that long ago it looked for before it looked super rough for undead. This is super tight balance in that matchup, and I find the change maybe a bit drastic, to put it that way. Even though it's 1 damage, which is funny to say.
Yeah, so we talked about this in a DM earlier, where like the perfect value would probably be like minus 0.5 damage, but that is not really doable, not realistic, and it's also very unelegant. So if that's too drastic, is there any other options that tackle the same problem but be a little safer that you would suggest?
It also like it depends a bit on how much you think is an issue, but I would say like there are things you could do to try if you do think this will be too impactful. Even if it's put on live and you see like in 2 weeks undeads are having a nightmare, you could go for cooldown change instead on the attack for ghouls. Cooldowns matters a lot less in general than attack damage because first attack in Warcraft is more or less instant, and then it's like a cooldown next attack. And DPS cooldowns only matter when the ghoul attacks a lot of times, right? So maybe you just you can do that, and there with cooldowns you can do a lot smaller changes because the ghoul damage is so low. It has a low value in the terms that it's like only 1 to 10, right, for the base damage. So maybe you could reduce cooldown or increase cooldown by 0.5. That's like a 4% DPS decrease. You could maybe look at damage decrease for skeletons. That's like one thing I always wondered. Skeletons are very high damage output units, and they're used quite a bit in all matchups. So if you wanted like slightly change undead power, maybe that's like a very small but maybe impactful change.
Just to be clear, that would just be Rod of Necromancy skeletons and not Necromancer and Dark Ranger skeletons, right?
Probably, yeah, I would say. But maybe like Dark Rangers also like, because we talk, I think like people see this and they're like, okay, early game, human, elf. Okay, that's like, I think where people have the most focus. Against Orc, it also matters. But I think people might... It does not do it. I don't think this change does that much to the one thing that's like the most difficult, what I would say balance issue, or more maybe like game interaction fun issue in the game, is the fact that Orc Undead is such a stale matchup for the Orcs at the moment, at the top level. I think it's not that in below top level, but at the top level it feels pretty rough for an Orc. I don't think this change actually matters that much for that matchup specifically. I mean, it's a bit harder to like keep the BM from doing like some more harassment damage, etc. But compared to human, elf, there's often quite like a lot of units on top of you while you're trying to creep. I feel like Orc Undead is quite often just a solo Blade Master. You need to be even more precise with not letting him steal stuff, etc. But I do think it's going to look pretty similar for people like Happy, etc.
You could argue, like, if you have a problem with that, you can just pull one more ghoul and then you pay the price of lumber.
Yeah, you can, and also I think, but what I would say, I don't think this affects like the frenzy, the mass ghoul versus headhunter, so opening and other avenues for undead or orc in that much as in the late game. I think that's pretty like, because you just do the attack upgrade faster would be my guess. And
but if you it's very cheap, but that like if you do that, then of course you shift all other timings slightly further back.
Yeah, so it might matter, but we're thinking, and then I'm like, okay, 125 gold for the upgrade is like 1 ghoul. Yeah, it can matter, but I think then you're getting very hard to like analyze if that actually was the reason or because it was, who knows, right? Like it can be anything. I'm not sure it's enough to move the needle there, because when I see headhunters now in most games against undead, those kind of plays or even grunts raiders, it just I would say like 75% of those games, Orc just gets rolled so hard on the top level. It's not like, oh, I just like this tiny adjustment. I feel like human undead is a lot more like that, right? Oh, if human just could like gone a little bit less damage on his expo here, if he just gotten that Crypt Lords around, etc. So, but against Orc, I don't think this solves that issue. So we kind of don't solve what I feel like is maybe the biggest issue currently with Ghouls. More than I would say the early game parts, because I think the early game parts can maybe be addressed different ways. But yeah. So I have a bit of like, I know, I feel like reducing base damage for main units for races might not be like a hotfix issue, personally.
Because it's too drastic.
It's too drastic, and I do think like maybe it's also like a bit inelegant in the way that. But again, this is also why it's kind of hard, because I don't know the reasoning exactly. I think it's interesting that they're so willing to do changes so fast. Maybe we content creators, people that are interested, could be more aggressive and open in things they like bigger change, like say like systems of change. You want to do like more different stuff, because they are obviously faster at implementing stuff now than they used to be. That seems pretty apparent to me now.
I feel like this is a bit of a special case because we haven't seen a hotfix like this before, I think. Like, we had hotfixes, but this PTR came out like 4 weeks ago and it's still on PTR. I don't think we would be discussing this if not for the changes to the editor that are on PTR. This is like a tiny little change that could just slip in because it's just a change in the Excel file. If there's anything bigger, that would probably not make it.
Yeah, that actually might be true, yeah. So, like, while we're in here, can you just also change that value, I guess? Yeah, might be. But in that case, I also think, like, then it seems like a big change to me. This also depends, like, it's easier for players who are not pros that don't feel like this frustration daily to be... It's like, okay, let's say we agree on all, like, the balance implications on how the game currently is. It's easier for like a spectator to me to be like, okay, so that matchup will look a bit bad the next 3 months before the balance patch. I guess it's more frustrating for the pros. It's easy for me to say, right? I think that's also Remo's point. Like, we should let the meta settle. Let's see if it matters. We can just take time. I guess for like players that feels frustrating to wait that long. And I would say like maybe Orc players especially, and probably Night Elf players to a certain extent, or to a lot of extent, feel like they waited more than just like the implementation of the last patch, right?
Yeah, I feel like for both, it's kind of it's a bit frustrating at the moment. Like, Night Elves finally got that smell of victory, especially versus Happy, which hasn't happened in forever, and then it happened 3 times in a row, and then the patch happens and takes it all away again. So obviously that doesn't feel good. Orcs in general. The interesting thing with Orcs is, of course, they started horribly into this patch, but now they're doing kind of fine. Like, Lynn is doing better without any changes. Fly did a lot better. Focus, I haven't seen too much, but what I've seen also looked better. Of course, they can prove me wrong tomorrow. That's all bullshit. But over the past week, they did look better. Not saying that like it should be dependent on how Orc players in the Super League are performing. I do have my Ghoul issues for years, and it doesn't really change my outcome. But yeah, without changes to the balance, things can still change, is kind of my point.
Yeah, and I do think like I think it's more difficult than ever to actually do like any real balance assessment based on pro play. We kind of have to just like get to grips with the fact that pro play now means the same 16 players, and of those 16, 6 of them are kind of semi-retired at all points and have a lot of variance. I mean, from what I could tell, players like Lynn, Fly, Moon practice, like they go up and down a notch of practice. Maybe at some point, I can't believe I'm saying this, don't be mad, Moon and those guys, but I mean, they're getting as old as me, or they're older than me even. They're like getting close to 40. Maybe at some point, like, performance falls off a bit. And we're doing like a lot of data, let's say call it data mining from the outcome of a single series, right? Because from today, it kind of looked like the 40 of old against Orc. Looked kind of lost. Even when he was ahead, he just like fell through in the late game. And that used to be like a super difficult matchup for him for ages before he kind of discovered Palo Rifle. I would say it was like his savior at the point. So yeah, I do agree. Like it is very difficult to do like this assessments, and it's at some point it's more of like based on pro play, it's more of a what do you believe, what you kind of like convince people of. I don't have like a good answer to how you solve this like riddle of what's like the correct balance to determine these days. I do think it was more useful to do like bigger number data when you had more of the pros also being active on champions, etc. And these days it's more muddled. So it's not like a non-answer, I guess, but I just agree that it's very difficult to say.
It is very difficult, especially with these tiny numbers that we ended up on, because the big obvious balance things have been done already. So yeah, this is very detailed now. But you're here to tell the people the truth and facts. So is this good or not? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
I have to say, for me, I mean, I think it's a thumbs down. But then as changes go, if it's implemented, it looks bad. It's very easy to go the other way again. I would say it's probably easier to just go the other way than it is for the piercing change, for instance, because then I feel like you're kind of committed more to. But I do think this is like +1 damage. You can just do it if you really want to. Personally, I would maybe suggest to try to like touch other early game aspects if you do think that's like the main issue. But yeah, so I think I'm as bit as a lot of people are that are not on play, so kind of like lukewarm to it. Like, okay, maybe it's actually good, but it also feels, I don't know, a bit harsh in a way.
All right. Yeah, as so often, we sit here and say it's risky. You can try it, but keep an eye on it. Or yeah, here's an alternative. There's an alternative. Do you have any impressions from top players to share? Do you have anything else to share for this?
I mean, I talked with Olight about it and just like general balance stuff. So that was, I haven't done like balance things for a while now, so it kind of inspired me to maybe like see if I can. Also, when I hear Remo's going to come up like a balance document, I need to come up with some counterpoints.
We need the flamethrower for that, Dondo. We need the flamethrower for the balance of Remo.
But no, I mean, it is the one thing I would say with these patches that are cool is that it does actually like make people engage and start coming. I mean, I would say like if you really hate this suggestion, then it's better to come with different suggestions than to just say no, it's bad and just leave it at that, right? So Lowlight was he was kind of like me, I would say. He thinks like maybe it actually would be good, but it's very difficult to say and might be too risky. He was afraid of the human undead going back to like being a human dominated matchup. I mean, he has an intense dislike for human to begin with, so it's like I would expect that, but I do get his point. I know people, if I'm not gonna throw them under the bus, but people like Starbuck liked it. He's also been struggling a lot versus undead, so again, like you have to like entail some bias, but like he also has pretty good knowledge of all races and how they play. And in general, I do think what Matt tells, like even some undead players are not necessarily don't disagree that much with it necessarily. So it seems to be like a bit 50-50 on the feedback. And I do think it's going to be hard to know before you play like a few hundred games with it. Maybe you don't feel like the difference. I do, like with the piercing change, as one of the examples, I don't think the change is that noticeable as you thought it was going to be beforehand. So maybe it's going to be like this with this change as well.
I spent a little time on the Undead Discord, where some very good Undeads are, of course, present as well. And the general consensus was rather positive, because it's damage tackled and not HP. Makes it, since ghouls are so fragile, it's very hard to play for the not uber good super pros. So as long as the HP aren't tackled, things are all right. And in that regard, I think it's already the better way to tackle the damage than the HP. That I think is consensus.
Yeah, I do agree. Like it would be like in theory, probably some sort of like making I think probably one of the reasons human is popular is because the early game is pretty enjoyable. Because I think footmen are like basically mobile and strong enough that you can both like do something with them without feeling like they disappear immediately. But they're also not as clunky as grunts. So like, and I guess ghouls are like the try hard version of them in a sense. They
Yeah.
do. They're even like more mobile, but also more like risky. And if you make that too like were bad to play, it's gonna just be usable for the best players and totally terrible for everyone else.
Someone recently said ghouls are like permanent militia. I think it's not that wrong.
Yeah, except militia are like, if you look at the numbers, except HP, militia are like the most insane unit in the game. I think people sleep on how strong militia are, just like in terms of damage output, speed. Like they're insane. But yeah, I do get their point. Like it does. I still like wonder if there's even more potential like ghoul run bys, etc. But who knows? I mean, I would never say to like, oh, happy. Maybe there's even more you can make happen with these units. But still,
Ideas. Don't give him ideas. Okay, it's okay that way, Happy. Just put your feet up, lay on the couch.
But I mean, yeah, I mean it's interesting. I do think it's cool that this is like another change that, like, even if we just say acknowledge that it's not a part of the normal patch cycle, it does suggest that they're still open. I think it will be continue to being opening to like doing bigger changes, because like maybe not that big change in like wow we made like new animation and stuff. We're actually willing to touch the things that have been cornerstones for ages. So that's good, I think, to know for future suggestions as well.
Yeah,
So that's a good
100%.
thing, I
That was
think.
the big surprise when we saw the changes last time. And then you and Safe Orcas can get crazy with the balance sheets for, I don't know.
Yeah, I think my promise to myself this, like, if I'm going to do like any more future feedback, is going to be a bit more on being more the positive suggestion side and less critical. Because I think I have to, like, if I'm going to do self-admitting of my own mistakes, errors, that I often see this stuff and I become very critical because the numbers are like, oh, this is like this kind of decrease. While you do kind of see in practical terms that these changes are impactful, but not as impactful as maybe people think.
And I think
Except the panda change, I really hate that panda change.
yeah, a lot of people are at the very least on the fence about that panda change, but we'll see about that. Yeah, I think it's kind of normal to be very careful with stuff coming from 10 years of very infrequent and not as observant of a team and patches as we have now.
Yeah, I guess like it's nature, right? But I feel like what we have to probably, if I would say like what should be like a main topic for next like big patch cycle, more than it has ever been, is to get like, I do agree with Remo in that sense, like to make stuff that is not that usable even more usable. And that doesn't have to be like, oh, we need to make every hero as equally viable as first hero, but also stuff that are just on the fringes that should be more in the main meta, right? I feel like there's like obvious stuff like, why isn't Fairy Dragons used more against human? Could we just do some small changes there to keep them more getting into game? Like, why is spin basically like Siege also used so little? And like Meat Wagons for me is like a mystery why no people use it. Maybe make Demolishers more interesting as like an anti-dryad choice. Stuff like that, right?
We have to
And
change.
I think certain units we maybe just have to give up to like do that much with.
Like what?
Sorry, Hippogriff Riders are never going to be interesting as a concept.
Hey, there was 2 days where they were played in mirror and it was banger games. Unfortunately, the
I think
counters
it actually
didn't.
is still a pretty decent mirror. Like, I think it's a good pocket strategy for mirror still. But I know like we kind of just maybe have to live with like, maybe it's no, we can't make everything work, but there's a lot of stuff I think you can make work, and you can probably think of it as lower effort stuff to make them more viable. Like, just why we can start with just like reducing cost, etc. Right? Like, make them more viable just as a investment and maybe see if they work. That's like, well, if I'm going to have like a mission statement, I guess, for my suggestions, or if any other are going to do something, I would suggest that give the game a bit more diversity. It would be a good thing going forward.
Indeed, diversity always great. Okay, if you don't have any graphs, stats, opinions, anything to throw out there,
No, sorry. I mean, I could have made graphs on these numbers, but I don't think it's like it's one number down. It's not that interesting. I already did my Panda info article.
That was a good
so
one.
I'll-
That was a good one. You can upvote that. Chat, if you have any questions, state them now. I, of course, want to encourage you to share your feedback. That has been done in the past a little bit. Battle.net forums are great for that. Reddit is great for that. And I want to give you an example of you don't need to be a Neo, Remo, Dondo to be heard. There was a community member called, or is, I guess, called Sefit, who is invested into War 3 Champions, but he's not like a super mega public figure of the scene. But he wrote a Reddit patch 3 years ago. A community thread with his patch ideas. And just to give you an idea what a non-famous, non-content creator can achieve, this is the patch. Of course, different times, but if you compare that now, he proposed call to arms to be used more fast. That was implemented. Rifle, more damage. That was implemented. Control magic was back then on tier 2, it was mental. He suggested that to go back to tier 3. That was implemented. Headhunter damage changes. That was implemented. Liquid fire can't target or make buildings unrepairable. That was implemented. Statue level change. That was implemented. Anti-magic shell dispellable. Implemented. Potion of greater mana not removed but weakened. So semi-implemented. Hero revival times. Not necessarily implemented, but somehow tackled in cost. And his piercing damage. This is the piercing damage idea. It comes from Sefit from 3 years ago to the exact number. So one post, like 8 changes, all implemented. If you have good advice, people will read it and it will reach people. So do it. My mission statement.
Thumbs up. I mean, they do. People can say like it's a bad thing. I think we have to live with the fact that the game is it's not that big, and it's also dependent on community feedback, given the dev team's focus. So instead of like being frustrated, I think with people having suggestions and then getting implemented, try to steer them or like give feedback that kind of gives like a good outcome would probably be more useful. So yeah, I mean, I think Sefit's original document was very well structured as well. Maybe like it was maybe put in by the dev team a bit haphazardly over a long time, but a lot of the suggestions in general as a structure hole is very good.
I stumbled upon that recently and I thought, wait, Sefit suggested this piercing thing. I want to look at the value that he suggested and I see it's 90%. And I'm like, yeah, and then I look up and like, yeah, there's so much stuff here. All right, guys, I hope you are a bit motivated. Now, Dondo, I want to hear from you now. If the Ghoul nerf is implemented tomorrow, who wins Super League?
I want to say happy as long as he doesn't have to play mirror too much, it looks like these days, but I feel like happy is going to win.
What a boring answer that is.
Yeah, I know, but he's inevitable. It's kind of hard to say anything else.
All right. Do you have any closing words, any words to the community?
No, not really. I just, good to be on again. I hope everything's well with everyone. Have a good evening. Enjoy the game. It's not... Though that 1 minus damage for most of you will not matter. Just play and have fun.
Because you suck. Take care, everybody. See you tomorrow for Super League. Happy vs. Lynn tomorrow, 1 p.m. Tune in. See ya. That was nice. We're muted. It was good. Good. You're looking for a position at the Blizzard team.